Chapter 1161. The power of the heavenly spring was definitely incomparable to the power in the pool. It could be said that the power in the pool that could allow people to comprehend and condense their divine soul was only a portion of the power that was dispersed from the heavenly spring, and it had already been diluted. If those peak holy emperor or demigod kings could obtain some of the heavenly spring and consume it, they would definitely be able to condense their divine soul immediately, and it would also boost their divine power. By then it would not be a problem for them to become divine kings. Now that Ling Zhao's divine soul was already formed, what he lacked was the purest divine power. The heavenly spring in front of him was undoubtedly the most suitable divine item for him. As long as he consumed it, it would naturally greatly shorten the time for him to condense divine power, allowing him to become a divine king in the shortest time possible. Suddenly discovering the existence of the heavenly spring, Ling Zhao could no longer hide his excitement and immediately rushed over. However, at that moment something suddenly surged under the mud, and all the mud immediately rolled up in front of Ling Zhao and rushed toward him. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he slapped both of his palms at the same time, preparing to blast the mud away. However, as soon as his palm energy came into contact with the mud, he was forcefully repelled, and his entire body flew backward as if he had been electrocuted. However, everything was not over yet. The mud was still surging at an extremely fast speed as if something was breaking out of the ground. Ling Zhao was extremely anxious. He did not expect there to be a terrifying existence hidden under the mud. "Damn it, what kind of beast is this?" Ling Zhao exclaimed, and his power exploded to the extreme as he slapped the dragon-subduing palm toward the direction of the mud again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The palm energy finally blasted away a lot of the mud, but it could not stop the beast from rushing over. A terrifying giant black shadow suddenly appeared, and a terrifying bloodthirsty mouth pounced toward Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao could not see what it was at all, but he saw the deep, terrifying mouth and the sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. The other party's speed was very fast and very fierce. Even though Ling Zhao was already prepared, it was still difficult for him to escape. Just as he was about to be devoured by the ferocious beast, his divine soul rushed forward. The ice and fire sword in his hand gathered all his strength and blasted at the big mouth with all his might. Rumble. One ice and one fire, the two powers rushed into the huge mouth at the same time, preventing it from closing. Once again Ling Zhao slid far away like a pool of mud. At the same time, the ice and fire sword in his hand continued to bombard the fierce beast with wave after wave of attacks. Finally, the ferocious beast seemed to feel that it couldn't deal with Ling Zhao for a while. It could only slow down and reveal its majestic appearance. This ferocious beast was a fish-shaped mutated sacred beast, known as the eel snake fish. It had already reached the mid-stage of the 10th level. It had a huge body at the ethereal opening level, and it had a strange fish head and a snake body. Many scales and fish bones flickered thick and sharp. Its pair of terrifying fish eyes carried an evil and awe-inspiring glint. The big fish kept inhaling and exhaling the pool water, stirring and rolling. Seeing the appearance and aura of this ferocious beast, Ling Zhao's legs became weak. With his strength, trying to snatch food from the mouth of such a high-level ferocious beast would probably be a dead end. However, the heavenly spring was already within reach. If he didn't take it, wouldn't it be a great pity? "Brother Snakefish, calm down. Let's talk this out," Ling Zhao said to the eel snake fish. "Damn human, how dare you come to my territory and disturb my sleep? Go to hell." The ghost eel snakefish uttered a harsh sound, and its figure once again pounced towards Ling Zhao. Speed was simply astonishing. Although Ling Zhao was already prepared, he was still shocked. He raised his body technique to the extreme and kept retreating. This was the territory of the eel snake fish. Ling Zhao was hindered by the pool water, but his speed was greatly affected. The eel snake fish used its water attribute power to increase the pressure in the vicinity. No matter how Ling Zhao dodged, he couldn't escape its attack. Seeing that the eel snake fish's mouth was once again enveloping him, Ling Zhao's body and mind went cold. "Damn it, this guy is too scary," Ling Zhao cursed inwardly. The ice and fire sword in his hand left his hand and directly pierced into the abdomen of the eel snake fish. However, before the ice and fire sword could pierce into the mouth of the eel snake fish, a wave of water forcefully swept it aside. Ling Zhao was even more anxious. He knew that he couldn't dodge it. Both of his palms shot out raging heavenly fire, hoping that when the eel snake fish's mouth fell he could burn it. Only then would he have a chance of survival. However, like the ice and fire sword, his heavenly fire was directly pressed to the side by the wave of water, unable to hurt it. Finally, the eel snake fish's mouth closed heavily on Ling Xiao's position. Within a radius of tens of meters around Ling Xiao, all the water and objects in the pool entered the mouth of the eel snake fish. Originally, when this big mouth bit, everything would immediately enter its stomach and be digested by it. However, it suddenly let out a mournful scream and opened its mouth again, spitting out waves of water. He saw a figure along with the waves, and this figure was holding a black cauldron in his hand. On the other hand, two of the eel snake fish's fangs were broken. Obviously, when it was biting Ling Xiao, it was suddenly knocked down by the medicine cauldron that Ling Xiao suddenly took out. The eel snake fish let out a few wild cries, but it didn't dare to swallow Ling Xiao again. Instead, it used many waves to attack Ling Xiao. Don't underestimate these water attacks. They were enough to smash any low-level god king's body into pieces. Transform. Ling Xiao was already at his wit's end, and could only rely on the divine cauldron. He shouted in shock, and the obsidian cauldron instantly became big, blocking the water waves in front of it. However, Ling Xiao and the divine cauldron were still pushed back by the water waves by quite a distance. When the divine cauldron became as big as a mountain, it firmly pressed on the mud. The divine cauldron wasn't an ordinary divine artifact, but an ancient divine artifact. It was a top-notch existence in the world, and even the eel snake fish's attack couldn't damage it in the slightest. Unfortunately, this medicine cauldron wasn't an offensive divine artifact, or else Ling Xiao wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Thinking back, if he hadn't been quick-witted and let the medicine cauldron block, he would already be in the eel snake fish's stomach. He sighed inwardly, then said to the eel snake fish, "Brother snake fish, I advise you to calm down, or else it won't be worth it to knock out another tooth." The eel snake fish ignored Ling Xiao's words. It looked at the medicine cauldron and didn't dare to swallow Ling Xiao again, and its water attacks were also useless against him, so it could only choose another attack method. Soul power attack. It was actually such a rare attack method it really surprised Ling Xiao to the extreme. This eel snake fish's soul power attack was much more terrifying than the smaller spirit beasts he encountered before, forming a soul power storm that was abnormally fierce. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. He could only let his divine soul fly out of his sea of consciousness again to block the soul power storm. His divine soul power was even more powerful than his true body, so it was still much easier to deal with these soul power attacks. Moreover, the eel snake fish's soul power attack mode was rather simple, and although its power was fierce, it still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, a human who was most proficient in soul power attacks. The eel snake fish used all kinds of methods, but still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Its temper became explosive and it shouted, "Human, hurry up and go back, I'll let you go this time." "Brother snake fish, this matter can be discussed. In fact, I just want to take some spring water. I have no doubt offended you. As long as I take the spring water, I'll leave immediately. What do you think?" Ling Xiao said. The eel snake fish continuously breathed in the pool water. "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Hurry up and scram before I change my mind. Otherwise I won't even let all the humans up there go." Ling Xiao didn't expect this eel snake fish to be so unyielding, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Humph, although my strength isn't as good as yours, do you really think I can't deal with you?" Ling Xiao's voice contained a supreme dragon's might. His entire person turned into a half-dragon, a golden dragon shadow unceasingly roaring at the eel snake fish to demonstrate its might. This frightening beast king's might pressed down on the eel snake fish, causing its body to tremble slightly. The eel snake fish was a mutated beast, and although it didn't necessarily fear the dragon's might of dragons, it still suffered from the suppression of its origin. It stared fixedly at Ling Xiao as if trying to determine whether Ling Xiao was a human or a beast. "I'll say it again, I only want to take a little spring water and leave immediately, otherwise I won't let you have an easy time here," Ling Xiao said faintly. The eel snake fish's spiritual intelligence had long been called a demon, and its thinking was almost the same as a human's. It could completely sense the vastness of Ling Xiao's dragon's might, and always felt that Ling Xiao should have a great relationship with dragons. If they really fought to the death, it was afraid that it would still be the one to suffer. After a moment of hesitation, it let out a hoarse sound. "You really only want to take a little spring water and leave?" Of course I don't want to be enemies with you, brother Snakefish, Ling Xiao said. In fact, he was also extremely nervous at the moment. He had completely released his dragon's chi like this, and was also staking it all on one throw. After all, he had always known that dragon's chi could suppress the chi of many spiritual beasts, but in the face of this kind of mutated high-level vicious beast, he had no confidence at all. In his heart he had already made preparations to retreat. Now that he heard that the eel snakefish had loosened its mouth, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. All right, then hurry up and take it and then leave immediately, or else I won't let you go, the eel snakefish said. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but he did not let this joy rush to his head. While dragging the medicine cauldron, he constantly paid attention to the eel snakefish's movements, for fear that it would suddenly pounce on him again. Ling Xiao went all the way to the side of the divine spring, and the eel snakefish still did not move in the same place, but its eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao as if it was extremely unwilling. Ling Xiao took out a rather large jade vessel and sucked in the divine water that was gushing out, filling it to the brim, and then quickly bounced towards the divine spring. Many thanks, brother snakefish, I won't disturb your sleep. Ling Xiao put away the divine water, lowered his head and cupped his hands towards the eel snakefish below. Quickly scram, if any other human dares to come here, don't blame me for being impolite, the eel snakefish roared. Needless to say, Ling Xiao naturally scrammed as fast as he could. Chapter 1162. The Ghost Divine Pond lived up to its name of ghost. There were actually ghost divine grass and spirit beasts that could attack with soul power. This kind of spirit beast was extremely rare. Even a godly king would die on the spot if they were not careful. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was an expert that cultivated soul power, otherwise he would really not be able to return from this trip. It was no wonder that so many people came to search for the divine spring in the past, but not many succeeded. Ling Xiao could be considered to have experienced all sorts of dangerous situations before he was able to obtain this amount of god water by luck. After exiting the divine pond, Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "There's hope for the godly king realm now." His divine soul, divine bridge and divine power were already formed. What he lacked was the accumulation of power. Now that he had the god water, then reaching the godly king realm was just a matter of time. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to advance to the godly king realm. At that time, with his power, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the heaven region. Ling Xiao suppressed his excitement and swam to the side of the divine pond, meditating to recover all his previous losses, waiting for a month to pass, then he could go out. A day later, Ling Xiao had already recovered to his peak state. He could not use the divine spring here to break through to the godly king realm. When he was idle and bored, he planned to wander around this space, to see if he could discover anything else. He knew that this space was not very big. As long as he flew at full speed for a few days, he would be able to reach the other exit of the Heaven Tiger region. However, Ling Xiao did not want to travel to the Heaven Tiger region for the time being. He still had many things to do, otherwise he could enter the Heaven Tiger region from there. After wandering around here for a few days, he found many high-tier spirit herbs, and also encountered many high-tier holy beasts, among which there were even tier 10 existences. Ling Xiao did not have any friction with them and took a detour to leave. There were still a few days before the 1-month time limit. Many people had already hurriedly rushed out of the divine pond. Among them, Yuro Fei, Sha Tian and Xianxia also came out. Ling Xiao saw the excited expressions on their faces and knew that they definitely had some gains. Ling Xiao put them into the medicine cauldron. For the time being, it was not appropriate to let others know that they had appeared here. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xian also came out. They went to look for Ling Xiao immediately. "What do you think? Have you condensed your divine soul?" Ling Xiao looked at them and smiled. However, the two women's expressions were a little unsightly, which made Ling Xiao feel that something was wrong. What? Could it be that he hasn't condensed his divine soul? Ling Xiao asked again in surprise. At least 2/3 of those who entered the spectral soul divine pond would be able to condense their divine soul. Only 1/3 of them would be unable to do so. If he couldn't even condense a goddess like Lai Ruyu, then Ling Xiao really didn't know what to say. Zhou Xian said with a bitter smile. With junior sister's Tenbin, she naturally condensed the divine soul. It's me who didn't condense the divine soul. Maybe my comprehension is too poor. Senior sister, don't be sad. When we return to the Merchant Alliance, I'll think of another way for you to condense your divine soul. Lai Ruyu comforted her. Zhou Xijing was already 400 to 500 years old. To be able to step into the demigod king realm at this age was already considered a genius. However, all the geniuses in the Sky Dragon district were gathered here. Compared to the people here, she was considered to be below average. It was reasonable that she couldn't condense her divine soul. Don't be sad. There will always be another way to condense it. Ling Xiao comforted her. Zhou Xijing forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I'm already very satisfied to be able to reach the demigod king realm. I'll definitely become a divine king in the future. It's just that it'll take a little longer. It's okay. Who wouldn't want to become a divine king as soon as possible? That way they would have more time to strive for higher realms in the future. If it took too long and they couldn't become a real divine king, they would probably be stuck at this stage for the rest of their lives." Ling Xiao smiled and 2 small bottles appeared in his hand. He handed them to Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xijing respectively. "This is the ghost spirit spring. I believe it'll be useful to you." The 2 women stared at Ling Xiao. Their beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable charm. "Senior sister, hurry up and take it. This is a divine item that can't be saved even with 10,000 crystals." Lai Ruyu hurriedly urged. Zhou Xijing looked at Ling Xiao with some excitement. However, she didn't dare to take it. This is such a precious divine item. Before she could finish speaking, Ling Xiao immediately stuffed the bottle into her hand and said, "We're friends. Don't say too much. I believe it can help you condense your divine soul." Then he stuffed the other bottle into Lai Ruyu's hand and said, "The ghost spirit spring can not only help people condense their divine soul, but also increase their divine power. It can help you advance faster." Lai Ruyu was very happy when Ling Xiao touched her small hand. She immediately took the bottle and held Ling Xiao's thick palm. She blushed and said, "Thank you." On the other side, Zhou Xijing had already used her actions to prove her gratitude. Her jade lips had already been imprinted on Ling Xiao's cheek. Lai Ruyu slightly opened her mouth and said, "Senior sister, you always take the lead. I also want it." After saying that, she also copied Zhou Xijing and kissed the other side of Ling Xiao's face. Alas, this queen has been sneak attacked again. Ling Xiao sighed heavily in his heart. At this time, those who rushed out of the divine pond looked at Ling Xiao's bitter face and felt disdain in their hearts. Motherf asterisk cur, really a bastard who only knows how to be obedient after obtaining peace. Ling Xiao waited until all the people of Dragon Gate came out and immediately left. The original holy beasts had already dispersed. They did not form a unified front to attack them, and at the exit of the void crack, the purple lightning had also become sparse. With their strength, they did not need to rely on the divine equipment to easily leave. After coming out of the void crack, many people rushed back to their own forces and immediately went into seclusion, because some of them could already break through to the God King realm. On Dragon Gate's side, a total of 50 people entered the void crack. When they came out, there were still 38 people. 12 people had already died, and the people of other forces had suffered even more losses. However, in exchange for these people advancing to the God King realm, everything was worth it. He Gong looked at the returning disciples and said in a deep voice, "Where is your junior brother Lei Xingyang? Did any of you see him?" He Gong was very anxious because he saw Ling Xiao come out unscathed, but Lei Xingyang did not. He was worried that Ling Xiao had killed Lei Xingyang. If that was the case, then this matter would be very serious. Lei Xingyang was the young representative of the Divine Body faction. He was the future leader. He might even replace the Jin clan as the future sect master of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If he were to die here, it would be a great blow to the Divine Physique faction, and those old fellows would probably go crazy. As the leader of the team, He Gong would probably be implicated as well. No one answered He Gong because ever since they entered the void crack, no one had paid attention to anyone else. Their only goal was the Soul Divine Pond. "Malong, tell me, where is your junior brother?" He Gong called out to one of the disciples who often fawned on Lei Xingyang. Malong replied, "Elder, after I entered the void crack with junior brother and the others, we were attacked by holy beasts. Lei Xingyang picked a stage 10 holy beast. It seems like an accident happened." "What? Impossible, you can all live. How can your junior brother Lei not escape?" He Gong shouted in shock. Then he looked at Yao Meihong and said, "Meihong, tell me what's going on." At the same time he glanced at Ling Xiao. Yao Meihong said indifferently, Senior brother Lei and I dealt with a stage 10 holy beast, but then a stage 10 three-tailed bat appeared. We couldn't beat it, so we immediately split up and ran, but junior brother Lei was a bit too slow and was swallowed by the three-tailed bat. Shua. Gong's expression immediately became incomparably pale. Entering the void crack is a dangerous thing to do. This time we lost 12 disciples, which is indeed not a small loss. However, if you can come out alive, you are the future hope of our Dragon Gate. Let's go back immediately. I think many of you can't wait to go into closed-door cultivation. Ling Ba said faintly. These words sounded so sarcastic in Gong's ears. These words seemed to be saying, could it be that only the other disciples can die but Lei Xingyang can't? The crack in the void finally closed up gradually. Gong had completely given up. Everyone was finally ready to set off on their return journey. At this time Ling Xiao said to Ling Ba, I still have things to do, so I won't be going back with you. When the time comes, tell the sect leader and your fifth great-uncle that I will go back after I finish my business. Before Ling Ba could say anything, Gong shouted from the side, no, before we return to the sect, no one is allowed to leave the team without permission. Gong was already angry and Ling Xiao actually wanted to leave the team. He didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao, so he immediately reprimanded him. Ling Ba met Gong's gaze and said, Elder Gong, aren't you being too nosy? Gong said in a deep voice, I am the leading elder this time and I have the obligation to bring you back. Once we return to the sect, you can go wherever you want. Looking at Gong's attitude, it seemed that Ling Xiao had to stay and go back with them. Ling Ba said, Elder Gong, it's true that you are the leader, but I am also the vice leader. I have the right to agree to Ling Xiao going to do other things. When we return to the sect, I will personally report this matter to the sect leader, and it will have nothing to do with you. In short, I don't agree to this matter. Gong shouted. From the looks of it, if Ling Xiao dared to leave the team, he would teach Ling Xiao a lesson. At this time Ling Ba still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao had already stopped him and said, let me reason with him. Then he looked at Gong and said, Elder Gong, right? Gong coldly snorted and ignored Ling Xiao, turning his face away. I heard that when Tai Lu is your disciple? Ling Xiao continued to ask with a mischievous smile. Gong's expression slightly twitched as he said, so what if I am? Nothing much, Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. In the blink of an eye, his face immediately sank as he said, Elder Gong, I respect you as an inner sect elder, and originally didn't want to make things difficult for you, but now you are going too far. I admit that I accidentally defeated your disciple, but that was your disciple who challenged me, right? Now you are making things difficult for me. Are you trying to use your position to take revenge? Chapter 1163. Ling Xiao directly questioned Gong, causing Gong's old face to flush red. The other disciples and elders also looked at him with a hint of ridicule in their eyes, as if saying, your disciple lost and your master actually went to make things difficult for a disciple. Don't you have any shame? Just as Gong was about to say something, Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, but I believe that Elder Gong is definitely not that kind of person. Your prestige in the sect is very high, so naturally you will not bother with a disciple like me. You are only responsible for completing the mission given to you by the sect. Ling Xiao can understand this point. Gong heard Ling Xiao's respectful words and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. He replied, of course. Since this disciple can understand Elder Gong's difficulties, then I also hope that Elder Gong can understand my difficulties. I still have a secret mission given to me by the sect master, so I can't return to the sect right now. So I hope that Elder Gong can approve it. Ling Xiao laughed. Impossible, why would the sect master give you a mission? Gong said in disbelief. What? Could it be that Elder Gong feels that this disciple doesn't have the strength to take the mission on behalf of the sect? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. If there really was such a thing, the sect master would tell me. Gong said in disbelief. That I don't know, but you can ask Elder Ling Ba. I believe that the sect master must have told him. Ling Xiao pushed this matter onto Ling Ba. Ling Ba naturally hadn't heard of this secret mission, but thinking that Ling Xiao was of the same generation as the sect master, even if there was a mission, it wouldn't be his turn to know. He could only agree and say, that's right, I indeed heard the sect master say that Ling Xiao has absolute freedom. Even I can't control him. His meaning was very clear. I'm a member of the clan, so I can't control him. As an outer sect elder, don't get involved. He Gong's expression changed several times before he finally ignored Ling Xiao and coldly snorted, "Let's go back." He Gong left with the others, but Ling Xiao's guardian elders Kong Wen and Kong Wu stayed. They had to protect Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xijing also prepared to return to Raging Flame City. They all came to bid farewell to Ling Xiao and asked Ling Xiao to visit them in Blazing Flame City when he had time. Looking at their reluctant expressions, Ling Xiao's heart softened and he agreed. "Let's go and find a place to train in seclusion first," Ling Xiao said to Kong Wen and Kong Wu after everyone left. Above this high slope was the border of the Sky Dragon District, and there was also the disorderly burial space above this area. Because of this, the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was more chaotic than other places. It was not an ideal place to train in seclusion. But Ling Xiao didn't care so much. He couldn't be too far away from the disorderly burial space. He still had to find the whereabouts of his master. Ling Xiao took Kong Wen and Kong Wu away from this unstable space for the time being, looking for a more stable place to train in seclusion. In the end, he chose a desolate plain and settled down. Although there wasn't a very rich heaven and earth spiritual qi here, it was much calmer than the original place. "Alright, protect me. I'm going to train in seclusion," Ling Xiao ordered the two. Kong Wen and Kong Wu knew that Ling Xiao had just broken through to the Demigod King realm half a year ago. Now that he was going to train in seclusion again, they looked at Ling Xiao with their mouths wide open in disbelief. "Young master, are you going to break through to the Divine King realm?" Kong Wen asked. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. "Yes, so you have to be careful. Don't let anyone disturb me." "But, young master, you can't train in seclusion here." Kong Wen immediately stopped him. Ling Xiao frowned. "Why?" Kong Wen said, "The heaven and earth spiritual qi here is thin, and the source energy is also very weak. You need to borrow a large amount of energy to break through to the God King realm, so you need to find a better place. I suggest that you return to the sect to break through." Kong Wu also advised from the side, "That's right, young master. Breaking through to the God King realm isn't an easy task. If anything goes wrong, it won't be worth it." Ling Xiao knew that the two of them were right, but he really didn't want to leave the mass burial space right now. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "I still have other things to do, so I can't return to the sect for the time being. I don't know if there are any forces nearby, but if I can borrow their place to break through, it might be possible." The God King realm was a supreme realm. What it required was a vast amount of energy. There couldn't be any mistakes. Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. Just relying on the power of the divine water might not be enough for him to successfully break through. He had to absorb and fuse with the power of the outside world. Kong Wen and Kong Wu knew about Ling Xiao's insistence. After thinking for a moment, they told him that the closest place to this place was a small force called the Cloud Ridge sect. This kind of small force was relative to the people of Dragon Gate. In reality, their Cloud Ridge sect was a first-rate force in this high-slope area. They had jurisdiction over more than 200 cities, and their sect also had a God King stage powerhouse in charge. It would only take him half a month to reach the Cloud Ridge sect's territory. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart, but in the end he didn't decide to go to the Cloud Ridge sect. Not only would he be able to break through to the God King realm there, he would also be able to let the people of the Cloud Ridge sect find the whereabouts of his master. His master must have come here back then. Maybe he didn't enter the mass burial space and the people of the Cloud Ridge sect knew about it. This would save him a lot of time and effort. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao immediately brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to the Cloud Ridge sect at full speed. The Cloud Ridge sect had only been established for 10,000 years and was a new force. However, there were more than 10 God Kings in the sect, which allowed them to be the overlord of this barren area. However, in the eyes of the people of Dragon Gate, they were nothing. Kong Wen and Kong Wu took out their Dragon Gate identity cards. After showing their identity, the leader of the Cloud Ridge sect and a few elders immediately rushed out to welcome them. The leader of the Cloud Ridge sect looked middle-aged, but he already had the strength of a mid-stage God King. His name was Yun Mengtian. Yun Mengtian greets the 3 esteemed guests of Dragon Gate. Yun Mengtian lowered his posture and greeted Ling Xiao and the others. Dragon Gate was a major force in the Sky Dragon territory. No matter how strong or weak their people were, other forces had to respect them. Kong Wen pointed at Ling Xiao and said, This is my family's young master. I would like to borrow your territory for him to go into seclusion for a period of time. I wonder if Leader Yun can do this? Although Kong Wen was asking for Yun Mingtian's opinion, his tone didn't allow anyone to refuse. Yun Mingtian knew that these people were abnormally arrogant, so he didn't think much of it. He said humbly, "This is the honor of the Cloud Ridge sect. Please come to our territory, young master, and the two of you." At this time Yun Mengtian saw Ling Zhao's age and strength clearly, and he was completely shocked. He was actually a demigod king who wasn't even 100 years old. He was definitely a monster of the Dragon Gate. Now that he was going into seclusion here, didn't that mean he was preparing to break through to the God King realm? Thinking of this, Yun Mengtian became even more respectful towards Ling Xiao and the others. If they could form a relationship with such a monster, their Cloud Ridge sect would be able to form a relationship with the Dragon Gate in the future. Their prestige would definitely be greater than it was now. After entering the Cloud Ridge sect's territory, Yun Mengtian immediately ordered people to set up a banquet to welcome Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao didn't put on any airs, nor was he in a hurry to break through. He accepted Yun Mingtian's hospitality. "Oh right, Leader Yun, can you help me find out where this person is? Say that he appeared in this area before." Ling Xiao took out a portrait of the evil emperor and asked. Yun Mengtian looked at the portrait and frowned. He thought for a while, then shook his head and showed the portrait to the other elders. They didn't seem to have seen the evil emperor before, or maybe it was too long ago that they didn't remember. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll go look for him myself after I break through." "Young Masterling, give me the portrait. Our Cloud Ridge sect's word is law here. Maybe we can help you find him." Yun Mengtian didn't want to lose this opportunity to make friends, so he took on the task of finding the person. Ling Xiao didn't mind having one more person looking for his master. After giving Yun Mengtian some instructions, he asked Yun Mengtian to prepare a place for him to go into seclusion. Although the Cloud Ridge sect wasn't as powerful as the Dragon Gate, they still had a formation that could gather the origin energy. This kind of place was what Ling Xiao needed the most at the moment. Ling Xiao didn't drink the Ghost God's Spring immediately after entering the place. Instead, he adjusted his body's condition first. His Divine Soul, Spirit Bridge and Dantian were closely related. Now that his Divine Soul and Spirit Bridge were formed, and he had accumulated more than 100 drops of divine power, he became a demigod king. If he wanted to break through and become a real god king, he would need to accumulate at least 1,000 drops of divine power. In the future, as his divine power increased, his strength would continue to rise. One should not underestimate the 1,000 droplets of divine power required. After all, every droplet of divine power contained an extremely terrifying amount of power. They were all condensed from origin energy, and spiritual energy. Every droplet of divine power was enough to destroy an entire city. Ling Xiao sorted out the connection between the three, then took out 5 bottles of Ghost God's Spring and placed them in front of him. For others, a bottle of Ghost God's Spring might be enough to break through from a demigod king to a real god king. However, for Ling Xiao he needed more power than others, so he had to prepare a few more bottles. Anyway, he had obtained a lot of Ghost God's Spring from the Ghost Divine Pond. After Ling Xiao took a deep breath, he drank all 5 bottles of Ghost God's Spring in one go. As the Ghost God's Spring entered his mouth, a cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. These powers were rapidly absorbed by his Sea of Consciousness, Divine Soul and the 5-colored Dantian. Waves of energy as vast as the sea nourished Ling Xiao's muscles, skin, flesh, organs and bones. Ling Xiao's body emitted layers of holy light, and colorful powers kept changing and mixing inside and outside of his body. His Divine Soul and Dantian were filled to the brim by these energies, and the Divine Bridge began to emit a brilliant light, becoming extremely condensed. The 2 types of energies began to converge with it as an intermediary point, producing new energies. Chapter 1164. Not only could the Ghost God's Spring allow a person to condense their divine soul and increase their soul power, but it could also increase their divine power. Ling Xiao's divine soul had long since reached the peak of the low-level God King realm. With the help of the Ghost God's Spring, he immediately broke through the shackles and reached the mid-level God King realm. Ling Xiao's 5-colored Dantian also absorbed a large amount of Divine Spring's energy. The power of his divine soul and Dantian converged towards the divine bridge at the same time and fused together, producing pure and flawless five-colored divine power. If someone could see Ling Zhao's divine power, they would definitely discover that every drop of his divine power was 5 times larger than an ordinary god king's, and his strength was also more than 5 times stronger. As the divine power formed bit by bit, Ling Zhao's strength began to increase. Ling Xiao was intoxicated by the pleasure of increasing his strength, completely unaware that time was constantly flying by. Many energies were continuously gathering towards his seclusion area. The 5 elemental energies gathered together, forming a 5-colored divine light that shone dazzlingly outside his seclusion grounds, illuminating every corner of the Cloudy Ridge sect. This caused everyone in the Yungang sect to be alarmed. They were all trying to guess which ancestor's breakthrough had caused such a phenomenon. Outside the seclusion room, Kong Wen and Kong Wu were guarding it loyally. However, they were also shocked by the phenomenon caused by Ling Zhao's breakthrough. Big brothers, is this young master really breaking through to the God King realm? Kong Wu gulped. He could feel the terrifying energy within the seclusion room, and it didn't seem to be any weaker than a mid-level God King's. Kong Wen said, "How can the young master be compared to others? Otherwise, the sect leader wouldn't value him so much. I think that after the young master breaks through, his battle prowess definitely won't be any weaker than ours." What? That's impossible. Kong Wu didn't quite agree. Even though he felt that Ling Xiao might not be any weaker than a mid-level God King after breaking through, they were still at the peak of mid-level God King. They weren't people that ordinary mid-level God Kings could compare to. Nothing is impossible. Look at the origin energy here. Metal, wood, water, fire, and wind. There are a total of 5 types. Young Master is also a member of the clan. He cultivates all 5 elements at the same time and has the ancient Emperor divine art to increase his strength. Think about it, is this something an ordinary person can compare to? Kong Wen said with a happy expression. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more attention he would receive from the sect. Then the status of the 2 protector elders would also rise in the future. Of course, Kong Wen was happy. Kong Wu nodded in understanding. That's right. This time we must protect young master well. Who knows, young master might become the future young sect master. This matter is too far away, it's not something we can discuss. Kong Wen immediately stopped Kong Wu and said, however, I feel that young master is different from other disciples. His future achievements will definitely be limitless. In the future we must absolutely obey young master's orders. We must not make any mistakes. Kong Wu nodded seriously, expressing his agreement. In another direction, Yun Mengtian and a few God King elders also stood together, watching the movements on Ling Zhao's side. As expected of a monstrous disciple of a large sect, he actually gathered 5 types of origin energy to break through to the God King realm. Once he succeeds, he will definitely be the strongest existence at the same level. Yun Mengtian sighed. That's right, that person reached this level at such a young age. He must have condensed his divine soul when the soul divine pond opened not long ago and obtained the capital to break through. The various resources provided by large forces are really generous. A God King elder replied enviously. Then another person said, I heard that those people all rushed back to their own forces to break through. I really don't know why he wants to break through in a small place like ours. Maybe he can't suppress his realm, or maybe he's a little too impatient. No matter what, we must treat them well. We must not offend them. Also, order the people below to do their best to find the person in the painting. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. When the 5-colored divine power above the Yungang sect reached its peak, it all rushed into the seclusion room and disappeared. In the end, a terrifying aura came from the seclusion room, and it actually forcefully broke through all the restrictions in the room. The storm-like power almost destroyed the seclusion room, giving Kong Wen, Kong Wu and many other people from the Yungang sect who were paying attention to the commotion a big fright. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The seclusion room trembled incessantly, and a series of terrifying explosions rang out. After a long while, the sound disappeared and everything returned to peace. At this moment, the seclusion room quietly opened and a figure slowly walked out. Wasn't he Ling Xiao who had broken through to the God King realm? At this moment, his beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. He was in high spirits and his eyes were like torches. Waves of five-colored divine light shone on his body, as if a peerless dragon could be seen coiling around him. His entire person looked so domineering, noble, dignified, and perfect. Looking at his appearance, it went without saying that he had truly broken through to the God King realm. "Congratulations, young master." Kong Wen and Kong Wu bowed and said very sincerely, "Elders, there's no need." Ling Xiao revealed a happy smile. He had waited for this day for a long time. Finally, he had reached the God King realm. He felt that every movement of his possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. He also developed an unprecedented confidence, as if no matter how strong his opponent was, he could defeat them. He realized that he was now completely different from before. Although the difference between the Holy Emperor and the God King realm was only one realm, there was definitely a huge gap between the two. It was definitely not something that could be compared to the power of other realms. Whether it was his soul, dantian, or physical body, all of his muscles and energy had completely changed. This kind of change was enough to make the structure of his body different from that of an ordinary person. This was the true change that could make him immortal. At the same time, he also had the power to create things which was very different from ordinary elemental powers. It was also something that the Holy Emperor could not compare to. At this time, Yun Mengtian brought a group of elders from the Yungang sect over to congratulate Ling Xiao. They had already prepared a wedding banquet for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not refuse. If it wasn't for the seclusion room of the Yungang sect, he would not have been able to break through so smoothly. At the banquet, Yun Mengtian brought a piece of good news to Ling Xiao. He had actually found some clues about the evil emperor. This made Ling Xiao extremely excited. "Cult Master Yun, tell me quickly." "My master, where is the person I'm looking for?" Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Yun Mengtian said, "Young Master Ling, don't worry. We didn't get the exact information about the person you're looking for. There's someone who should know the person you're looking for, and she's currently in the city under our control. It's said that the person you're looking for had a close relationship with her more than 100 years ago. However, the person you're looking for later disappeared and she's still there. Even though she's living in seclusion, there are still people in our territory who remember this." "Who is that person? Take me to her," Ling Xiao asked. "Don't worry, let me finish. That person has some background and it's not good for us to offend her," Yun Mengtian said. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but Kong Wu said unhappily, "Is there someone stronger than us, Dragon Gate?" Yun Mengtian quickly waved his hand. "No, that's not what I meant." Ling Xiao said, "Tell me, where did that person come from? Do you know of the Shu family of the Swordland?" Yun Mengtian asked. Ling Xiao frowned. He had never heard of the Shu family of the Swordland. Kong Wen, on the other hand, had already answered, "You're talking about the Alchemy aristocratic family, the Shu clan, which is affiliated to the Shi clan?" Yun Mengtian nodded. "As far as I know, that person is the young miss of the Shu family, Zhou Xian. I don't know what happened, but she has already fallen out with her family. She's hiding in the Yungang sect, but she hasn't been discovered by the Shu family. If you hadn't asked me to find her, I wouldn't have known that she was hiding in our territory." "Oh, so what?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. If it was the sword cleansing manner, Ling Xiao would have some concerns. However, it was just a subordinate force, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Yun Mengtian looked at the confident Ling Xiao and thought to himself, "They're from the Dragon Gate, so why should I waste my breath? I'll just let them interfere." Yun Mengtian didn't want to explain anymore, so he immediately planned to personally bring Ling Xiao to find Zhou Xian. However, this time, Ling Xiao rejected Yun Mengtian's good intentions and asked him to arrange for someone to lead the way. This time they were mainly here to find someone. They didn't want to make a big fuss. Yun Mengtian could only accept Ling Xiao's suggestion, but he also arranged for a divine king elder to bring Ling Xiao and the others there. As the saying goes, a big hermit hides in the city, a small hermit hides in the forest. The Shu family wanted to find Zhou Xian's whereabouts, but they didn't know that she was actually hiding in Yungang City. She had been living in seclusion and had used a special holy artifact to change her appearance. But the eyes and ears of the Yungang sect had long known of her existence. She lived in an inconspicuous manner, and even hired a few ordinary martial artists as attendants. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, the servants in the manor stopped them. "What can I do for you, sirs?" A servant bowed and greeted. "I'm an elder of the Yungang sect. I have something to discuss with your master," the elder of the Yungang sect said in a deep voice. When the servants heard that the people who had come were from the Yungang sect, they immediately trembled and made way. After all, the Yungang sect was a great power in this area, and it was within their jurisdiction. Ling Xiao and the others walked in without any trace of politeness. However, before they could reach the house, an old woman with a bent back walked out and said, "Who are you?" Ling Xiao was already a low-level god king, so he wouldn't even put an ordinary middle-level god king in his eyes. However, when facing this old woman, he had a feeling that he couldn't see through her, and he felt that this old woman's strength should be far above his. He could determine that she was at least a high-level god king. At this time, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards the old woman and went straight to the point. "Senior, we have something to discuss with Miss Zhou Xian. We know that she's inside. Please come out and meet us." Chapter 1165. There's no Zhou Xian here that you're looking for. Hurry up and leave, or else don't blame me for being impolite. The old woman said rather rudely. The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect said sternly, "I am an elder of the Cloud Ridge sect. You don't need to hide it anymore. We already know that Miss Zhou Xian is here." The old woman instantly became angry and said, "Do you think this old one is afraid of your Cloud Ridge sect?" With that, her petite body released a terrifying aura that pressed down on the elder of the Cloud Ridge sect. The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect was instantly forced to retreat more than 10 steps. His face turned pale and unsightly. This was the territory of the Cloud Ridge sect, yet someone had actually dared to bully them. "You." The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect pointed at the old woman and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. "You can go back first. Leave this to us." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Oh right, remember to thank sect leader Yun for his help. In the future Ling Xiao will definitely repay him." The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect was somewhat unwilling, but he didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's wishes. After bowing to Ling Xiao, he left. "You guys leave as well. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." The old woman glared at Ling Xiao and the other two. "How dare you? Do you know who my young master is?" Kong Wu couldn't help but shout. "I don't care who you are. In short, you are not welcome here," the old woman said mercilessly. Kong Wu still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao stopped him and then said to the old woman, "Senior, to be honest, we are not here to cause trouble for Miss Zhou, but we want to ask her about another person, and as far as I know, that person has come into contact with her before. That person is very important to me. I hope you can tell Miss Zhou, okay?" "I've already said that there is no Miss Zhou here. You can leave." Seeing that Ling Xiao was still polite, the old woman immediately eased her tone and said. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He did not expect the other party to have such an attitude. It seems that Zhou Xian did not want the Zhou family to know that she was here. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the painting of the evil emperor and said to the old lady, "Senior, I just want to ask Miss Zhou if she knows this person. I only need an answer. If you are not willing, then don't blame me for barging in." Ling Xiao was helpless as well. He was anxious to find the whereabouts of the evil emperor, and he would definitely not let go of any opportunity. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Kong Wen and Kong Wu immediately released their powerful auras. The old woman narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she caught a glimpse of the person in the portrait in Ling Xiao's hand. She immediately asked in a deep voice, "Who is the person in the portrait to you?" "Enemies." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "It's a very important person to me." The old woman looked at Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wait here, I'll go back and inform Miss." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He knew that there was definitely a chance. After a while, the old woman came out again and said, "Miss, only you are allowed to enter." Kong Wen and Kong Wu were a little dissatisfied. They were both worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was bold and skillful. After giving them a meaningful glance, he strode into the house. Just as he walked into the house, he saw a middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes looking at Ling Xiao with some vigilance. This middle-aged woman's face was yellow and pale, without any color of blood, but her figure was abnormally full and charming, which was a huge difference from her appearance. Anyone could see that she must have used some kind of makeup technique to change her appearance. Based on the legends of his master, the evil emperor, that Ling Xiao had heard in the central region, he was sure that this woman definitely had the charm to attract any man, just like her figure. Otherwise, why would his master have a relationship with her? "Why are you looking for him?" The middle-aged woman went straight to the point. Ling Xiao felt that this woman might be related to his master. As for whether she was his master's woman or not, Ling Xiao didn't want to guess. The only thing he was sure of was that this woman shouldn't be his master's enemy. I'm from the Xianling continent. He's my relative. Ling Xiao didn't intend to beat around the bush and said directly. The middle-aged woman kept staring at Ling Xiao, trying to find something from Ling Xiao. After a while, the middle-aged woman sighed softly. He died more than 100 years ago. Ling Xiao frowned and shouted, "You're lying." After a pause he said, "To tell you the truth, he is my master, the evil emperor. I don't know what relationship you have with him, but please tell me where he is now." "What? He's your master?" The middle-aged woman finally revealed a shocked expression. "That's right, so please tell me about him. The jade tube of life in my hand can only roughly tell where he is, but I can't find the specific location." After saying that, Ling Xiao took out the jade tube of life. The jade tube of life flashed, proving that the evil emperor was still alive, and the direction it sensed was above this area. It was just that the range was too large and it was not easy to find a person. With the jade tube of life, the middle-aged woman was finally sure of Ling Xiao's identity. But she still said with doubt, "I've never heard of him accepting any disciple. Are you lying to me?" Ling Xiao was about to go crazy. This woman's paranoia was too heavy. "Believe it or not, I just want to know where he went. Don't tell me he really entered the chaotic burial space?" Ling Xiao said impatiently. The middle-aged woman looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. "Since you already know, why are you still asking me?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. He really wanted to put her down and search her memory, but he was afraid that she might be his teacher's other wife. He could only sigh and say, "Sorry for bothering you. I'll go to the chaotic burial space to find my teacher. I don't believe that I can't find him." After saying that, Ling Xiao did not continue to ask the woman, turned around and left. Just as he walked to the door, the middle-aged woman spoke again. "Don't go, I believe you." "So what if you believe me? Can you tell me where he is?" Ling Xiao turned back and asked. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, then tore off the genuine leather mask on her face, revealing a peerless and elegant face. Coupled with her full and attractive body, her whole person looked full of charm, charming and moving. Although Ling Xiao was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, but he was still attracted by her peerless beauty for a moment. "What is your name?" Zhou Xian suddenly changed back to her original appearance with a bit of charm. She was probably born with this kind of charm and it was very captivating. Ling Xiao took a light breath, restored his calmness and said, "My name is Ling Xiao." "A very good name, just like your master. You have a face that seduces women." Zhou Xian looked up and down at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes rippling with a bit of inexplicable meaning. "Don't talk nonsense, I just want to know if my master really entered the chaotic burial space?" Ling Xiao asked. At this time Zhou Xian finally revealed a bit of sadness, nodded and said, "Yes, he entered the chaotic burial space." Ling Xiao had already prepared for the worst, but when he heard Zhou Xian's answer he still became nervous. He looked at the chaotic burial space from afar. There was a chaotic and terrible power there. Once one was sucked in, he didn't know which corner of the space he would be banished to. Moreover, it was full of all kinds of terrible power. If one wanted to survive there, he was afraid that it would be very difficult. Although he was sure that his master was not dead, he was afraid that he would be trapped inside and wouldn't be able to come out. "Good, thank you for telling me." Ling Xiao complied and once again walked out. He made up his mind, no matter what, he must go to the chaotic burial space. Otherwise he didn't know how to explain it to his master's wife. "Wait, do you really believe my words?" Zhou Xian stopped Ling Xiao. "I believe that you have no reason to deceive me," replied Ling Xiao. Zhou Xian forced a smile and said, "Haha, do you really want to go to the chaotic burial space to find your master? That place is one of the forbidden areas. Even incipient God realm experts can't escape unscathed." "So what? I can't just leave my master alone, right? He might be trapped in some place and can't get out. I believe he wants someone to go and help him," replied Ling Xiao. Zhou Xian shook her head and sighed. "If that's the case, I would have gone to help him already." Pausing for a while, she continued, "Since you're his disciple, you should sit down and talk with him before you leave. Don't you want to know what happened between me and him?" Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Ling Xiao didn't want to hurry and leave. Looking at Zhou Xian's face, he could guess that this woman was his master's woman, or perhaps his other master's wife. Zhou Xian had a nostalgic look on her face as she told him the story of how she met the evil emperor. That was hundreds of years ago. The evil emperor traveled around the Sky Dragon region and coincidentally came to the Zhou family's territory. At that time, Zhou Xian, who was born in a noble family, was going to be sent to the sword-washing manor to be the future master's concubine. However, she didn't like being tied down, so she ran away from home. It was also at that time that she met the evil emperor. The woman was incomparably beautiful and the man was handsome. It was easy for the sparks of passion to ignite. Moreover, the evil emperor was a romantic. Although his temperament changed as his cultivation base increased, his mortal heart still existed. The evil emperor captured Zhou Xian's heart and took her to escape. The two of them ran through many places and were chased countless times. In the end, the evil emperor was forced to escape into the chaotic burial space. Originally, Zhou Xian was almost captured by her family, but because of the evil emperor's plan to disturb the enemy and her aunt's secret help, she was able to live in seclusion here and wait for the evil emperor to return. However, this wait had been more than 100 years and there was no news. If not for the fact that she had the evil emperor's jade cylinder of life and knew that he was not dead, she would have begged for mercy for him. Of course, the reason why she didn't enter the chaotic burial space to look for the evil emperor was because she knew that even if she went in, it would be useless. After all, the chaotic burial space was one of the 8 great forbidden grounds. If something happened to her and the evil emperor escaped and returned, wouldn't she die unjustly? Chapter 1166. After listening to Zhou Xian's explanation, Ling Xiao could confirm that this was his other master's wife, and that the evil emperor had really entered the chaotic burial space. And the old woman with Zhou Xian was Zhou Xian's aunt. It was also because of her that they could live in seclusion here with peace of mind. That year, her aunt also agreed with Zhou Xian's decision to find a cultivation companion she liked, and did not agree with her being sent to the sword-washing manor to be someone's concubine. It's been more than 100 years since I parted with your master. Although I know that he's still alive, but it's just like you said, he might be trapped inside and unable to come out. I have no way of helping him. If I were to go in recklessly, it would only lead to my death. Zhou Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness as she said. Ling Xiao's heart ached. He knew that this was another woman he missed deeply. Ma. Master's wife, don't be sad. Master is Tenbinjua, he will definitely come out. How about I go to the chaotic burial space tomorrow? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, but still called Zhou Xian master's wife. You called me master's wife? Zhou Xian's small mouth opened wide in surprise. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, If I don't call you master's wife, then what should I call you? Haha. Zhou Xian laughed happily. After a while she recovered her breath and said, This is the happiest I've been in more than 100 years. Yes, I'm your master's wife. From now on you will always call me that, okay? Ling Xiao nodded seriously and said, Yes, master's wife. Okay, since you call me master's wife, then listen to my advice. Don't go into the chaotic burial space. Unless you can reach the incipient god realm one day, otherwise. Zhou Xian sighed again. Ling Xiao understood that although his strength had increased drastically and he possessed some trump cards that no one knew about, he had seen many god kings in the heaven region before. None of them dared to enter the disorderly grave space, so he could imagine just how terrifying it was. He wasn't confident that he could enter and leave there freely. However, he didn't know how to explain this to his other wife, Feng Qingyuan. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao decided to leave this matter to his mistress, Feng Qingyuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to find his master, but it was just like what Zhou Xian had said. The chaotic burial space was vast and dangerous. Let alone finding someone, it would be amazing if he could protect himself. When Ling Xiao summoned Feng Qingyuan out, Zhou Xian was shocked. For the time being, Ling Xiao did not have time to explain to her, so he immediately gave them a simple introduction, and then hurriedly left the room, leaving the two mistresses to discuss and solve the problem alone. Ling Xiao saw the old woman who had been waiting for him. He greeted her and was about to leave. However, the old woman stopped Ling Xiao and asked, "Brat, who are you?" The old woman's eyes flashed with vigilance, as if she was very suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take out his Dragon Gate identity token. "I am now a member of Dragon Gate. Senior can call me Ling Xiao in the future. Clearly showing his identity as a member of Dragon Gate was to let the old woman know that other than being the disciple of the evil emperor, he was also a person of high status, and not someone who wanted to deceive them. As expected, although the old woman was willing to be disrespectful to the people of Yungang's sect, she did not dare to be arrogant towards the people of Dragon Gate. Her face revealed a look of panic, and at the same time, there was a hint of surprise. Obviously, she did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an identity. Ling Xiao left the courtyard and went outside to get some fresh air. He was thinking if he did not enter the chaotic burial space to find his master, what should he do next? Should he return to the Xianling continent to fetch his woman? Or should he go to the profound sky region to find Yun Mingfei? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao decided to go to the profound sky region and inquire about Yun Mingqi from the Lotus sect. After all, after so many years, his longing for her had reached an extreme point. If he could not find her whereabouts, he would not be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Moreover, he had not been in the heaven region for too long, and he believed that his family in the Xianling continent could still wait. Regardless of whether there were any results in the profound sky region or not, Ling Xiao had to find a way to return to the Xianling continent and bring his family to live in the heaven region. It was not that Ling Xiao did not care about his hometown, but that the heaven region was more suitable for cultivation. The Xianling continent had already lost a lot of its original energy, and if they stayed, they would at most have the strength of a saint. They would not be able to become a divine king, and they would not be able to live forever. Ling Xiao loved them, so how could he bear to let them leave him? About 2 hours later, the old woman came out and called Ling Xiao back to the house. Ling Xiao didn't know how his two mistresses were going, but no matter what the result was, he had to face it. He only prayed that the two of them did not fight. Otherwise, he could only help Feng Qingyuan's side. However, when they entered the house, they discovered that their eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that they had cried bitterly, but their hands were held together, which made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Feng Qingyuan let go of Zhou Xian's hand and walked to Ling Xiao's side, saying, "Xiao, it's been hard on you all these years. If you hadn't brought me to the heaven region, I wouldn't have known about your master." Indeed, if she had gone to the heaven region by herself back then, the 9 layers of spatial barriers would have been too much for her to handle. How could she have come to the heaven region so smoothly and become the Holy Emperor's power? Ling Xiao said, "Mistress, don't say that. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have delayed it for so long. It's just that master, he..." Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, Feng Qingyuan had already stopped him and said, "I've already heard about this from little sister Ziqian. In the future, don't look for your master anymore. I've already decided to stay here with little sister Ziqian and wait for your master to come out of the mass burial space." "What? Mistress, have you thought it through?" Ling Xiao said in astonishment. All these years he knew how deep Feng Qingyuan's feelings for his master were. He thought that Feng Qingyuan would ask him to enter the mass burial space to look for someone. Now that she had made such a decision, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Feng Qingyuan revealed a bitter smile and said, "Your master is not dead and will come out one day. If we go in to look for him, I'm afraid something will happen before we can find him. I miss your master, but I can't let him down. I definitely can't let you take this risk, so Xiao, you have to promise me without absolute certainty, you definitely won't enter the mass burial space." Hearing Feng Qingyuan's pleading words, Ling Xiao knew that she had made up her mind this time. Ling Xiao also understood the relationship between them and immediately nodded his head. "Mistress, don't worry, I know what to do, and I believe that master will definitely be able to come out of there." That's good, that's good." Feng Qingyuan replied repeatedly. In the next few days, Ling Xiao stayed here and chatted with the two mistresses. However, most of them were talking about his master, the evil emperor. Ling Xiao also learned a lot about his master after he came to the heaven domain. When his master entered the chaotic burial space, he was already a mid-level god king. With his unique origin returning divine art, he definitely had the ability to fight above his realm. This might be the reason why he was able to survive in the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao felt that Feng Qingyuan and Zhou Xian were already as close as sisters. They were already deeply in love with his master and were willing to wait for him to return. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. He felt that he could do something more for them. Thus he brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to the Cloud Ridge sect once again. He had Yun Mengtian give the order that no one else should know anything about Zhou Xian, and that they should protect their safety at the right time. Yun Mengtian naturally agreed to everything. Although he was afraid of the Shu family and the sword-washing manner, the Dragon Gate was the strongest existence. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate and told the people above that the Cloud Ridge sect was under the protection of the Dragon Gate, no one would dare to cause trouble for them. This was all Ling Xiao could do for them. Since Ling Xiao no longer entered the mass burial space, he did not plan to stay any longer. Feng Qingyuan and Zhou Xian both knew that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to stay here with them forever. Thus, after saying some words of concern to Ling Xiao, they advised him to return to the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. "Mistress, I firmly believe that Master will come out one day. Don't worry too much, when I have time in the future I will come to see you. If you have any problems, go to the Cloud Ridge sect and ask them for help. I have already informed them. If Master comes out, please send me a message. I will definitely come to see him. And we know what to do. Don't worry, you have to take good care of your body in the future. Don't always take risks when you do something. Now that your identity is different, as long as you work hard, one day, you will be able to become famous in the heavenly region." Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao earnestly as an elder. Zhou Xian also smiled and said, "If I didn't hear about your deeds from big sister Qingyun, I wouldn't have known that I had such an outstanding disciple. In the future, if you can reach the sovereign realm and your master hasn't come out, then our hope will be on you. You must continue to work hard. And mistress, you too have to take care too." Ling Xiao nodded and said. After saying a few more words of farewell, he was finally on his way back to the Dragon Gate. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he broken through to the God King realm, but Yu Fei, Sha Tian and Xian Yi had also broken through to the God Soul realm. Yu Fei and Sha Tian both had the qualifications to step into the Demigod King realm, but they had accumulated too little energy and were unable to convert it into divine power in a short period of time. As for Xin Yi, he had become a divine soul and was also a demigod king. As long as he was given the Ghost Divine Spring, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he would also break through to the Divine King realm. Therefore, after returning to the Dragon Gate this time, Ling Xiao decided to let them go into seclusion for a long time to break through. As for him, he was going to head to the profound sky region to search for news of Yun Mingqi. He had waited for this day for a long time and it made him a little impatient. His heart was filled with anticipation and worry. He hoped that he could really find Yun Mingqi, but he was also worried that if Yun Mingqi wasn't here, then what should he do? Chapter 1167. Ling Xiao left Feng Qingyuan and Zhou Xian and immediately went back to Dragon Gate. He was not in a hurry to go to the mysterious sky territory because he needed to prepare a few things first. Ling Xiao smoothly returned to Dragon Gate and immediately went to the main hall to see Ling Chen. Ling Chen immediately received Ling Xiao. He had heard about Ling Xiao's achievements in the Soul Divine Pond, so he was very happy about what Ling Xiao had done. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao had reached the King God Realm, he was even more surprised. "Good, really good, you have reached the God Realm, huh? This is the first person in our Dragon Gate's 10,000 years to reach the King God Realm at such a fast speed. Ling Xiao, you can be compared to many outstanding characters in history." Ling Chen was very happy to praise Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. "Gate Master, you are too polite, I was just lucky." Ling Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be modest. The truth is in front of me, do you think I can't tell?" After pausing for a while, he continued, "It seems like I need to hold a reward ceremony in a few days. With your Tenbin power, you have already surpassed many of your peers. Our clan will need to rely on you to carry the burden in the future." How old was Ling Xiao? Not to mention 100 years old, he wasn't even 80 years old. With his Tenbin breaking through to the King God Realm, it was the same as having a good god base. In the future, when he wanted to reach the incipient God Realm, he would have an innate advantage over everyone else. Maybe after several thousand years, their Dragon Gate would have another incipient God Realm expert. At that time, their Dragon Gate's position would be even more unshakable. Within the Heavenly Dragon sect, who else would dare to provoke them excessively? Thus, Ling Chen felt that it was necessary to reward Ling Xiao. Only a bastard wouldn't want such a good thing. Ling Xiao wasn't a bastard, so he naturally wouldn't refuse the title that Ling Chen was going to give him. "In a few days you'll be a true inner sect elder of my Dragon Gate. You can't be like before, only enjoying resources and not contributing," said Ling Chen. Ling Xiao understood very well that the development of any force could not do without all sorts of resources. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had acknowledged his ancestry and was a member of Dragon Gate. He hadn't made any contributions yet, so Ling Chen's request was understandable. What do I need to do? Ling Xiao asked. As an inner sect elder, you don't need to hunt holy beasts or search for holy treasures or divine materials. But if you find any divine items, you can provide them to the sect. Of course, the sect won't mistreat you. You can use divine items of the same level to exchange for divine crystals. In addition, you can choose to manage some affairs in the sect, such as commanding troops, leading teams to search for resources. Ling Chen talked incessantly. Ling Xiao thought about it and felt that among all the things that Ling Chen had said, only the exchange of divine items satisfied him. He wasn't too interested in the other things. How about it? Do you have any suitable ones? How about letting you manage some resource extraction? You only need to ask your subordinates to do it. You don't need to do it yourself. If you can contribute, it won't delay your cultivation. The only thing you need to do is to protect the resource industry, said Ling Chen. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Master, I can't do these things. No way, do you just want to enjoy it and not contribute? Ling Chen said unhappily. Ling Xiao said, of course not. As he said that, he took out a pot of Ghost God's Spring and said, Sect Master, I have a pot of Ghost God's Spring here. Does this count as my contribution to the sect? What, you said this is the Ghost God's Spring? Ling Chen said in shock. Of course. Back then, brother told me that there was a divine spring there, so I went to look for it. I didn't think that I would actually get some, otherwise I wouldn't have broken through to the God King realm so quickly. This pot should be enough for 100 people, right? Ling Xiao nodded and said. Contributing such a pot of Ghost God's Spring made Ling Xiao's heart ache. He had experienced a lot of danger to obtain it. Fortunately, he still had a lot in stock, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Ling Chen took Ling Xiao's Ghost God's Spring without any hesitation and said with a smile, Good, good. In all these years, no one has been able to take out the Ghost God's Spring from the Ghost God Pond. Ling Xiao, you should remember this great contribution. With this pot of Ghost God's Spring, you can get a lot of divine crystals, spirit herbs, or pills for cultivation. Dragon Gate was the #1 power, so it naturally had a lot of divine items. However, this Ghost God's Spring could be considered a high-grade divine item, worthy of Ling Chen's praise. Just give me some divine crystals or divine herbs. Ling Xiao replied casually. Well, that's what I should do. When the time comes, I'll let the elders under me evaluate the contribution value, and then I'll have someone send it to your courtyard, Ling Chen said. Then he added, strive to make more contributions so that your position in the sect will be higher. Yes. Ling Xiao replied and was about to leave. However, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Right, if I can refine a saint pill or a divine pill, is this considered a contribution to the sect? Of course it is. Ling Chen replied casually. Suddenly, he looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said, What do you mean by that? Do you know a saint alchemist? Our sect does have a lot of saint alchemists, but if you can rope them in, we can also give them the position of an inner court deacon. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, Why should I rope them in? I'm an alchemist. Ling Chen sized Ling Xiao up and down and burst into laughter, saying, Ha, you're an alchemist? Rank 3 or rank 4 alchemist. I'm afraid that you don't even know alchemy, right? Ling Chen naturally did not believe that Ling Xiao was an alchemist. Even if he was an alchemist, it was also not up to the mark. After all, Ling Xiao could reach Divine King realm at such a young age. He felt that Ling Xiao spent most of his time on cultivation. How could he have the rest of the time to go and refine pills? That was an even more time-consuming occupation. Ling Xiao was unable to explain to him for a moment and could only spread his hands and said, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I think I should be able to become a divine alchemist. When Ling Chen heard Ling Xiao say that he wanted to become a divine alchemist, he was even more incredulous. Ling Xiao could not explain for the time being. He could only change the topic and asked about Xiao Ling's news. Speaking of which, Ling Chen was Xiao Ling's uncle. He naturally knew about the relationship between Xiao Ling and Xianxia. Through Ling Chen's words, Ling Xiao found out that Xiao Ling's parents had already arrived a few months ago to fetch Xiao Ling back to the Profound Sky region. And Xianxia had nothing to do and also returned to the Xiao family to visit relatives. After Ling Xiao understood this fact, he also felt relieved. After leaving the main hall, Ling Xiao immediately returned to his own courtyard. It was just that there was an unexpected guest in his courtyard. "Why are you here?" Ling Xiao looked at the person in his courtyard in astonishment. That person was actually one of the most outstanding direct disciples in the sect, Chang Haoyou. At this moment he had already broken through to the Divine King realm like Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao return, he immediately stood up and looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. Then he bowed to Ling Xiao and said sincerely, "Thank you, Junior Ling Xiao, for saving my life." Ling Xiao did not expect Chang Haoyou to do this. He quickly went over and helped Chang Haoyou up. "Senior Chang, what are you doing?" Chang Haoyou said rather seriously, "If not for you, Junior Ling Xiao, I would have died in the Ghost Divine Pond, and I would not have been able to take another step forward. I, Chang Haoyou, am not talented, but I am willing to follow Junior Brother and help Junior Brother with anything." Back in the Ghost Divine Pond, when Chang Haoyou fought with Yu Yong, he was injured by Yu Yong's origin poison qi. Originally he was already in a dead end, but Ling Xiao helped him block Jiang Huahu's attack and obtain the antidote to cure him. Ling Xiao was indeed Chang Haoyou's benefactor. Chang Haoyou was originally a person who valued friendship. Ling Xiao was able to save his life despite his misunderstanding, so he decided to follow Ling Xiao in the future. Although the two of them were from the same sect and were both outstanding disciples, they had the right to choose to follow someone stronger than them. For example, the dead Lei Xingyang always had a few followers by his side, and they all followed Lei Xingyang's lead. And Chang Haoyou planned to help Ling Xiao from now on. He also believed that Ling Xiao's future achievements would definitely be above all his peers. After all, in the Ghost Divine Pond he had personally witnessed Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength and killing intent. "Senior Brother Chang, please sit down first." Ling Xiao first calmed Chang Haoyou and then he said very seriously, "Senior Brother Chang, you and I are from the same sect and we should help each other. Why do you have to say such things? Aren't you trying to make things difficult for me? Moreover, with Senior Brother's tenbin and strength, you will soon become a pillar of the sect. If you follow me, I'm afraid it will only harm you. Moreover, your master will definitely not agree. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Ever since Ling Xiao began his cultivation, there were many who followed him, but he did not want anyone to be forced to follow him. Moreover, in the entire Sky Dragon district, there were only a few monstrous geniuses like Chang Haoyou who could compare to him. If such a person followed Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to be cautious. Otherwise, Chang Haoyou's master would probably come knocking on his door to demand an explanation. "Junior Brother, you don't have to worry about this. I've already spoken to my master about this. In the future, if your progress is slower than mine, I will naturally leave you. But from now on, I hope to follow you everywhere and repay the kindness you have shown me." Chang Haoyou said very seriously. From his expression, it could be seen that he had made up his mind. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, then Senior Brother should work hard with me in the future. Let's not talk about who is following who. If you have anything to do, you can go at any time. You have your freedom. We are all Senior Brothers." After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, "However, it doesn't seem possible for you to surpass me. You have to be prepared for this first." Chang Haoyou really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so open-minded and magnanimous. He immediately looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and said, "And in the future, if Junior Brother has any orders, Senior Brother will definitely do his best." Don't make it sound so serious. You can choose a room here to stay first. If there's anything in the future, I will try my best to tell you. I have something to do now." Ling Xiao laughed and walked towards the seclusion room. He planned to let Yuro Fei, Sha Tian and Xin Yi cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, and he was going to enter the last level of the Divine Cauldron. Chapter 1168. Yuro Fei and Sha Tian had long since reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and had condensed their divine soul in the Ghost Divine Pond, so they were already qualified to break through to the Demigod King or Divine King realm. As for Xin Yi, he was the same as Ling Xiao, who had reached the Demigod King realm. Ling Xiao only needed to provide them with the Ghost Divine Spring, and they would be able to break through to a higher realm. The three of them originally had nothing to do, but after receiving the Ghost Divine Spring that Ling Xiao had provided, they naturally entered a state of closed-door cultivation. After Ling Xiao arranged for them, he returned to the hall and chatted with Chang Haoyou for a while, then returned to the clan to report. Returning to the clan grounds, those old fellows were overjoyed to see that Ling Xiao's strength had risen by a level and had reached the Divine King realm. They even gathered their clansmen to announce that Ling Xiao had become a divine king, and celebrated for 3 days. After all, every divine king was what the various great powers needed the most, and not everyone had the ability to break through this heaven cushion. As the fastest monster to break through to the divine king realm in 10,000 years, Ling Xiao naturally had to be taken seriously. After the celebration, Patriarch Ling Bo summoned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I have already sent the dragon bones and dragon tendons you need to the outer sect. Your weapon has also been upgraded. Have you gone to retrieve it? Ling Bo asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I haven't gone to retrieve it yet. I'll go again in a few days. Ling Bo revealed a complicated expression and replied softly, No wonder. What's wrong? Could it be that the level of advancement is not high? Or did something happen? Ling Xiao asked. There is a situation, but you will know when you return to the outer sect. You are already a divine king now, so you should settle this yourself. Ling Bo replied. Then he changed the topic. Your strength is different now. As a member of our Golden Dragon clan, you can have a Flood Dragon Sacred Beast for protection. You can give up your previous Sacred Beast for protection. Just a Flood Dragon Spirit Beast? Are there no true Dragon Divine Beasts to choose from? Ling Xiao asked. What do you take dragons for? It's already very impressive to have a dragon sacred beast. If you want a true dragon mythological beast, it's not impossible, but you have to rely on yourself to communicate with the dragons. However, they are naturally arrogant, so it's impossible for them to surrender. It's already good enough that they can get along with you as equals. Ling Bo said snappily. Then forget it. I really don't fancy anyone who hasn't reached the level of a divine beast. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. The dragons were the holy beasts closest to the true dragons. However, Ling Xiao had once had 2 holy beasts following him. He really wouldn't give up on the Golden Wolf King for the sake of the Flood Dragon. After all, the Golden Wolf King was a mutated spirit beast, and its potential was not much less than that of the Flood Dragon. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao planned to release it, the Liger Beast and the Dragon Horse, so that they could grow up in the dragon-gazing mountain range. They could no longer keep up with the speed of his advancement and had temporarily become a burden. Although he had been providing them with beast cores all these years, they needed to digest and absorb them step by step. How could they level up as quickly as he did? You brat. Ling Bo laughed bitterly, then said, Do you know that only a few people in the clan can obtain the approval of the dragons and have a true dragon mythological beast following them? I really don't know what to say about you. Patriarch, don't worry. I have a plan in mind. My protective spirit beast is fine. Ling Xiao replied. Then after they chatted for a while, Ling Xiao said his goodbyes. Ling Xiao had already advanced to the Divine King realm. He could choose an uninhabited mountain peak in this majestic mountain range as his territory. If there was no urgent matter, others would definitely not be able to easily set foot on it. After Ling Xiao chose a mountain peak, he released his 3 great spirit beasts. The strongest was still the Liger Beast, which had already reached the middle stage of the Stage 9. The Golden Wolf King was at the low stage of the Stage 9, and the Dragon Horse was a bit weaker, only at the middle stage of the Stage 8. Before they reached the 10th order, Ling Xiao did not plan to bring them with him for the time being. Ling Xiao specially opened a cave that belonged to him alone. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao had specially used stone materials to decorate it, making it different from the cave that was temporarily opened in the past. In addition, he had also set up many restrictions. Some were warning restrictions while others were concealment restrictions. He was not worried that someone would disturb him, but he was afraid that the phenomenon that he was about to create would destroy this place. That would be a waste of his efforts. This was because from today onwards he would have to go into seclusion to refine pills for a period of time to recover his alchemy skills that he had neglected for 3 to 4 years. After doing all this, Ling Xiao did not immediately start refining pills. Instead, he entered the medicine cauldron and prepared to enter the last level to obtain the inheritance of the divine alchemist. Only in this way could he better reach the realm of a divine alchemist. Greetings, esteemed master. Obsidian appeared in front of Ling Xiao respectfully and bowed. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to this deceiving guy and went straight to the last barrier. As long as he passed this level, he would receive all the inheritance of the divine alchemist. He could not hide the excitement in his heart. In the past, those barriers were destroyed by Ling Xiao with a punch. This time was no exception. He gathered his strength and blasted towards the glowing door. Boom! The powerful force collided with it and made a deafening sound. Ling Xiao was already a god king, but he did not break the door under his full force. Instead, he was thrown far away by a terrifying force, almost causing him to bleed. F***ck, what's going on? Ling Xiao cursed. His words were naturally directed at Obsidian. Obsidian immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Master, you're still as rude as ever. Didn't I tell you long ago that you only need to use your mind to penetrate here and you can enter the last level?" Ling Xiao's face was full of black lines and he cursed. This bastard, he knew it was going to be like this, but he didn't say it earlier. However, when he entered the third level, Obsidian did have such a reminder. However, he felt that he could use force to break it, so he did not take this matter seriously. Unexpectedly, this time he reached the God King realm, but he could not open it, which really made him depressed. Ling Xiao did not speak to Obsidian, and his soul power overflowed towards the door. However, he found that the door still could not open, and his soul power was completely excluded. Ling Xiao could not help but shout at Obsidian, "What's going on? I can't even open it." Obsidian said, "Master, you used soul power just now, not mind power. Do you know what mind power is?" The kind of reaction. Obsidian showed a very patient look to Ling Xiao and explained endlessly. Ling Xiao almost collapsed and he silently said in his heart, "Open the door." Just like that, the door was opened. Ling Xiao patted his forehead, ignored Obsidian who was still talking and flew inside. "Congratulations, you are the first person to enter the last level and obtain my inheritance. In the future, you will be the disciple of my first-generation medicine god, and my inheritance will also be inherited by you. In the future, carry forward the art of alchemy and bring glory to my family." The medicine god's voice resounded mightily in this level. As soon as Ling Xiao stood firm, a massive power immediately rushed into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to digest the medicine god's last memory inheritance. This memory inheritance contained the most primitive alchemy techniques, the most perfect pill recipes, and the most vast knowledge of divine herbs. All of this was all-encompassing, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to digest it in a short time. He finally understood that the medicine god was worthy of being the first master of the obsidian cauldron. He was the most powerful alchemist in ancient times, and it could be said that he was the originator of alchemy. For him to be able to obtain these inheritances, it was equivalent to the medicine god's rebirth, and he passed on all his alchemy techniques to Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao continued to practice alchemy, he would definitely become the most powerful alchemist in the future. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, his dragon eyes were already full of incomparable confidence. With his current strength, he only needed to practice for a period of time, and he would definitely be able to refine a real divine pill. Ling Xiao began to look at the space on the last level. His face instantly showed an incomparably moved expression. The source power here is so abundant. The power of this level of space was different from any other level. Layers of 7-colored light power were constantly flowing here. This place was actually filled with all kinds of source energy, the purest power that even the God King had to absorb and refine. On top of a medicinal field, all sorts of divine grasses were planted. Walking in front of these divine grasses, with just a sniff, Ling Xiao felt as if he was about to ascend, and his strength seemed to have increased in the span of a breath. That's right, how can there not be a supply of source energy to grow all kinds of divine grasses? This divine medicine is truly miraculous. I really wonder if the other 8 cauldrons will have the same effect. Ling Xiao sighed. 9 divine cauldrons, and the obsidian cauldron was only ranked 5th. He wondered how powerful the other 8 divine cauldrons were. Ling Xiao did not continue to investigate. What he was most concerned about was his own situation. As long as he reached the level of divine alchemist, his status would rise along with it. At that time, he would also be able to contribute to the clan and the outer sect, and he wouldn't have to do any missions. He must be very busy. Ling Xiao withdrew from the medicinal cauldron and began to refine pills. He was not in a hurry to refine divine pellets. Instead, he first refined a few holy pellets to recover the feeling of refining pills and perfect his technique. He must have been abandoned for a period of time, so he had to find that feeling again. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ling Xiao had already recovered the feeling of refining pills, and he could finally try to refine divine pellets. Refining divine pellets was not as simple as refining other grade pellets. The divine grass required for every divine pellet was extremely precious, and it also required the source of energy as a medicinal catalyst. In addition, one had to inject their own divine power, and when condensing the pellet, one had to fuse the source of energy into it. Just based on the last condition, it was the reason why Ling Xiao was unable to refine divine pellets when he was in the Holy Emperor realm. This was because at that time he did not have any divine power to pour in, nor was he able to instantly condense more source energy. Now it was different. He already possessed divine power and could instantly gather source energy. All the conditions were met. Ling Xiao calmed himself down and immediately entered the state of mind, starting to refine the divine pellet. If he succeeded this time, his identity would once again undergo a different change. Chapter 1169. In a cave abode on a mountain peak of the Kim people, a young man's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind as he casually waved his palms. Streams of purple flames pounced onto his cauldron like dragons, and many spiritual herbs floated above the cauldron. As the flames flickered, every single stalk of spiritual herb was steamed and condensed into essence that fell into the cauldron. The young man waved his palms at times fast and at times slow, with a kind of rhythm looking quite like a grandmaster. Before long, waves of medicinal fragrance filled the cave abode, making people feel intoxicated. After all the spiritual herbs were extracted, a beast core with vigorous energy was thrown into the cauldron. The flames between the young man's palms started to surge, and an imperceptible power also leaked out from between his brows. The flames and soul power worked together to disintegrate and refine the power of this beast core. However, this beast core's power was extremely immense, and even with two simultaneous efforts, it still required quite a lot of time to completely refine it. After the spiritual herbs and the power of the beast core were refined, the young man confined their powers in the cauldron, not letting them leak out. The process of refining the pill was similar, and the only difference was the final moment of condensing the pill. The young man added a type of divine source item and forced out his divine power. He then gathered the surrounding source energy and condensed it into the cauldron at the same time. The three types of powers started to fuse with the two different powers in the cauldron. Powerful powers were pressed together in the cauldron, and the power produced was terrifying. At the same time, there were waves of intoxicating medicinal fragrance that spread everywhere, making one's mouth water. At this moment, the young man looked rather strained. He pressed his palms against the cauldron and continuously formed profound palm prints, pressing these powers together and making them fuse as quickly as possible. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a powerful force spread out from the cauldron. Even though the young man had the power of a divine king, he was still pushed back several steps by this force before he could stabilize himself. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance flashed in the cauldron, and the enchanting splendor soared into the sky. At the same time, an expanse of azure light suddenly flickered in the sky outside the mountain. Expanse after expanse of azure light surged, and it illuminated an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers beautifully. In the Kim people's territory, all the people and spirit beasts were shocked by the sudden phenomenon. What's going on? Why was there suddenly a strange phenomenon? Could it be that someone had broken through? But this doesn't seem like a phenomenon brought about by a breakthrough. Whose territory is that direction? I don't think anyone has occupied it before. Should we go and take a look? Perhaps some elder is setting up some sort of formation over there. Let's just wait here for the results. I'm sure that the patriarch and the others will give us an answer. I think it's a phenomenon caused by an alchemist condensing a pill. But it's impossible for our clan to have an alchemist. How strange. The people of Kim people all looked at this strange phenomenon with surprise on their faces and whispered to each other. Although they were all very curious, no one was impulsive and no one went over to see what was going on. This was because they were all sure that this was caused by someone in their clan. When the time came, someone would naturally find out and give them an explanation. Sure enough, a few figures swept toward the direction of the mountain from one direction. Those people were the Patriarch Ling Bo, the Great Elder Ling Qiu, and a few other elders. This seems to be the territory that Ling Xiao chose, right? What is he doing? Why is he making such a big noise? Ling Qiu said in confusion. Ling Bo's face was full of excitement as he guessed. Could it be that this little guy is refining a pill? Ling Zhao's great-grandfather Ling Wei said in surprise. This is indeed a phenomenon of refining a divine pill. But what does it have to do with that kid? You don't think that he refined it himself, do you? That's hard to say. This kid cultivates 5 attributes at the same time, and one of them is the fire attribute. Maybe he really knows how to refine pills? Ling Bo said. That's what you say, but you also know that the kid cultivates 5 different elements at the same time. He's a god king before he's even 100 years old, and it's not like he possesses the chaotic body. That's already a miracle. Do you really think it's possible for him to find time to learn alchemy? The Grand Elder Ling Qiu countered. Ling Bo's old face turned red, and only then did he know that it seemed to be wishful thinking. Stop arguing. When this kid comes out we will know the situation. Maybe he obtained some rare divine item. Ling Wei said. After half a day the phenomenon finally dispersed. Ling Xiao also walked out of the cave, although he looked a little messy. He looked at the patriarch and elders around him and knew that the phenomenon just now had attracted their attention. Patriarch, elders, you're all here. Ling Xiao rubbed the bridge of his nose with a smile. What are you doing, kid? You actually caused the phenomenon to appear. Ling Qiu asked impatiently. The others also looked curiously at Ling Xiao, waiting for his reply. Ling Xiao said, if I said I was refining a divine pill, would you believe me? Do you think we'd believe you? How old are you? You're not even 70 yet. Even if you've learned alchemy, it's already not bad if you're a 3rd or 4th rank alchemist. Refining a divine pill? Ling Qiu said in disbelief. Just as he had said, even if Ling Xiao had been born in his mother's womb and learned alchemy, it was impossible for him to reach the God King realm and immediately become a divine alchemist at the same time. Ling Xiao was also too lazy to explain. A cyan round medicinal pill appeared in his hand. The medicinal pill emitted bursts of cyan divine light, and there was even a strong medicinal fragrance wafting for thousands of miles, making people have an impulse to immediately swallow it. This is the most ordinary healing divine pill that I just refined. This is the obsidian cauldron that I used to refine pills. I found it in the family's storage back then. Ling Xiao said as he changed the medicinal cauldron back to its original appearance, showing it in front of everyone. Obsidian cauldron. The several elders present exclaimed at the same time. Their old eyes looked at the divine cauldron emitting bursts of intense divine light, scaring Ling Xiao to the point of being a little embarrassed. Ling Wei said excitedly, that's right, this is definitely the obsidian cauldron. Back then, old ancestor fought with the Devil Tiger clan's old undying for it. I didn't expect it to actually fall into your hands. This is heaven's will. Heaven is really blessing us, Kim people. When Ling Xiao was acknowledging his ancestors, he had heard them talk about his ancestor. Originally, he had wanted to tell them about the obsidian cauldron, but he was a little worried and felt that the timing was not right. Until now, he had completely integrated into the clan's life and realized that they did not treat him as an outsider. He believed that they would not have any designs on the divine cauldron. After all, the direct descendants of Kim people could only be of the metal attribute and could not refine pills. As for the other attributes, they would all be arranged to go outside the Dragon Gate. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others also nodded in agreement with Ling Wei's words, their faces filled with joy. However, Ling Qiu still did not believe it and asked, even if you have the obsidian cauldron, you can't be a godly alchemist, right? Ling Xiao laughed dryly. Actually, I have been quite experienced in the art of alchemy since I was young. As my strength grew stronger, my alchemy skills did not fall behind, and I just refined my first divine pellet. Of course, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. How about this? If you refine another divine pellet in front of us, we will believe you. Ling Qiu probed. Ling Bo said from the side, the art of alchemy requires concentration and cannot be distracted or disturbed. Moreover, Ling Xiao has just been promoted to a godly alchemist. How can he immediately refine another divine pellet? Don't make things difficult for him. That's right, alchemy is not an ordinary matter. I heard that it's already pretty good for an alchemist to have a 1/3 success rate. Ling Wei sighed from the side. Ling Xiao knew that they still did not believe his words. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to show them his skills. The reason why he did this was to raise his status and obtain more resources. At the same time, he also wanted to do something for the clan that he could do. However, Ling Xiao did not just let them know that it was enough. He planned to publicly refine pills in the clan and let everyone in the clan know his identity as a godly alchemist. This might be more convincing. 2 days later, in a martial arts practice field in the clan, Ling Xiao once again refined a divine pellet. The spirit herbs, beast cores and origin items needed for the pellet were all provided by the clan. This time the pill refining was of great significance. Many of the clansmen outside the Dragon Gate were summoned back, including the sect leader Ling Qin, the fifth commander Ling Fei, and several direct descendants of the Dragon Gate. Before the pill refining even started, Kim people's people had already gathered around. Big brother, what's going on? How did Ling Xiao suddenly become a godly alchemist? Ling Fei asked Ling Qin. Ling Qin smiled bitterly. You ask me, who should I ask? He thought to himself, this kid can't be serious, right? He actually let the patriarch gather everyone back. If he can't refine the pill, he will destroy himself. The surrounding Kim people were also discussing this matter. I heard that Granduncle Ling Xiao is going to publicly refine a divine pellet. Doesn't that mean he is a godly alchemist? Could it be that Granduncle Ling Xiao is a branch disciple? Impossible. Granduncle Ling Xiao has already been confirmed to have the richest bloodline in our clan. He condensed a true dragon's battle chi. The reason why he can refine pills should be because he also cultivates the fire attribute. How old is Granduncle Ling Xiao? I heard that he has already reached the God King realm, and now he has become a godly alchemist. Is he still human? Maybe Granduncle Ling Xiao is just joking. How could he be a godly alchemist? That's hard to say. 2 days ago we saw the phenomenon of the divine pill. Amidst the discussions of the clansmen, Ling Xiao walked to the center of the training field dressed in an alchemist's attire. His expression was cold and full of confidence as he looked around at the crowd. Immediately after, an ancient cauldron appeared in front of him, and many spirit herbs began to float above the cauldron. Ling Xiao let out a light shout and a raging flame appeared between his palms, burning towards the cauldron. Seeing Ling Xiao's skilled alchemy skills, the people of Kim people began to believe that Ling Xiao was really an alchemist. And today they had finally witnessed the birth of the first direct descendant of the godly alchemist. Chapter 1170. Ling Xiao received the medicine god's inheritance and the soul-controlling knack that increased his soul power, which gave him an incomparable advantage when it came to alchemy. Moreover, he had an extremely high tenbin of alchemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to level up so smoothly all these years. That day, Ling Xiao was focused in front of everyone. It seemed like he only had eyes for the cauldron and the materials in front of him. He completely ignored the people around him. His movements were smooth and casual. His clothes were fluttering in the wind and the fire was raging. He had the awe-inspiring aura of a master. After 3 days, Ling Xiao refined a metal element divine elixir without any difficulty. When the elixir was done, there were golden lights and it looked like a golden dragon was flying out of the sky. The people of the Kim people exclaimed in surprise. The divine elixir was of the highest quality. Ling Xiao's golden blood was added to it, which contained the blood of dragons. The divine elixir was called the God King elixir. It was a metal element divine elixir. It was definitely the best elixir for a metal element demigod king. It could help them step into the God King level, and at the same time it could increase the God King level by 1 level. However, the materials required for every single God King pill were extremely precious and rare. Gathering a set of materials was not something that could be achieved by regular organizations. Only an old force like the Kim people could provide such materials so easily. Ling Xiao made the divine elixir in one go. Everyone in the clan cheered for him. He became the first alchemist of the Kim people and he was a miracle medicine master. His status in the clan skyrocketed and he was on par with Ling Qin, the leader. Everyone knew that a miracle medicine master was one of the most honorable people on the continent. With this identity, Ling Xiao could travel freely in the heaven realm. He didn't need to worry about the Xian crystals or divine crystals needed to pass the space formation or the space gate. I really didn't think that. How did this kid do it? Throughout history, other than the primordial era, who could reach God King before the age of 100 like him? Moreover, he's also a divine apothecary. Hey, we've really found a monster. Ling Qiu said with great joy. Ling Bo also nodded repeatedly and said, yes, I didn't expect that such an amazing genius would appear in that ancestor's bloodline. There is hope for our clan to rise to glory again. Ling Wei couldn't stop stroking his white beard, grinning from ear to ear. Ling Xiao and him were of the same bloodline. Ling Xiao's achievements were their achievements. How could they not be happy? Ling Fei, who was at the side, laughed and said, Big brother, this is great. Our clan finally has a divine alchemist. Now those guys in the sect won't dare to be so arrogant. Damn, they always think that we are always begging them. Now it's great. Little brother Xiao is a genuine divine alchemist. In the future when we need divine pills, we don't need to look at those guys' faces anymore. How many miracle medicine masters were there in the heaven realm? Don't think that there were many. For example, there were only 5 miracle medicine masters in the Dragon Gate. For example, there were only 2 in the Blazing Flame Merchants. This showed how rare miracle medicine masters were. In the Dragon Gate there were 3 miracle medicine masters. Although 2 miracle medicine masters were like the Kim people, there was a certain gap between their alchemy level and the other 3 miracle medicine masters. Once they reached the God King realm, ordinary medicinal pills were useless to them. Only divine-grade medicinal pills were effective. Therefore Ling Fei and the other divine kings often asked miracle medicine masters to refine pills for them. On the other hand, the 3 godly apothecaries were inclined towards the god system, so they gave them quite a bit of face. Moreover, they required a lot of ingredients. This made Ling Fei very angry, but it was not good for him to flip out. After all, it was not easy to find a godly alchemist. Losing even one godly alchemist was not something the Heavenly Dragon sect could afford. Who asked the Heavenly Dragon sect to be so powerful? Without a godly alchemist, how could they survive? Now that Ling Xiao had become a miracle medicine master, and the only direct descendant of the Kim people, how could this not make Ling Fei happy? Ling Chen revealed a complicated smile and said, "This brat really? I really don't know what to say about him. When he returned to the sect a few days ago he told me about it. At that time I thought he was bragging, but I didn't expect him to really be a miracle medicine master. This is truly a monster, abnormal brat." He already told you? Ling Fei asked in surprise. Ling Chen nodded his head and said, "Yes, but look at how old he is. Which one of the miracle medicine masters in our sect hasn't lived for more than 10,000 years? Who would have thought that a miracle medicine master who isn't even 100 years old would suddenly appear? Do you think I would believe it?" Ling Fei thought for a moment and said, "That's true. If I hadn't already secretly checked that his divine soul wasn't reincarnated, I would have thought that he wasn't one of our Kim people's people." Ling Xiao followed Ling Bo and the others back to the conference hall. Ling Xiao accepted the elders' commendation. They looked at him like a peerless beauty, their eyes glowing as if they wanted to strip him naked and look at him. "I say, don't look at me like that, I'm not interested in old men," Ling Xiao said very seriously. As soon as he said this, a large number of people in the conference hall fell to the ground. Ling Bo laughed and said, "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a genuine miracle medicine master. In the future the divine pills in the clan will be entrusted to you. But don't worry, we will not treat you unfairly. That's right, those brats below are getting worse with each generation. If we don't prepare some pills for them we won't be at ease. Ling Xiao, you have to suffer a little. Capable people do more work." Ling Qiu also agreed. Ling Wei was a little concerned. Won't this affect his cultivation? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately fell silent. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's cultivation 10 bin. Naturally, they hoped that Ling Xiao would reach a higher realm one day. Only then would the Kim people continue to prosper. However, if they gave Ling Xiao a large number of alchemy tasks, it would definitely delay his cultivation time. This made it difficult for them to make a decision. "I think this matter should be decided by Ling Xiao himself. I believe he has his own plans," Ling Chen said. Since Ling Xiao had revealed his identity, it proved that he definitely had his own ideas. Otherwise, why didn't he keep it hidden all this time? As the head of a great clan, Ling Chen's insight was quite good. Everyone's eyes focused on Ling Xiao, waiting for his answer. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I am an alchemist and alchemy is my profession. However, I don't have too much time to spend on alchemy every day. If the patriarch and elders can trust me, I will naturally do what I can for the clan. However, I also need to cultivate normally and there are some things that I have to do. You should understand this. I can only promise everyone that I will refine more pills for the clan when I have time. As for the specific quantity, I can't guarantee. Of course, all the materials will still be provided by the clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered a loss." The reason why Ling Xiao revealed his identity was to raise his status, and also because he needed more resources. Only in this way he wouldn't need to look for resources everywhere. Only then could he have more resources to squander. Of course, it was impossible for him to become a full-time alchemist. He would still focus on cultivation. As long as his strength continued to improve, his alchemy skills would also improve. Ling Bo pondered for a moment and said, Ling Xiao is right. Even though he is a godly alchemist, he still needs to focus on cultivation and alchemy as a supplement. I think we should do as he says. We will give him a list of the pills we need and then give him the materials. When he has time, he can refine them and give them to us. What does everyone think? After Ling Bo said so, no one else had any objections. At this time, Ling Qiu opened his mouth and said, Since Ling Xiao is a godly alchemist, his status and treatment in the outer sect must be raised by a level. In addition, we must send more protector elders to protect him. We must not let anyone hurt him. Ling Qin immediately said, Great Elder, don't worry. When Brother Xiao returns to the outer sect, I will immediately hold a conferment ceremony and make Brother Xiao a senior elder of the inner sect. In addition, I will send more people to protect him. The conferment ceremony should be held, but the person who protects him must be a member of our clan. I don't trust anyone else. Ling Qiu said generously. Yes, Great Elder. I know what to do. Ling Qin said respectfully. All right, let's disperse. Let's see what elixirs we need and quickly prepare the list and materials for Ling Xiao, Ling Bo said. Many people dispersed, but none of them forgot to congratulate Ling Xiao. When most of the people had left, only Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and a few others were left in the meeting hall. Ling Bo solemnly said to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, now that your identity is different, what do you need? As the patriarch, I promise you on behalf of everyone, even if you want the Golden Dragon Divine Beast, it's not impossible. Golden Dragon Divine Beast, is that okay? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together, revealing a fanatical expression. Although Ling Xiao was fortunate enough to have a Qilin Divine Beast as a brother and cultivated a peerless true dragon like Dragon Girl, who would dislike the existence of a divine beast? This will depend on your ability. No one else can help you. I can only let you stroll around the Golden Dragon clan's territory. Whether or not the divine beast will take a liking to you depends on your ability. However, you can't use force or else we won't be able to protect you. Ling Bo laughed. Okay, then I'll go to the Golden Dragon clan's territory and be satisfied. Ling Xiao agreed excitedly. Well, I can promise you this, Ling Bo said. Then he said seriously, You are now a divine apothecary, you can't do anything impulsively. No matter what happens, you have us old fellows to back you up, understand? Ling Qiu and Ling Wei also expressed that if anyone dared to bully him, these old fellows wouldn't mind personally taking action. Hearing their words, Ling Xiao felt a warm current flowing through his heart. He thought to himself, in the future I will definitely do more things for the clan. Ling Qin looked at Ling Xiao with envy. As the sect master, he didn't seem to have received any promises from these old fellows. It was not easy to enter the Golden Dragon clan's territory. Ling Bo still needed to go and negotiate with the Golden Dragon. Ling Xiao first followed Ling Qin and Ling Fei back to the Dragon Gate to hold the ceremony. Chapter 1171. Holding a bestowment ceremony was not something that could be done immediately. Now that Ling Xiao's identity was different, this ceremony could not be taken lightly. Therefore, Ling Qin told Ling Xiao that the ceremony would be held in 5 days on the main peak's martial arts stage. He wanted to announce Ling Xiao's glory to Dragon Gate, letting everyone know that Ling Xiao was the most outstanding genius of Dragon Gate in the last 10,000 years, a rising star who could stand shoulder to shoulder with historical figures. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Xiao rushed to Artifact Refining Pavilion and asked Zhang Meng for his Golden Dragon Spear. Previously, he had learned from the Patriarch that Zhang Meng had already sent dragon bones and dragon tendons to upgrade the Golden Dragon Spear. Of course, both of his weapons had been recast by Zhang Meng, so Ling Xiao did not intend to mistreat him. He wanted to see how he could compensate him. After all, any divine artifact master or divine alchemist was a highly revered existence. Ling Xiao did not think he had the qualifications to ask someone to do things for him for free. Ling Xiao brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to Artifact Refining Pavilion to find Zhang Meng. Greetings, Elder Zhang. I heard that my Golden Dragon Spear has been recast. I've troubled you, this is just a small token of my respect, Ling Xiao said politely before taking out a space ring and handing it to Zhang Meng. There were 500 billion divine crystals in this space ring, which could be considered a small reward. Unexpectedly, Zhang Meng did not accept Ling Xiao's divine crystals and instead showed a bitter expression. Ling Xiao, I can't accept your reward. Ling Xiao replied, Elder Zhang, this is what you deserve. Could it be that you think it's too little? No, you've misunderstood. Actually, I'm sorry. Zhang Meng repeatedly replied with a guilty look on his face. Ling Xiao frowned and said, could it be that Elder Zhang has no way to reforge the golden dragon spear? If that's the case, then forget it. I have no intention of blaming you. Zhang Meng hesitated for a moment, then sighed heavily and said, no, your golden dragon spear has been reforged. Moreover, it's the first time I've forged a high-level god weapon. It has a terrifying dragon chi that increases your attack power. It's just that. At this point, Zhang Meng seemed to find it difficult to speak. Ling Xiao realized that the situation might have changed. He asked in a low voice, Elder Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Meng sighed and said, how about you forget about your golden dragon spear? I have quite a few god weapons here and there are 1 or 2 treasures with divine power. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Ling Xiao said unhappily, Elder Zhang, what's going on? Explain it to me clearly. Otherwise, I'll have to find the sect leader to explain it to me personally. He and the golden dragon spear had already reached the realm of being one with the weapon. As long as he continued to fight with it in the future and fed it some blood essence, its artifact soul would definitely be able to develop intelligence. At that time, it would become an ancient god artifact, and its power would be many times stronger than an ordinary divine artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the patriarch to ask for the dragon bones and dragon tendons to recast. Now, this Zhang Meng actually told him to give up on the golden dragon spear. He definitely couldn't let this matter go just like that. Even if you make a fuss to the sect leader, I'm afraid it won't end well. Zhang Meng shook his head lightly. What the hell is going on? Could it be that there's someone above the sect leader? Ling Xiao said sternly. Alright, listen to me. This matter started half a year ago. Zhang Meng began to tell Ling Xiao the whole story. After Zhang Meng obtained the dragon bones and dragon tendons, he began to recast the golden dragon spear. This golden dragon spear had long since been baptized by a large amount of dragon blood, and it could be said that a dragon soul had already been condensed within it. It was just that it wasn't obvious yet. Now that it had been recast with the dragon bones and dragon tendons, its grade had instantly risen to a peak level, and the dragon soul within it had finally been stimulated, producing a terrifying phenomenon that alarmed many people in the sect. It was also because of this that some of the other elders rushed over to ask what was going on. Zhang Meng was momentarily pleased with himself. This was the first time he had forged a high-grade divine artifact, so he immediately took out the golden dragon spear to show off to everyone. As a result, there were many people fighting for this golden dragon spear. Zhang Meng naturally refused to give it to them. After all, this was Ling Xiao's divine artifact and he had no right to make the decision. Ling Xiao was a member of the inner clan, and Zhang Meng was a divine artifact master loyal to the Kim people. Ordinary elders really didn't have the qualifications to take his things by force. However, there was someone who brazenly ordered Zhang Meng to take out the golden dragon spear, and Zhang Meng had no choice but to obey. Therefore, the golden dragon spear was no longer in Zhang Meng's hands. What, the golden dragon spear is no longer in your hands? Ling Xiao said angrily. Zhang Meng nodded guiltily and said, that's right. Ling Xiao roared, Elder Zhang, I hope you can give me an explanation. Who was the one who dared to steal my golden dragon spear? Doesn't he know that my blood essence is already in the golden dragon spear? Even if he had it, he wouldn't be able to display its true power. Of course I know that, so he took the golden dragon spear and waited for you to find him. When the time comes, he will naturally have a way to use it. Zhang Meng replied. I understand. Could it be that he wants to openly kill me? Ling Xiao sneered, then asked, can you tell me who that person is now? I want to see if Dragon Gate is already his world. Zhang Meng sighed. He isn't that bold. Perhaps he only needs a bit of your blood essence to forcefully erase your imprint. Then he said, that person is the second commander of the Dragon Team, Fong Bu. The Dragon Team was the most elite battle team in Dragon Gate. Each of them had the strength of a god king, and each commander was especially powerful. For example, Ling Fei was the fifth commander of the Dragon Team and was in charge of a group of dragon cavalry. He had the strength of a peak god king and was ranked among the Senjin of Goguryeo. Fang Bu was the second commander and was in charge of even more dragon cavalry than Ling Fei. He was also a terrifying existence within the top 100 of the Sanjin of Goguryeo. Of course, there was another reason why he dared to disrespect a divine toolmaster like Zhang Meng. He was a member of the Divine Body faction, and his teacher was one of the guardian elders of the gate. He was one of the strongest people in the gate. The guardian elders were at the incipient god realm and had the supreme status in the dragon gate. Even the gate master had to treat them with respect. Zhang Meng didn't dare to offend his teacher, so he could only let him take the golden dragon spear. As the gate master, Ling Chen also knew about this and had reported it to the patriarch. However, this was related to the balance between the two factions. They hadn't made a decision yet. Now that Ling Xiao was back, everything depended on his decision. Fang Bu, I'm going to find him and see if he can really kill me and take my golden dragon's spear. Ling Xiao said indignantly, then turned around and left. Zhang Meng wanted to persuade him, but he didn't say anything. Young master, I think we shouldn't act rashly. Kong Wen tried to persuade him. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Kong Wen with dissatisfaction. You mean I should swallow my anger? Kong Wen waved his hand. No, I mean it's better to let the gate master handle it. Fang Bu is famous for being unreasonable. Kong Wu also said, yeah, he's a disciple of the guardian elders. He's always been overbearing to others. He doesn't even give face to the gate master. It seems that some people really think that the dragon gate is under their control. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He really didn't expect the other party to be such a person. Even though he had broken through to the Divine King realm, if he were to fight with the Sanjin of Goguryeo, he was afraid that he would lose more than he would win. Even if he used soul attacks, he might not be able to do anything to the other party. However, he wouldn't let it go just like that. It seemed that he had to find some helpers. Although Ling Xiao couldn't take this lying down, he wasn't an impulsive person. He immediately found Ling Fei. This matter required his help. If he went to the gate master Ling Chen, it would be too kind to Fang Bu. Ling Fei didn't feel surprised when he saw Ling Xiao. He immediately smiled and greeted him. I knew you would come find me. Brother, it seems that you know everything? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, there aren't many things in the gate that can hide from my eyes and ears. Ling Fei replied. Really? Then why don't you seek justice for my brother? Do you really need the gate master to come forward? Ling Xiao asked discontentedly. After listening, Ling Fei showed a look of indignation. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. Truly, I can't do anything about this. Ling Xiao stared at Ling Fei. He really didn't understand what he couldn't solve in the Dragon Gate. Even if he was a little stronger than him, he shouldn't be indifferent when his brother's things were robbed by others. Alas, in fact, I was too impulsive in the past. If I hadn't lost to him by one move, I would have killed him and burst his balls. Ling Fei sighed unwillingly. Then Ling Fei told him about the grievances between him and Fang Bu. It turned out that he and Fang Bu were fellow apprentices of the same generation. Their tenbin and combat strength were almost the same. All along, the two had been secretly competing with each other. No one had lost to the other. They were evenly matched. When both of them entered the Divine King realm, the two of them agreed to fight again. If one of them lost this battle, then they would have to let the other go in the future. In the end, in that battle, Ling Fei was defeated by half a move. Up until now, he had always fulfilled his promise. He had never crossed paths with Fang Bu. Instead, every time he met Fang Bu, he would be ridiculed and ridiculed. Although Ling Fei had always wanted to regain his face, he planned to fight Fang Bu again. But for so many years, Fang Bu had never accepted the challenge. After all, Ling Fei had already lost back then. If he didn't accept the challenge, there was nothing he could do. Then you mean to say that my golden dragon spear should just be let go? Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Ling Fei said with a gloomy face, naturally, it's impossible to just let it go. It's just that if I step forward, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. Looks like I have to step forward myself. I don't believe that guy can be so thick-skinned as to ask for my golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao said, then turned around to find Fang Bu. Chapter 1172. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave, Ling Fei gritted his teeth and chased after him. Brother, I'll go with you. Even if I have to throw away my old face, I'll get justice for you. Ling Fei had been suffering for many years and he didn't want to endure it anymore. This time he had to support Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. This is my brother. Us brothers are united and we're sharp enough to cut through metal. Even if the first elder comes out, we'll kick his balls." Ling Xiao was instantly happy and he hooked his arm around Ling Fei's shoulder. Ling Fei was excited when he heard that. "Yes, us brothers are united and we're sharp enough to cut through metal. Do you think I'll be afraid of him playing any tricks?" Ling Fei replied heroically. Therefore the two of them rushed to Fang Buer's territory. Fang Buer had a high status in the sect and like Ling Fei he had his own mountain peak. After Ling Xiao and Ling Fei arrived they were immediately stopped. "So it's Commander Ling Fei. May I know why you're here?" Those people obviously knew Ling Fei. One of them stepped forward and asked with a sneer in his eyes. "Hurry up and find Fang Buer. I have something to tell him today." Ling Fei shouted impolitely. "This person, our commander, is currently in seclusion, and it's not convenient for him to meet guests." The man hesitated for a moment before replying. "Is that so? Then I'll go find him directly." Ling Fei responded and wanted to enter Fang Buer's residence with Ling Xiao. "Commander Ling Fei, it's not good for you to barge in like this. My elder has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb him except for important matters in the sect." The man stepped forward again to stop them. Ling Fei shouted, "Get out of my way." Then he unleashed his aura and forced the man back. The others immediately surrounded Ling Fei and Ling Xiao. Ling Fei looked at these people and shouted, "Could it be that you don't put this commander in your eyes?" These people didn't say anything, but they didn't give way either. Clearly they didn't care about Ling Fei at all. Just as Ling Fei was about to make another move to force these people away, a hearty laughter came from the pavilion. "I was wondering who was so bold as to barge into my territory. So it's you, Ling Fei. How strange. You actually have the guts to come see me. Have you forgotten about the bet?" A few figures rushed out of the pavilion, and the one in the lead didn't conceal his terrifying aura at all. No one dared to look at him directly. He looked like a middle-aged man with a square, wide face and thick eyebrows. He wore a golden robe and had a sturdy figure. He gave off an extremely domineering aura, and every move he made would cause others to feel indescribably shocked. He was the second commander of the dragon team, Fang Buer, a peak divine king. I've challenged you all these years but you didn't dare to accept. You've been hiding for so many years and you only know how to talk about the bet. Today I didn't come to find you for that. I came to ask for an explanation on behalf of my brother." Ling Fei's expression was a bit unsightly. "Haha, I didn't accept your challenge because you've already lost to me. You've already lost the right." Fang Buer revealed a disdainful expression as he laughed wildly. "Fine. Even if I've lost the right, it's still much better than some shameless people. They actually dared to steal my brother's weapon. You have to give my brother an explanation for this. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the bet and fighting you." Ling Fei shouted at Fang Buer. "Your brother's weapon? Are you talking about this golden dragon spear?" Fang Buer didn't deny it. A spear had already appeared in his hand. This was undoubtedly the golden dragon spear. The recast golden dragon spear looked even more extraordinary. The dragon handle was like a dragon's spine, the spearhead was like a dragon's head, and the spear's tail was like a dragon's tail. It looked like a real dragon, very noble and imposing. However, when it was held in Fang Buer's hand, it didn't have any elemental energy fluctuations. It looked just like a useless weapon. "Golden dragon spear, come back to me." Ling Xiao recognized the golden dragon spear at a glance. He shouted at it and sent an invisible thought to it. Buzz! Buzz! The golden dragon spear in Fang Buer's hand instantly emitted a brilliant golden light. The spear's body trembled continuously, and a peerless real dragon's shadow condensed and flew towards Ling Xiao. However, this real dragon was firmly held by a claw. It couldn't break free at all. "It's really full of spiritual energy. I like it." Fang Buer looked at the golden dragon spear that was emitting a golden light and muttered to himself. "So what if you like it? This is my weapon. Unless you want to forcibly take it for yourself." Ling Xiao shouted at Fang Buer. A young man beside Fang Buer shouted at Ling Xiao. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you speak to my master like that?" Your master is just a lowly person who snatches things from his own sect. Why wouldn't I dare to speak to him? This kind of person is worthy of being an elder of our sect? What a joke." Ling Xiao snorted at that person. Fong Bu-er's expression instantly turned ugly. The young men beside him all revealed indignant expressions as if they wanted to rush up and fight with Ling Xiao for a few hundred rounds. Damn it, watch your mouth. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson right now? That's right. Who does he think he is? How dare he disrespect our master? Even if the sect master was here, he wouldn't dare to speak to my master like that. He's just a god king. Could it be that he thinks he's above his head? He's overestimating himself. Why don't I take this brat down and let my master deal with him? One by one Fong Bu-er's disciples cursed at Ling Xiao. What a sharp-tongued brat. Fong Bu-er said coldly. It was obvious that he was angry at Ling Xiao. Fong Bu-er, return my brother's divine weapon. Otherwise, even if I have to break the agreement, I will fight with you. I believe that no one can blame me in front of any elder. Ling Fei stared at Fong Bu. In his heart he was hoping that Fong Bu-er could continue like this. That way he would have an excuse to take revenge for the humiliation of his previous defeat. Fong Bu-er's expression changed and he laughed. So that's what you're planning. However, this golden dragon spear has already caught my eye. Even if the sect master comes, I will have a good talk with him. I believe that he will also have that brat by your side give it to me. However, in order to prevent others from saying that I, Fong Bu-er, am bullying the young, as long as that brat can defeat my disciple, I will return it to him. How about it? What a joke. If I steal your woman and you fight with my men, then I will return it to you. What do you think? Ling Xiao retorted sarcastically. Right now he was really angry. He didn't expect that the other party would be so reasonable after stealing his divine weapon. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he had seen someone this shameless. Did he think that just because he was strong he was amazing? How dare you? Fong Bu-er was finally angry. He roared and his figure swept past like the wind. A golden light attacked Ling Xiao's face. Before Ling Xiao could move, Ling Fei, who was beside him, had already blocked Fong Bu-er's attack. You're still saying that you're not bullying the young? Today let's settle this again. Ling Fei roared. The flood dragon battle aura instantly soared, and it shot towards Fong Bu. However, before Ling Fei could reach Fong Bu-er, two powerful auras blocked in front of him. These two people were the two high-level god kings of Fong Bu-er Peak. They were Fong Bu-er's left and right guardian elders. Fifth Commander, don't be presumptuous. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. One of them said. Do you think you can stop me? Ling Fei said disdainfully. However, he didn't continue to rush over impulsively. Otherwise he would be unreasonable and at that time the other party would attack him. I'll say it again. If you can defeat my disciple, I'll return this weapon to you. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Fong Bu glared at Ling Xiao and said very rudely. His tone was unyielding. It seemed that even if Ling Xiao asked the sect master to come, he was not going to give him face. Brother, do you have confidence? If not, let's let the sect master come out and make the decision. Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao. Ling Fei understood Fong Bu-er's temperament the best. If he said that this condition would not be changed, he had no other choice. Unless there really was a civil war and they fought to the death. Alright, come on. Call out as many disciples as you have. If I really cripple you, don't blame me. Ling Xiao replied, suppressing his anger. When I rise another level, I'll definitely challenge you, old fellow. At that time, I'll definitely trample you under my feet and let you know the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. Master, let me go up and teach this kid a lesson. No, let senior brother do it. I'm much stronger than you. Let me do it. I'll definitely make him crawl out of our place. Let's see who still dares to be impudent in front of master. A few of Fong Bu-er's disciples fought to be the first to speak. Enough, this battle will be fought by Chu Kong. Fong Bu-er said in a deep voice. A disciple excitedly walked out from the group. This disciple had already reached the mid-level God King realm. In the dragon team he also held the position of captain, and he was deeply valued by Fong Bu-er. Disciple will definitely not let master down. After Chu Kong bowed to Fong Bu, he walked 10 meters in front of Ling Xiao and said, Admit defeat now, kowtow to my master and then scram from here. I'll let you go. What a joke. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he said very seriously, Do you know why your master let you fight? Chu Kong was a little puzzled. He thought to himself, Of course I'm stronger than you, that's why I'm fighting. Actually, your master knows that I'm a member of the inner clan. I have a divine art that can increase my combat strength. If he doesn't send someone with a higher realm than me, he's afraid that you won't be able to defeat me. However, even if you're a level higher than me, you're still not my match. Ling Xiao spread his hands and ridiculed. When Fang Bu-er and the other disciples heard this, they all wanted to go up and beat up Ling Xiao. How could he be so arrogant? Bastard, do you still think that you're invincible? I'll beat you up right now. Chu Kong angrily roared and attacked Ling Xiao. Golden light flashed from his fist and a lot of divine power gathered. With a shocking might, he directly attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 1173. A clash between god monarchs was mainly determined by the amount of god power they could condense. Chu Kong was already an early-stage god monarch, so the god power he could condense was several times more than Ling Xiao's. The amount of god power he could mobilize was naturally rather terrifying. Every single punch was enough to destroy any city, and it was enough to cause many spaces to collapse. Ling Xiao's god power couldn't compare to Chu Kong's, but every drop of his god power was 5 times greater than Chu Kong's god power. Who asked him to be a monster that cultivated all 5 elements? Just based on this point, Ling Xiao had the ability to challenge a peak-level low-stage god monarch. Moreover, he had the ancient sovereign divine art to increase his combat strength by several tens of times, so why would he be afraid of a mid-stage god monarch like Chu Kong? Ling Xiao didn't plan to get entangled with the other party. He had already fallen out with Fang Bu-er, so they definitely wouldn't have any camaraderie in the future. Since that was the case, he would teach his disciple a harsh lesson and let him know that he, Ling Xiao, wasn't someone who could be casually bullied by others. Ling Xiao didn't hold anything back. His opponent was a tier higher than him, so this was an absolute advantage. His movement concept was raised to the extreme, and even a mid-stage god monarch couldn't think of locking onto him. Chu Kong's punch missed and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Just as he was about to search for Ling Xiao's figure, he swept his divine perception to the back of his head and discovered that Ling Xiao was already blasting towards him. Shocked, he turned around and kicked several times, wanting to let Ling Xiao know how powerful he was. However, his kicks missed again and he only managed to kick Ling Xiao's afterimage. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already appeared on his other side, and his dragon-subduing palm mercilessly slapped towards Chu Kong's waist. Ling Xiao didn't stop after gaining the upper hand, and his dragon-subduing palm rained down like a torrential storm, causing Chu Kong to scream in pain and vomit blood. Everyone watching from the sidelines was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a low-level God King would be able to suppress a mid-level God King with just a single move? One had to know that Chu Kong was no ordinary God King. His battle prowess was definitely above average among his peers. Even a peak-stage mid-level God King would not be able to defeat him in an instant. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. In a fight between fellow disciples, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't kill him. However, he didn't let him have it easy either. He beat him until he couldn't tell which direction was which. In the end, Ling Xiao unceremoniously kicked Chu Kong's butt and said with a disdainful look, "What kind of trash is this? He can't even withstand a single blow." Everyone present was stunned. Their gazes when looking at Ling Xiao already changed several times. Even Ling Fei and Fang Bu-er were the same too. Actually, for Ling Xiao to be able to beat Chu Kong until he had no room to turn around in one go, it was precisely because Chu Kong underestimated the enemy first, while Ling Xiao went all out and did not give the other party any chance. That was how he could seize victory in an instant. Some awesome. You punk indeed didn't disappoint me. These are indeed all trash. Ling Fei said with a hearty laugh. For so many years he had always been suppressed by Fang Bu-er, making him very aggrieved. I was all good. This beating of Chu Kong by Ling Xiao made his sullenness dissipate, and his mood was greatly refreshed. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Bu-er and said bluntly, "Return my golden dragon spear." Fang Bu-er's face twitched a few times. He frowned and asked, "You know Qiao Feng? So what if I know him?" "So what if I don't know him?" Ling Xiao replied snappily. All right. If that's the case, then beat my other disciple and I'll return it to you," Fang Bu-er said. "What?" Ling Fei exclaimed. Then a golden spear appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Fang Bu-er and said, "It seems like you're getting more and more shameless. Come, let's fight to the death. Let's see who can be arrogant in the end." Ling Xiao didn't get angry. Instead he laughed and said, Ha! What a good second commander. Actually playing this kind of game. Since you have the ability, then take it. In a few days I want you to return it to me personally. Then he said to Ling Fei, brother, let's go. If you want to leave after beating up my junior brother? It won't be that easy. Without waiting for Fong Buer to speak, a person's aura locked onto Ling Xiao and slashed towards him. Brother, be careful. Ling Fei shouted, wanting to block the attack for Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao shouted, brother, don't worry. I'm not afraid of him. The ice and fire sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He instantly used the extreme ice saber art and shot out rays of ice light. Every ray of ice light contained a bone-chilling intent. Even an ordinary god king wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was because as Ling Xiao's power grew stronger, the ice energy he emitted contained his divine power. It could be said that his attack power was tens of times stronger than when he was with the Holy Emperor. The person who attacked Ling Xiao was Chu Kong's senior brother. His name was Wang Bin and he possessed the strength of a peak mid-level god king. Moreover, his battle prowess wasn't something that Chu Kong could compare to. In his generation he was considered one of the best. He could even put up a fight against ordinary high-level god kings. All the disciples below Fong Bu are specialized in the element of metal. Wang Bin wielded a mid-grade divine gold blade, and every slash of his blade could increase the power of his attack. The sharp power of the blade brought with it a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The power of the two collided, producing an intense collision. Ice crystals and golden light splashed in all directions. In the first round of contact, Ling Xiao felt that his hand was numb from Wang Bin's power. His body was cut by quite a lot of metal energy. If it was an ordinary god king, they would probably be injured. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a body that was comparable to a god artifact, which was why he could withstand it. The two of them knew that it was impossible to start an all-out battle here. If they destroyed the surroundings, the elders of the sect would immediately appear to punish them. Therefore the two of them fought up into the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The intense battle alarmed the people in the vicinity. Experts emerged one after another to see what was going on. However, they only saw two figures fighting. They didn't understand what was going on. Wang Bin saw his junior brother being defeated with his own eyes. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao's strength. However, when the battle really began, he discovered that he had still underestimated Ling Xiao's battle prowess. Ling Xiao's movement technique was elegant and his speed was astonishing. Although the divine power he used was slightly weaker than his, it wasn't too far off. He couldn't deal with Ling Xiao for the time being. However, when he was about to use his full strength to suppress Ling Xiao's power suddenly changed. It actually turned into a fire attribute sword light. The origin of fire made Wang Bin very afraid. After all, it was an unchanging law that fire could subdue metal. Damn, just how many attributes did this kid cultivate? Wang Bin cursed in his heart. After Ling Xiao used the attack of ice and fire, he finally forced Wang Bin to deal with it in a fluster. He took advantage of this momentary opening and kicked a gust of wind god's kick at Wang Bin. Wang Bin's face became red and swollen. There were also many footprints on his body. Wang Bin was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He was actually beaten to such a state by a kid who was so much weaker than him. He had lost all his face. I will kill you. Wang Bin's killing intent was ignited. He had already forgotten that Ling Xiao was from the same sect. Only by killing Ling Xiao would he be able to wash away his shame. Chasing Golden Shadow. Wang Bin slashed out countless crisscrossing blade auras towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's figure was like a fish swimming, shuttling back and forth between the blade auras. He wasn't injured at all. Just when Ling Xiao thought that he had dodged these attacks, he discovered that there was a wind behind his head. Those crisscrossing blade auras actually automatically returned to attack him. Furthermore, it was as if they had eyes. No matter where he hid, they chased after him. Unless you forcefully receive them, they will chase you to the ends of the earth. Wang Bin controlled these blade auras and laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Then I don't believe that I can't get rid of them. Ling Xiao responded. His figure suddenly swept in the direction of Wang Bin. At the same time, he attacked him with the ice and fire sword in his hand. Wang Bin seemed to have been prepared. He dodged Ling Xiao's attack and continued to control the crisscrossing blade auras to chase after him. However, Ling Xiao suddenly came to his side. He sneered and said, "This is your own move. Eat it yourself." After saying that, Ling Xiao used the taming dragon tail and kicked Wang Bin toward his own crisscrossing blade auras. Rumble. Wang Bin was injured by his own power. He let out a series of blood-curdling screams. There were many wounds on his body and blood flowed down his body. However, Ling Xiao refused to give up. He soared through the air and slashed at Wang Bin's face with the ice and fire sword. His surging, killing intent and ferocious aura slashed down at lightning speed. This attack was already close to the power of a mid-level god king. Wang Bin was stunned. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to kill him. He didn't even have time to dodge. Stop! Fong Bu shouted from below. At the same time he shot toward Ling Xiao. Although Fong Bu-er's strength was monstrous, they were too far apart. Moreover, Ling Fei had already blocked in front of him and prevented him from saving him. Just when Wang Bin thought that he was going to die, Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword stopped in front of his forehead. The sharp sword force still caused a wound to appear on Wang Bin's forehead. Blood slowly flowed out. This is to teach you a lesson. Otherwise you'll be too arrogant. Ling Xiao kicked Wang Bin and said disdainfully. Wang Bin didn't even have the thought of resisting. His heart was filled with sorrow. He didn't expect that a mere low-level god king would have a speed that even he couldn't match. Just this point alone made him unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. Now he was even used by the other party to injure him. It could be considered a complete failure. Ling Xiao said to Ling Fei, "Brother, let's go." Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Fong Bu-er anymore. He directly left. Ling Fei sneered at Fong Bu and said, "Fong Bu-er, take good care of my brother's divine weapon. Don't lose it. You won't be able to pay for it." After saying that, Ling Fei also left with Ling Xiao. Fong Bu-er felt like Ling Xiao and Ling Fei had slapped his face. He felt an unprecedented pain in his heart. A kid who still smells of his mother's milk dares to be arrogant in front of me. Don't even think about getting this golden dragon spear back. Fong Bu-er said in his heart. Chapter 1174. On the way back, Ling Fei laughed at Ling Xiao and said, "You brat, you're amazing. You really helped me vent my anger." Ling Xiao said snappily, "Brother, you're still a little timid. If it were me, I would directly beat that Fong Bu into a pig's head. Hehe, at my level I can't be so impulsive. Otherwise it will make things difficult for Big Brother." Ling Fei smiled embarrassedly. "No, there are some things that Sect Master can't do, but we should do it. Otherwise, others will be even more insatiable and they will also think that we, the Kim people, are afraid of them." Ling Xiao said very seriously. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and then fell into deep thought. After a long time, Ling Fei sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I can't see it as clearly as you." He paused for a moment and then said, "Then what are you going to do now? Is there really a way to make Fong Bu return your golden dragon spear?" "There is definitely a way, but I just need to think about which one to choose," Ling Xiao said with a fierce look in his eyes. "Tell me about it," Ling Fei said. "The first method is naturally to suppress him with force. I don't believe that he dares to challenge the headmaster. After all, we are on the side of reason. This is also the most direct method," Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. Ling Fei shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. Although Big Brother's power is greater than Fong Bu, many times Big Brother's orders will not necessarily be obeyed. Today you ruthlessly humiliated him, so it is even more impossible for him to listen to Big Brother. At that time it will only make Big Brother embarrassed. I really don't understand why Sect Master and you are so afraid of him." Ling Xiao shook his head and said disappointedly. "I'll tell you when we get back to my place." Ling Fei sighed. After returning to Ling Fei's mountain peak, he told Ling Xiao that Fong Bu had wanted to borrow his master's strength and all the resources of the Divine Body faction to become the faction head. However, he still lost to Ling Qin, who had the backing of the clan, and was unable to become the sect leader. However, it was also because everyone knew that the power of the Divine Body faction had the strength to challenge the Kim people. This was also the reason why Ling Qin and Ling Fei would not easily fall out with the people of the Divine Body faction. That would cause the Dragon Gate to fall apart. Of course, the ultimate cause of this situation was that the qualifications of the Kim people were getting worse with each generation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to this state by the Divine Body faction. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Dragon Gate's internal strife had reached a point where fire and water couldn't get along. His first method seemed to have failed. "Tell me about your second method," Ling Fei changed the topic. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "The second method is to ruin his reputation. Let everyone in Dragon Gate know that he stole a divine weapon from a junior like me. Let's see where he can put his old face then." Ling Fei acted as if he had met Ling Xiao for the first time. "You're really full of evil tricks. This method sounds simple but it's very practical. Fang Bu is a person who cares about his reputation. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. I'll make him fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then everything will be easy," Ling Xiao said cunningly. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao's confident look and knew that Fang Bu would really become famous in Dragon Gate. Thus Ling Xiao explained his rough plan to Ling Fei. Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard and found Chang Haoyou, who stayed here, and ordered him to do some things. Chang Haoyou didn't have any objections to Ling Xiao's words and immediately obeyed. Looking at Chang Haoyou's departing figure, Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Second commander, right? You'll soon know the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 3 days left until Ling Xiao's bestowment ceremony. During this time something happened in the Heavenly Dragon sect. That is, Dragon Team Commander Fang Bu actually bullied the young and stole Ling Xiao's divine artifact. Not only did he not return it to Ling Xiao, but he also injured Ling Xiao and seriously injured him. He even said that no one in Dragon Gate could compete with him for anything he wanted. No one knew who spread this rumor, but everyone knew about it. Many people even personally went to find out the whole story. They found that it really wasn't a rumor, but rather it was well-founded. First, Fang Bu stole a high-grade divine artifact that Zhang Meng had spent a lot of effort to forge, and this divine artifact was reforged at Ling Xiao's request. After Ling Xiao learned about it, he went to Fang Bu's mountain peak to ask for it back, and there was indeed a battle there. This was something that many people saw with their own eyes. Therefore they all believed that it was the truth. Fang Bu used his power to oppress the younger generation and was shameless. He even seriously injured someone and even said treasonous words as if he was the gate master. Because of this, many people began to criticize Fang Bu for being disrespectful and bullying the young. Many people decided to jointly convene an elder council to punish Fang Bu and take back his power. They couldn't let him continue like this. Things were getting more and more organized and everyone was starting to get nervous. They felt that it was time for Dragon Gate to break off relations. They were all worried about which side was the best choice to take in the end. Before this matter calmed down, there were rumors that the middle faction began to lean towards the Gate Master. The reason was that after a Sinjin of Goguryeo from the middle faction personally greeted the Gate Master, he even threatened to punish Fang Bu. The Sinjin of Goguryeo had a strong reputation in the gate, and his actions instantly affected many people's hearts. If this Sinjin of Goguryeo leaned towards the Gate Master, did it mean that the middle faction had already decided to support Kim People's people? In any case, these rumors had already touched the nerves of many people. Meanwhile, Fang Bu, who was the person involved, was in a terrible rage in his own pavilion. "Bastard who spread these rumors. I'm going to skin him alive." Fang Bu fiercely crushed a wine glass and cursed. The people in front of him all lowered their heads and didn't dare to answer, but they were extremely nervous. "All of you are mute. Didn't I tell you to investigate? Who is the one who spread these rumors? I'm going to get rid of him." Fang Bu shouted. He really didn't expect that a high-grade divine artifact would cause such a ruckus, and even be criticized by many people. This was something he had never encountered before. It must be known that he was famous for being overbearing in the gate, and no one dared to easily go against his will. Otherwise there wouldn't be a good ending. "Commander, actually, I don't think this matter is so complicated. This is definitely caused by the people over there. If they want Commander, you just have to do it." A law protector elder stood up and said, "If they want me to do what? Return that high-grade divine artifact? Or do they want to pull me down from my position?" Fang Bu continuously asked. The law protector elder flashed a look of worry and said, "Perhaps both. After all, this matter has become big this time, and all the rumors are not beneficial to Commander. If they hold a meeting of elders, I'm afraid." "Afraid of what? Do they dare?" Fang Bu's face flashed with displeasure, but his confidence was somewhat lacking. He was an overbearing person, but he wasn't a brainless person. He naturally understood what the law protector elder was saying. "Commander, I think it's better to return that weapon. Perhaps it can quickly eliminate the influence it has on you. Another law protector elder cautiously said. Fang Bu-er instantly became angry and shouted, "Impossible. I already said that I won't return it. Do you want me to admit defeat to a junior? I can't afford to lose face like that. Hurry up and arrest the person who spread the rumors. If anyone dares to speak nonsense again, directly send them out of the gate." Absolutely not. If you do that, then you'll fall into someone else's trap. The law protector elder quickly stopped him. Then what do you think we should do? Fang Bu-er was dissatisfied. The law protector elder pondered for a moment before saying, "I think it's better to directly talk to the gate master about this matter. Just say that the second commander wants this divine artifact and can use other things to exchange for it. Also tell him that we didn't injure that brat. Then we'll have people spread the news and these rumors will fall apart on their own." Fang Bu-er didn't say anything and sank into contemplation. Chu Kong, who had lost to Ling Xiao before, said with dissatisfaction, "Isn't this just compromising with him? What if he doesn't want to exchange?" "You shut up." Fang Bu-er roared, causing the ears of the people in the hall to ring. Chu Kong was so frightened that he knelt down and repeatedly begged for mercy. Fang Bu-er made a decision and said, "We'll do as you say. If we don't alarm Master, then we'll make a big fuss over a minor issue. However, I won't personally talk to the gate master. I'll have the protector elder do it for me." The law protector elder wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. On the main peak of the gate master's residence, Ling Fei excitedly rushed over. "Fifth brother, what made you so happy?" Ling Chen looked at Ling Fei. "Ah, big brother, didn't you hear the rumors?" Ling Fei laughed. "Of course I know. But with your careless character, you wouldn't think of such a method." "Is it Ling Zhao's idea?" Ling Chen said. That's right. How could he come up with such a bad idea? He's really not afraid that people will do something desperate." Ling Fei laughed. "It seems that he's quite bold. He even beat up 2 of Fang Bu-er's disciples. He even directly accused them. This kid is born to not be at a disadvantage." Ling Chen said with some admiration. Ling Fei agreed. "Yes, I think we should convene the elders' conference now. We can take down Fang Bu-er. At that time I'll see what those people dare to say. It's not that simple. If Ling Xiao is just a disciple, then no matter how true the rumors are, it won't be able to do anything to Fang Bu. After all, it's an honor for an elder to take a fancy to his things," Ling Chen explained. Then he said, "But after that kid's identity is announced in 2 days, everything will be easy. Even if that Fang Bu-er can only eat the lotus in silence." "Big brother, are you planning to?" Ling Fei said with some excitement in his eyes. "It's good that you know this. We still have to plan it well," Ling Chen said. Chapter 1175. On this day, Ling Zhao's ceremony was finally about to begin. The morning bell within the Dragon Gate rang 6 times in total. This was an important event that would only be rung so many times. If it was an ordinary inner court elder, then the bell would at most ring 3 times. 6 rings were at least elders on the same level as the Senjin of Goguryeo, and 9 rings were only given to the gate master and founding elder. Anyone with some power in the sect could come to watch the ceremony, but they didn't know who had become the Senjin of Goguryeo and was about to be conferred. Could it be that our Dragon Gate now has an elder with the strength of the Senjin of Goguryeo? That should be the case. Why else would there be 6 rings? Only elders of their level have the qualifications to enjoy such treatment. It would be great if I could have such treatment one day. I could have my own mountain to cultivate on and my authority would be much greater. With your aptitude, you should be thanking the heavens if you can stabilize your position as an inner court deacon. By the way, 2 days ago, didn't I hear that Commander Fong bullied a true disciple? No matter what, he's still the Senjin of Goguryeo. How could he have the nerve to compete with a disciple and even let his disciple injure him? How disappointing. Isn't that right? Commander Fong is a tyrannical person with a fiery temper. If he becomes the gate master, I'm afraid that the sect will be in chaos. Shu, lower your voice. If someone hears you, it'll be troublesome. On the main peak's largest training field, a grand scene had already been arranged. There were dozens of tables and chairs on the high platform, all for the Senjin of Goguryeo. At the center of the high platform was the gate master's seat. On the left and right sides of the high platform were 8 giant drums. Above the high platform were many red ribbons and lanterns, creating a festive and solemn atmosphere. The ceremony hadn't started yet, but the training field was already packed with people. Before the ceremony began, Sect Master Ling Qin and a group of elders took their seats one after another. An elder stepped forward and announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived." As the voice fell, the naked men around the high platform raised their horns and blew them. Boo! The sound of the bugle horn was followed by the beating of the drums. There was a solemn atmosphere at the scene. Everyone looked towards the center of the high platform. They all wanted to see the elegance of this newly promoted elder. A young man in a white robe leaped onto the platform from a corner. His beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Dignified, he strode toward the center of the high platform. He bowed slightly and greeted the sect master and the many elders who were sitting on the upper seats. When Fang Buer saw Ling Xiao on the stage, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. That's impossible. How could he be a newly promoted senior elder? Could it be that he already possesses the strength of Sinjin of Goguryeo? That's absolutely impossible. Fang Buer said to himself in disbelief. Many of the elders present who didn't know Ling Xiao also muttered to themselves, "He's just a low-level god king. How could he use 6 bells to hold the ceremony?" However, when they clearly saw Ling Xiao's age, they were once again shocked. The surrounding people were also astonished. Such a handsome young man is a newly promoted elder? Isn't he the disciple who defeated Elder He Gong's disciple Wen Tai Lu a year ago? That's right. I didn't expect that in just a year he'd directly become a god king from the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. This advancement is too fast. Isn't that so? Perhaps it's because of his lightning-fast advancement that they're giving him such a grand reward. I'm really envious of him. That's right. Isn't he the Ling Xiao who was taught a lesson by Commander Fong? It seems like his divine weapon was forcefully taken away by Commander Fong. That seems to be the case. If Ling Xiao was only a disciple, then maybe Commander Fong wouldn't care. However, now that he's promoted to an elder, would he still dare to not return his divine weapon? An elder held a piece of paper in his hand and loudly declared, "Ling Xiao, come forward and listen to the title. You're not even 100 years old, yet you've established a god base and achieved the title of Divine Alchemist. You're the first person in the sect's history. You'll be granted the title of High Elder in the Inner Court. You'll be rewarded with a peak, 10 protectors, 100 attendants and 500 million divine crystals." After this elder read out all of Ling Xiao's rewards, everyone thought that they had misheard. Becoming a god king before 100 years old. This could be considered a devilish existence. However, there were no lack of geniuses like this in history. At the same time, he was also a divine alchemist. This was the only case since the ancient times. In fact, even the elder who was reading out the rewards thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He anxiously thought in his mind, "Is this title wrong?" After the elder finished reading, Ling Xiao couldn't help but kneel down to express his gratitude. At this time, Gate Master Ling Qin began to speak. "I'm sure everyone can see that Ling Xiao is not even 100 years old, only around 70 years old. Not only did he break through to the God King realm, but he also became the fastest person to do so in the younger generation. He is also the first person in the last 10,000 years to reach this level, so he will be given the title of High Elder in the Inner Court. Moreover, he also has the identity of a divine alchemist. It could be said that he is the first person in history to reach this level before the age of 100. In the future, he will enjoy the highest treatment in the sect." Everyone regained their wits after hearing the Gate Master's words, but their hearts were still violently shaken. The majority of them were still in disbelief. If there was such a devilish genius, then what was the point of them living? That's impossible. Right at this moment, a voice of objection resounded in the air. Everyone looked towards the voice and saw that it was one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Elder He Gong. Ling Qin looked at He Gong and asked, "Elder He Gong, do you have any questions?" "Gate Master, if you say that he has become a god king, then I will believe it without a doubt. However, if you say that he is also a divine alchemist, then I definitely won't believe it. I hope that Gate Master won't be blinded by others," He Gong said in an imposing manner. He Gong's words immediately resonated with many people, and many of them agreed with He Gong's words. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist. He Gong sneered at the side, "What a joke. Even if he is the reincarnation of a divine alchemist, It's impossible for him to become a divine alchemist at such a young age. How ridiculous. Ling Chen had already expected that there would be opposition, so his expression remained the same. I know that everyone might not believe me. At first, when Elder Ling Xiao told me about it, I didn't believe it either. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have no choice but to believe it. He paused for a moment, then shouted at the two elders below him, Elder Lu, Elder Fu, are you present? Two elders wearing alchemist robes stood up with indifferent expressions. They bowed slightly to Ling Chen and simultaneously said, Lucha is present, Fu Yan is present. Lucha and Fu Yan were two of the 5 divine alchemists in the Dragon Gate, but they could only be considered the last 2. The other 3 were not present. As divine alchemists, they had arrogant temperaments and were sought after by everyone. Even the gate master had to be courteous to them. Take a look at this recording crystal bead. A recording crystal bead appeared in Ling Chen's hand and he placed it on the table for them to take a look. The two of them stepped forward at the same time to see what was recorded in the recording crystal bead. At first, their divine eyes were filled with bewilderment. Slowly they became serious and in the end they became shocked. Their old eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. Ling Chen asked with a hint of pride, Elders, are you sure? The two of them looked at each other and nodded to Ling Chen, revealing a look of admiration. We are sure. Elder Ling Xiao is really talented, we are inferior to him. They were all old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They were already extremely satisfied and proud to be able to become divine alchemists. However, after seeing the scene of Ling Xiao's alchemy in the recording crystal bead and the earth-shattering phenomenon, they knew that Ling Xiao was a true divine alchemist. Moreover, his alchemy skills were not inferior to those who had entered the divine alchemist realm a long time ago. In fact, he was even better. They had to admit that this was the truth. Ling Chen was very satisfied as he announced to the crowd, Elder Lu and Elder Fu have confirmed Elder Ling Xiao's identity as a divine alchemist. I believe that no one has any objections, right? Ling Chen's words caused an uproar among the crowd. It can't be Ling Xiao. Is Elder Ling Xiao really a divine alchemist? How did he do it? It shouldn't be wrong. That recording crystal bead might be the record of Elder Ling Xiao refining the divine pill. Elder Lu and Elder Fu have already said so. Can their words not be trusted? This is great. Our sect has another divine alchemist and Elder Ling Xiao is still so young. I wonder if he will become the supreme alchemist in the future. The supreme alchemist is the top alchemist and there are only a few of them in the heavenly realm, but there isn't a single one in our heavenly dragon region. I also hope to see Elder Ling Xiao one day. It seems that no one has any objections, then I will now award Elder Ling Xiao's token. I hope that Elder Ling Xiao can continue to work hard and one day he will step into the supreme alchemist realm and raise the prestige of our dragon gate. Ling Chen was very happy as he said loudly. Ling Xiao was one of the Kim people. As long as Ling Xiao reached the incipient god realm one day, it was absolutely possible for him to step into the supreme alchemist realm. Ling Chen had already made up his mind that in the future he would use all the resources in the sect to support his cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao went up to receive the token, Fong Bu stood up and shouted, Wait. Ling Chen looked at Fong Bu discontentedly. Commander Fong, do you have any objections? Although I believe in Elder Lu and Elder Fu's words, this is a big matter for our sect. We can't be careless. I think that Elder Ling Xiao should refine a divine pill in front of all of us. Of course we won't have any objections. Fong Bu put forward his own request. He thought to himself, I don't believe that a little kid like you is really a divine alchemist. He must be a fake. Chapter 1176. Fong Buer's words undoubtedly hurt Lucha and Fu Yan. Wasn't he saying that they were lying through their teeth? Lucha glared at Fong Buer with dissatisfaction and said, Commander Fong, do you think this old man is blind? Fu Yan also frowned and said, Maybe Commander Fong thinks that our level is not high enough to tell whether Elder Ling Xiao is really refining a divine pill or not. Others were afraid of Fong Bu, but as divine alchemists they were not afraid. Usually many people in the sect came to ask them to refine divine pills, and many people came to curry favor with them. Even in the dragon team, most people had received their kindness, so Lucha and Fu Yan were not afraid of him. Fong Bu didn't expect these two old fellows to have such a big reaction, so he immediately braced himself and said, I'm not saying that the two elders are not good at judging people, but I'm afraid that the elder Ling Xiao in the crystal bead is not the elder Ling Xiao. As long as he refines a divine pill in front of us, all of this can be explained, then we will no longer have any doubts. Lucha and Fu Yan didn't find any words to refute. Fong Bu'er's meaning was very clear. He thought that the Ling Xiao in the crystal bead was fake. They coldly snorted, sat back in their seats and let the sect leader decide this matter. At this time He Gong also stood up and said, Commander Fong's words make sense. Since Elder Ling Xiao has this ability, we should open our eyes, so that we can also admire the glory of Elder Ling Xiao's alchemy. Everyone, don't you think so? He Gong's words were very pleasant to hear, and immediately many people responded to them. These people were of course on the side of Fong Bu'er and He Gong. Ling Chen didn't expect that Fong Bu'er and He Gong would slap his face in public, which made him feel very embarrassed. By doing this, it was clear that they did not trust him, the sect master. At this time Ling Fei stood up and shouted, Today is the day of the ceremony. Since the sect master and the two divine tier masters have confirmed it, we should let Elder Ling Xiao obtain the medallion. In the future, if anyone wants Elder Ling Xiao to refine a divine pill, as long as they provide enough materials, I'm sure he'll let everyone witness his alchemy skills. Even so, without proving his identity, how can we give him the token? Fong Bu'er said in a neutral tone. You. Ling Fei wanted to refute, but Ling Xiao interrupted him. Fifth commander, don't speak for me anymore. Since the second commander wants to see my alchemy skills, then let's do as he wishes. That's more like it. Let everyone see how brilliant your alchemy skills are. Fong Bu'er said proudly. He could almost see Ling Xiao's final appearance of humiliation. At that time he could take the opportunity to make things difficult for Ling Xiao and force him to have no face to stay in the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao met Fong Bu'er's gaze and said, Since the second commander is so refined, how about this? I'll let you prepare the materials for the divine pill. What do you think? That's not a problem. Fong Bu'er agreed without even thinking about it. It was just a portion of divine materials. As a peak divine king he could still afford it. Well, if I can refine the divine pill, I wonder if the second commander can agree to one of my conditions? Ling Xiao asked again. Fong Bu'er looked at Ling Xiao's confident smile and suddenly had a bad premonition. However, in front of so many people he couldn't directly refuse, so he immediately said, What do you want? If I can refine the divine pill, then please return the divine tool you stole from me. I know that the second commander is very powerful in the sect. I went to ask for it a few days ago and was taught a lesson by you. I know that I'm not your opponent. Of course, if the second commander wants my divine tool, then just pretend I didn't say anything. However, the tool soul produced by the divine tool is originally one with me. Unless you kill me, you won't be able to display its power. Ling Xiao publicly revealed the matter of Fong Bu'er stealing his golden dragon spear. At this moment Fong Bu'er only felt a burning sensation on his face. It was extremely uncomfortable. He didn't expect that he wanted to see Ling Xiao lose face, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being attacked instead. The storm of rumors was not over yet. Now that Ling Xiao said it in front of everyone, it was undoubtedly telling everyone that he, Fong Bu'er, was a shameless person who bullied the young and robbed the younger generation of the same sect. Now Ling Xiao was about to be promoted to a senior inner sect elder. His status was different, so how could Fong Bu'er continue to seize other people's divine tool and not return it? Wasn't he afraid of being criticized by everyone in the sect? If that was the case, would there still be a place for him, Fong Bu'er, in the sect? Even his master wouldn't take such a huge risk and continue to keep him in the sect. Thinking of this, Fong Bu'er couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He cursed in his heart, so this brat already had a plan. Damn it! Everyone at the scene looked at Fong Bu'er with a complicated expression. There were doubts, sympathy and disdain. They all knew Fong Bu'er's character. He was overbearing, unreasonable and prideful. Now that he was being criticized in public, let's see how he would deal with it. Ling Xiao said again, It seems like the second commander doesn't want to return it. Then pretend I didn't say anything. Sigh, it wasn't easy for me to become one with my weapon, but it's gone just like that. What a heartache. Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. It made everyone understand that the soul of the divine tool had already become one with Ling Xiao. Fong Bu'er, How shameless could he be if he still wanted to snatch it away? Fangbu's lungs were about to explode from anger. He glared at Chu Li and said unwillingly, "Fine, as long as you can refine a divine pill, I'll return your weapon to you." Fangbu's words undoubtedly admitted that he had snatched the other person's weapon. Once again he was looked down upon by the majority of the people. Even those in Fangbu's camp felt ashamed. "That's good. Many thanks, Second Commander. Many thanks, Second Commander. Everyone says that Second Commander is a tyrannical and unreasonable person. It seems like these rumors are not to be believed." Ling Xiao showed a servile expression as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Fei almost laughed out loud. Whoever offended this brat must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Ling Fei looked at Fangbu's pale face and happily thought to himself. Sitting at the top, Ling Chen's face was gloomy, but in fact his heart was also blooming with joy. Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly gave Fangbu, and everyone else a wake-up call. Ling Xiao ignored everyone's gazes and quickly gave Fangbu, a list of materials so that he could refine a divine pill. Among the materials Ling Xiao had listed, there was no lack of extremely precious materials. This made Fangbu's heart ache. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't use all of the materials. He kept most of them and only used half of them to refine the pill. Before refining the pill, Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd and said, "Perhaps everyone doesn't believe that I, Ling Xiao, can refine pills. Today I'll take this opportunity to let everyone see clearly whether I, Ling Xiao, am a genuine divine alchemist. If I'm not, then I'll let everyone deal with me. If I am, then please prepare more materials when you come to find me in the future. I won't refine pills for everyone for free." As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts and minds relaxed and they began to cheer. "Elder Ling Xiao, as long as you're a divine alchemist, we'll definitely curry favor with you. That's right. We'll try our best to prepare all the materials you need, but you must refine a divine pill for us. Elder Ling Xiao is so young. If you're not a divine alchemist but a saint alchemist, we won't blame you. If you're not a divine alchemist, then you're lying to the sect leader and the elders. Don't blame us for being impolite." Ling Xiao wiped away his confident smile and began to refine the divine pellet. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's smooth refining movements, and all of them began to believe in Ling Xiao. Fangbu, Higong and the others' faces twitched. They stared fixedly at Ling Xiao as if they wanted to kill Ling Xiao with their eyes. If Ling Xiao really succeeded in refining a divine pill, then Ling Xiao would be on equal footing with them, and would even be welcomed by the other elders in the sect. Lucha looked at the cauldron that Ling Xiao was using to refine pills and said excitedly, "Old Fu, do you think that cauldron is the legendary obsidian divine cauldron?" Fu Yan swallowed his saliva and said, "From the looks of it, it is indeed so. I never thought that Elder Ling Xiao would have such a fortuitous encounter at such a young age. I only know that there are a few other divine cauldrons in the hands of those legendary supreme alchemy gods. Not only that, look at the flame in his hand. The energy it emits should be a type of high-grade origin flame. It seems like Elder Ling Xiao is not a fake." Lucha sighed. "Yes, of course. I never thought that he would surpass us old men at such a young age. It's really hard to accept," Fu Yan said in admiration. The two of them weren't really interested in Ling Xiao's origin heavenly fire. It was still possible to find the origin fire in the heavenly realm, but the supreme god Ding in Ling Xiao's hands was the divine object that they desired the most. However, it was not good for them to do anything shameful. Time passed quickly, and the medicinal cauldron emitted a thick medicinal fragrance, causing everyone to be intoxicated. In the end, following Ling Xiao's cry of surprise, he began to condense the pill. On the martial arts practice field, strange phenomena began to appear one after another, causing everyone to be in an uproar. They looked at the tall and straight figure on the martial arts practice field, and all of them became incomparably respectful. As for the women, they were filled with infatuation. A divine king and a divine alchemist who was not even 100 years old. This double identity was enough for Ling Xiao to stand shoulder to shoulder with those Sinjin of Goguryeo elders. It's true. There really is a phenomenon. Elder Ling Xiao really is a genuine divine alchemist. I really didn't expect that our Dragon Gate would still have such a monster hidden in the snow. In the future I will have to properly befriend Elder Ling Xiao. Yes, with his tenbin, if he continues to grow, I'm afraid that among his generation, No, even us of the older generation will not be able to compare to him. Isn't that so? Seeing how experienced he is in the art of alchemy, I really don't know if he is the reincarnation of the medicine god. No matter what, our sect has another divine alchemist, and this is definitely something worth celebrating. Elder Ling Zhao's real name is true, but some people have really lifted a rock and smashed their own feet. Let's see how they will deal with this. In the future we must stand on Elder Ling Zhao's side and protect him. We can't let him be bullied again. Chapter 1177. A God King Pill. It was a type of high-quality divine pill that even God Kings coveted. The one in Ling Zhao's hand was also of the metal element. It couldn't be helped as this material was provided by Feng Bu. Most of the divine materials he collected were of the metal element. Everyone looked at the divine pill in Ling Zhao's hand with intoxicated expressions, especially the metal element God Kings. All of them swallowed their saliva, wanting nothing more than to snatch it and swallow it. A divine pill like this required them to make a lot of contributions in order to be qualified to exchange for it. Ling Xiao handed the divine pill to sect master Ling Qin, and Ling Qin let Lucha and Fu Yan appraise the grade of the divine pill. The two of them scrutinized the divine pill refined by Ling Xiao. Looking at the dazzling golden light and the natural luster, the two of them sighed inwardly and felt ashamed of their inferiority. Reporting to sect master, this pill is undoubtedly of the divine grade. Lucha said to Ling Qin in a clear voice. He said this for everyone present to hear. Actually, even without Lucha's confirmation, everyone present had already confirmed that Ling Xiao had refined a divine pill based on the phenomenon. Commander Feng, I wonder if you can return my weapon? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Bu'er with a smug look on his face. Although he had defeated Feng Bu'er's disciple a few days ago to vent his anger, the golden dragon spear was still in his opponent's hands. This was something Ling Xiao could not tolerate. Therefore, when he left Feng Bu'er's territory, he decided to let Feng Bu'er know how powerful he was today. He wanted him to obediently return his golden dragon spear in one piece. If he didn't return it, that was fine. Then he would have to suffer the blame of the entire dragon sect. He believed that Feng Bu'er was a very tactful person. Feng Bu'er's face twitched a few times. He no longer had any reason to keep the golden dragon spear. After all, he couldn't obtain Ling Zhao's blood essence and couldn't erase the brand in the golden dragon spear. Moreover, Ling Xiao had already grown. In the future, Ling Xiao would be unstoppable in the sect. He had no choice but to compromise for now and get back at him another day. Ling Xiao grabbed the golden dragon spear again, and an imposing aura was transmitted to the golden dragon spear. A peerless true dragon roared, and balls of golden light flickered on the high platform, making Ling Xiao look incomparably mighty and noble. The true dragon condensed image seemed to have a lot of intelligence, and it actually wrapped around Ling Zhao's body, appearing rather intimate. Ling Qin looked at the golden dragon spear and couldn't help but praise in his heart, as expected of a high-grade divine weapon that even Feng Bu'er covets. Even I feel moved just looking at it. There were many divine weapons in the dragon sect, but most of them were low-grade divine weapons. A small number of them were mid-grade divine weapons. As for high-grade divine weapons, there were even fewer. Not everyone could have one. If the golden dragon spear hadn't been washed in a large amount of dragon blood, and it hadn't been fused with adult dragon bones and dragon tendons, it wouldn't have reached such a high level. It's really a good item. It's rare to see a divine weapon at this level in the dragon sect. No wonder why Commander Feng wants it so much. Look carefully. I'm afraid that only Elder Ling Xiao can use this divine weapon. The soul of the weapon has fused with Elder Ling Xiao. In the future, after it's bathed in more blood, when Elder Ling Xiao reaches incipient god realm, it will become an ancient divine weapon. It's true, but it's not easy to become an ancient divine weapon. Moreover, Elder Ling Xiao has only the low-grade king god realm. I don't know how long it will take. No matter what, since Elder Ling Xiao has fused with this divine weapon, his fighting competence isn't weak. I'm afraid he can even fight a mid-grade king god realm expert. In the future, it won't be difficult for him to become one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao put away the golden dragon spear and said to Feng Bu'er, "Thank you, Elder Feng, for being so understanding and returning my divine weapon. Alright, then give me the divine pill that you just refined." Feng Bu'er's face was burning. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He was being played around by a junior, but he couldn't do anything about it. Just now, in order to let Ling Xiao refine the pill, he had provided a lot of divine materials. Now that he had refined the divine pill, it naturally belonged to him. He couldn't give it to Ling Xiao. But I refined this divine pill, why should I give it to you? Ling Xiao revealed a puzzled expression. Fang Bu's eyes turned cold. I provided the materials, so the divine pill naturally belongs to me. That's true, but didn't Commander Fang not believe that I could refine a divine pill? Now that I've finished refining it, it doesn't seem right for you to want my divine pill. Shui. I plan to offer this divine pill to the sect as my first contribution to becoming a senior elder. Ling Xiao said in a very difficult manner, his face inadvertently revealing a hint of ridicule. Elder Ling Xiao is truly a role model for our generation. To be willing to offer such a divine pill to the sect, I believe that Commander Fang is a generous man and won't quibble with you over this small amount of materials, said Ling Fei on behalf of Fang Bu. Fang Bu's expression became more and more unsightly. I'll endure it. I'll King endure it. Fang Bu forcefully suppressed his anger and didn't say anything more. He directly flew away from his seat. Fang Bu had left, but the others hadn't. One by one they stepped forward to greet Ling Xiao respectfully, striving to become familiar with Ling Xiao first. Divine apothecaries could be said to be the most respected people in the heaven domain. They were even more popular than the Sinjin of Goguryeo. If they didn't curry favor with Ling Xiaodao, when would they? Ling Xiao enjoyed this atmosphere of being treated with respect. He thought to himself, I am truly loved by all who see me. Flowers bloom when they see me. Ling Xiao was happy. Ling Qin and Kim People's people were also happy, because they had now completely suppressed the god system and extinguished their arrogance. Fang Bu was the best proof. After getting rid of all the obstacles, Ling Xiao went to the mountain peak that was given to him by the sect. This was a place that could only be obtained by becoming a senior elder, and the original manor that he lived in would have to be returned to the sect sooner or later. Yuro Fei, Sha Tian and Xin Yuyi were temporarily in closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao had already ordered people not to disturb them for the time being. He would return the manor completely in the future after they came out of closed-door cultivation. He only brought Chang Haoyou, his protectors, elders and attendants here. Looking at this desolate mountain peak, Ling Xiao almost collapsed. He was a senior elder after all. How could he be given such a desolate mountain for him to cultivate and live in? Was there still any humanity left? Young master, don't be sad. I'll immediately arrange for people to take care of it. Soon we can build a residence in the mountain peak. Kong Wen said from the side. Ling Xiao lightly nodded his head and said, hurry up. Oh right, I still have to ask the sect leader to arrange for a few array masters to come over and set up some defenses. Otherwise, this place will be destroyed by the next heaven and earth anomaly. Kong Wen nodded his head, then brought Kong Wu and the attendants to start modifying the mountain peak, making it suitable for living conditions. Kong Wen and Kong Wu were both at the peak of the middle stage God King, and the weakest of the other attendants was the Holy Emperor, so it was naturally easy for them to change the mountain peak. It was just that it would take some time to build the palace. Let's go, this will be our nest from now on. Ling Xiao said to Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou bowed slightly and replied, with the rallying power of the Peak Lord, our peak will definitely become the most bustling peak. Ever since he knew of Ling Zhao's other identity, Chang Haoyou, the proud son of heaven, was even more respectful to Ling Xiao. What Peak Lord? Senior Chang, you've also been conferred as an inner elder just like me. Just call me junior brother or Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. As a senior elder who could own a mountain peak, it was reasonable for those who followed him to call him Peak Lord. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Although the Peak Lord thinks highly of Haoyou, Haoyou has already chosen to follow the Peak Lord. In the future he will naturally live with the Peak Lord. Chang Haoyou said very seriously. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Chang Haoyou. He immediately looked at the majestic peaks nearby and asked, which elders do these peaks belong to? Ever since Chang Haoyou was accepted as a disciple by his master, he spent most of his time cultivating inside the Dragon Gate. Therefore he knew everything inside the Dragon Gate like the back of his hand. He pointed at the peaks and said, the tallest one belongs to Elder Jing Kan. He is the elder closest to the alchemy god in our sect. He is also the most senior and rarely shows himself. This one belongs to Elder Gong Tanzhan, Elder Lucha, Elder Qiyangtai and Elder Fu Yan. The 5 of them are the 5 great alchemists in our sect. Including you, the Peak Lord, there are a total of 6 great alchemists in our sect. So that's how it is. Since I've been assigned to this peak, I guess I'll be treated the same way as them. Ling Xiao said to himself, since I'm a junior, I should pay a visit to the elders. The Peak Lord is right. Haoyou is willing to go with you. Chong Haoyou agreed. Ling Xiao nodded and said something to Kong Wen and Kong Wu. Then he took Chong Haoyou to the peaks. According to Chong Haoyou's suggestion, he should visit Elder Zheng Qin first. In fact, Zheng Qin had been a great alchemist dozens of thousands of years ago. However, he had focused on refining pellets and cultivating tenbin wasn't good enough. Thus he was stuck at half-incipient God Realm and couldn't break through to incipient God Realm. If he could break through to incipient God Realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get the title of the Supreme Alchemy God. Of course, Ling Xiao had to pay his respects to an existence at this level. However, when he arrived at the other's peak, he was refused entry. The people there said that the Peak Lord was cultivating in seclusion and didn't want to see anyone. Facing this arrogant man, Ling Xiao and Chong Haoyou didn't know what to do. After talking for a while, they went to Elder Gong Tanzhan's peak. Gong Tanzhan wasn't as arrogant as Zheng Qin. He welcomed Ling Xiao personally. Ling Xiao looked at the old man who was too enthusiastic. He cursed inwardly, it's a realm to be so shameless. Although Ling Xiao didn't know much about Dragon Gate, he had heard that Gong Tanzhan belonged to the Divine Body faction. He didn't have a good impression of the Kim people. However, he didn't show any dissatisfaction when he met him. Quite the contrary, he felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. If one didn't know Gong Tanzhan's character, they would think that he had a good impression of Ling Xiao. In fact, he had a deep hostility toward Ling Xiao. Chapter 1178. After visiting Gong Tanzhan, Ling Xiao went on to visit the other 3. Chiang Tai was out, so Lucha and Fu Yan were very polite to Ling Xiao. They were different from Gong Tanzhan's excessive enthusiasm. After leaving, Ling Xiao returned to his own peak and urged Kong Wen and Kong Wu to build the palace. Then he handed this matter over to Chong Haoyou and he went back to the clan. This time, the most important thing was to go to the Golden Dragon's territory to see if he could hook up with a Golden Dragon as a protective spirit beast. Of course, Ling Xiao's expectations were not very high. He mainly wanted to see if he could get a Dragon Pearl. If it was before, he would definitely think of a way to get a Dragon Pearl. But now that he had a divine body, his power had been transformed into divine power. He was no longer affected by the dragon blood, so he didn't have to worry about becoming a half-dragon, half-human. When Ling Xiao returned to the sect, he immediately went to find Patriarch Ling Bo. When Ling Bo saw Ling Xiao return, he immediately smiled and said, "Kid, you're very good. You've been in the limelight in the outer sect. When the clansmen hear your name, they all give you a thumbs up." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I just want to regain my face. Originally, everything could be discussed, but some people just don't want face, so I can only use this method." Ling Bo nodded heavily and said, "Well, you're right, some people really don't want face." After a pause, he said, "Now you should know some things about the outer sect. Ling Chen's control over the sect master is not very good, right?" Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ling Bo said this, but he also nodded in agreement. He knew very well that the Dragon Gate was now in a state of disintegration. "Do you think that we old guys are useless? Didn't you help Ling Chen get rid of them?" Ling Bo asked again. Ling Xiao was silent and didn't say anything. After all, such a big matter was not up to him. He didn't have the qualifications to cross the line. Ling Bo sighed with his hands behind his back and said, "On the surface, our clan seems to be the #1 clan in the Sky Dragon region, but who knows that we are getting worse with each generation. If the younger generation doesn't live up to expectations and always rely on us old guys to support the situation, then we don't need this Dragon Gate." He paused for a moment and said, "In your generation, although Ling Chen has some achievements, but his temperament is too gentle and his methods are not decisive enough. And Ling Fei is too impulsive and his thinking is simple. The others don't have the talent to be a hero. If they can't control the situation, I'm afraid that in another generation, Dragon Gate will fall into the hands of outsiders. At that time, I'm afraid that they won't rely on us Kim people to survive, and they won't be willing to offer so many cultivation resources." Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ling Bo told him this, but he also understood that what Ling Bo said was the truth. Dragon Gate had gone through countless generations of development, and many people had forgotten who established this sect and who supported this giant force of Dragon Gate. They thought that they could forget their ancestors now that they had grown up. Ling Xiao, although you didn't grow up in the clan, you are indeed a member of our Kim people. You have the same blood as us. Now that you have grown up, I hope that you can help Ling Qin stabilize the situation in the sect in the future. Ling Bo said with a pleading tone. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Patriarch, I understand what you mean. I will do my best. Although he hadn't recognized the clan for long, he could feel the atmosphere of family affection in the clan. He liked this kind of happy and harmonious life, and he had long regarded himself as a member of the Kim people. Now that the Dragon Gate was in trouble as a member, he naturally had the obligation to share some of the pressure for the Patriarch. At the same time, he also had an explanation for his identity. Well, you are different from ordinary people. You're brave and resourceful. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass us old guys. I am very relieved to leave this matter to you. Ling Bo said with satisfaction and then said, a few days ago I entered the dragons and communicated with the Dragon King. He has already approved you to go in and have a look, but whether you can make the true dragons follow you willingly depends on your ability. That's no problem. Maybe they all like me. I don't know how to choose, Ling Xiao said narcissistically. Ling Bo smiled faintly and didn't say anything, because he felt that Ling Xiao's words made some sense. Because Ling Xiao had the strongest bloodline of the Kim people, he had a personal connection with the dragons, so maybe the true dragons of the dragons would like to be close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao followed Ling Bo to a place with a spatial formation, and they were immediately teleported to the deepest part of the dragon-gazing mountain range. This place was filled with dense metal attribute origin energy, and many metal attribute spirit trees and spirit grasses were growing vigorously. 7th and 8th level spirit grasses were obvious, and 9th level spirit grasses could occasionally be seen. This place was like a primordial gold mine that hadn't been mined before, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to shine. That's a golden dragon tree, and there's even a golden dragon fruit. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he stared at a dazzling golden dragon-shaped fruit tree. The golden dragon tree was a divine tree of the same level as the undying tree in his sea of consciousness. It had been bathed in dragon blood for a long time, and had been contaminated with a lot of dragon qi, and had grown after more than 10,000 years. The golden dragon fruit was a divine fruit of the highest quality. It bloomed once every 50,000 years and bore fruit once every 50,000 years. Just a single golden dragon fruit could allow a person to possess dragon qi, strengthen their physical body, and allow an ordinary martial artist to jump several levels. Strength was not a problem, and for metal attribute god kings, it was also the divine fruit that they desired the most. Although it couldn't allow a god king to break through a level, it could allow him to reach the peak of that level, which was equivalent to saving 1,000 or even 10,000 years of cultivation time. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao's eyes were green with envy. He couldn't wait to rush over and pluck that golden dragon fruit. Just one fruit was enough for him to cultivate for many years, and he could immediately reach the peak of low-level god king. Stop looking. When we return to the clan, I will reward you with one. You deserve it. Ling Bo said. Ling Xiao hurriedly replied, Thank you, clan leader. At this time, the two had already arrived at a valley that was emitting dazzling golden light. In front of the valley, there was a several 100-meter-long flood dragon. It looked very old, but its aura was extremely powerful, and it had obvious signs of transforming into a dragon. Dragons wanted to transform into dragons. Other than absorbing large amounts of dragon qi, dragon blood, and origin dragon balls, they could also rely on their own cultivation, accumulating day and night and finally breaking through the shackles, condensing dragon balls on their own, and finally transforming into dragons. The flood dragon in front of them wanted to use this last method to transform into a dragon. Once it achieved the supreme dragon body, it would definitely not be inferior to those who were born true dragons and might even be a bit stronger. After all, they had all gone through a long period of time to reach that stage. The dragon might that they condensed was naturally very mighty. When Ling Bo and Ling Xiao approached, the flood dragon opened its huge eyes. Little Bo, you're here again? The flood dragon spoke in human language. Ling Xiao's face twitched. He really wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. The dignified Sky Dragon Region's #1 ancient clan's patriarch was actually called Little Bo. If outsiders heard this, they would laugh their teeth out. However, Ling Bo did not seem to be angry at all. Instead he bowed towards the flood dragon and said, "Yes, Uncle Ao. I brought a junior to the Dragon Valley for a stroll. The Dragon King has already agreed." The flood dragon glanced at Ling Xiao, its nose twitched and its huge body instantly started to spin. This kid has such a dense draconic aura. The flood dragon revealed an extremely happy expression. Ling Bo smiled and said, "Ling Xiao, quickly greet Grandpa Ao. It has been here for hundreds of thousands of years and will soon become a true dragon." Ling Xiao did not expect this flood dragon to be so old. He immediately bowed respectfully to the flood dragon and said, "Greetings, Grandpa Ao. Alright, go in. I believe that the Dragon King will like you." The flood dragon replied. Ling Bo brought Ling Xiao into the valley and entered the Dragon Valley, the land of the Golden Dragon. After entering the Dragon Valley, Ling Xiao felt as if everything had suddenly become clear. This place was not like the outside world where golden light shone everywhere. Instead, it was like a paradise with green mountains and clear waters, faint traces of clouds and soaring dragons. It was vast and boundless. "Are you stunned?" Ling Bo said softly from the side. Ling Xiao nodded blankly. He was indeed a little stunned. This was because he saw many mighty golden dragons of various sizes flying around. He felt that there were so many divine beasts. Don't look at how many divine dragons you see now. In fact, within the entire Dragon Valley, there are no more than 100 golden dragons. This is already very declining compared to when they were in power, and some other divine beasts are much more numerous than them. Ling Bo said from the side. Ling Xiao understood that what Ling Bo said was the truth. The water dragon clan that he had encountered in the East Sea Dragon Palace was much less than this golden dragon. This was the reason why he was shocked. Ling Bo led Ling Xiao deeper in. Those golden dragons seemed to recognize Ling Bo. They circled around him and made friendly low sounds. Their eyes glanced at Ling Xiao from time to time. There were even a few bolder little golden dragons that flew over and licked Ling Xiao's face with their tongues. That wet feeling didn't make Ling Xiao feel disgusted. Instead, he felt unusually comfortable and happy. Ling Xiao could read their kindness, so he immediately caressed their dragon horns in a very easygoing manner. Dragon horns were their most honorable symbol, and not just anyone could touch them. Only their closest kin were qualified to touch them and pass friendly messages. They all made cheerful sounds. Obviously, they didn't refuse Ling Xiao's touch. Looking at this scene, Ling Bo was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. Since he became the clan leader, he had brought many juniors into the dragons and tried to let them be favored by any true dragon to become their protective spirit beasts. However, in all these years, Ling Xiao was the only one who was able to make these golden dragons produce their source energy as soon as they entered. It seems that this kid's bloodline has really been activated to the peak. Otherwise, how could he be so close to the dragons? It seems that it won't be difficult for him to find a true dragon to protect him. Ling Bo was quite envious. Chapter 1179. The Dragon Valley was filled with green mountains and clear waters, and the roars of dragons could be heard. It made people feel like they were in heaven. After Ling Xiao followed Ling Bo into the hinterland, several dragons that had already taken human form flew towards them. One of them was quite old, with a head full of golden hair, golden beard, golden eyes, and an invisible domineering aura that could make tens of thousands of beasts submit to him. Behind him were handsome men and beautiful women, all of them wearing golden armor, and their eyes were filled with a strong sense of arrogance. "Greetings, Dragon King, Crown Prince and Princess." Ling Bo cupped his hands and greeted them respectfully. Ling Xiao also imitated Ling Bo and bowed. "This is the junior you mentioned a few days ago?" The old Dragon King stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Bo smiled and said, "That's right, it's him. What do you think, Dragon King?" Dragon King scrutinized Ling Xiao from head to toe and revealed a somewhat surprised expression. His nostrils even twitched a few times, and then his expression became somewhat gloomy. "You've slaughtered my dragons before?" Dragon King questioned Ling Xiao loudly. His voice was so deafening that it made people's ears feel uncomfortable. Ling Bo was a little nervous and said, "Why do you say that, Dragon King?" Dragon King did not answer and only stared at Ling Xiao. Behind him, the Crown Prince and Princess also looked at Ling Xiao warily. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "No, Dragon King, I've never slaughtered a dragon before, but I'm a friend of dragons. My dragons have never seen a friend like you. If you haven't slaughtered a dragon before, how can you have such rich dragon blood and dragon aura?" It's impossible to reach this level just by relying on your clan's bloodline. Dragon King said in disbelief. At its level, its thought process was no different from that of humans. It would not easily trust humans. I think you've misunderstood, Dragon King. The reason why I have such rich dragon blood and dragon chi is because I've entered the dragon transformation pool. Ling Xiao said lightly, releasing all of his aura. A majestic draconic aura began to swirl around his body, and the shadow of a golden dragon continuously roared. His entire body was covered by many dragon scales, but the dragon horns and dragon whiskers on his head did not grow anymore. However, his draconic aura was not any weaker than before and was even 10 times stronger. When the crown prince and princess who were behind the Dragon King saw the changes in Ling Xiao, they were surprised, but there was also a sense of closeness in their eyes. The Dragon King asked, "When did you enter my clan's dragon transformation pool? This is impossible." Therefore, Ling Xiao did not hide anything and told them what happened in the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Sea on the Xianling continent. The Dragon King immediately smiled and said, "Haha, it turns out that the Water Dragon clan is still alive. But I thought they had been exterminated by other clans. No wonder you have such dragon blood and dragon aura." Ling Bo breathed a sigh of relief. If Ling Xiao had really slaughtered a dragon before, then bringing Ling Xiao here would be the worst choice. By the way, do you want to be the crown prince of the dragons? Your physical condition is good enough. I can give you the Dragon Ball and make you the crown prince of the dragons immediately. Dragon King said again. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Dragon King." Ling Xiao has no such thoughts for the time being. If it was before, he might have agreed immediately, but now that he did not need to become a half-dragon, it was better for him to continue to be a human. The Dragon King did not force him and immediately said, "Well, since you have no such intention, then I will not force you. However, you are the guest general of the Water Dragon clan, and the Water Dragon clan and my Golden Dragon clan are of the same origin, then I will also grant you the status of a guest general. In the future, you can enter and leave my clan's land at will, and you can be considered as half a member of my dragons." Before Ling Xiao could agree, Ling Bo, who was at the side, had already happily agreed on his behalf. "Thank you so much, Dragon King." Ling Xiao, hurry up and agree. The title of the guest general of the dragons was not so easy to obtain. In the countless generations of the Kim people, only the ancestor of the first generation could have such glory. He did not expect that he would have such an opportunity when he took Ling Xiao on this trip. Even as the clan leader, he was jealous. This meant that Ling Xiao was already a member of the dragons, and it should not be difficult for Ling Xiao to obtain these metal attribute divine objects in the dragons' territory. This was much more convenient than him, the clan leader. "Thank you for your kindness, Dragon King." Ling Xiao replied. Dragon King smiled and said, "You are welcome. Since the Water Dragon King has taken a fancy to you, you naturally have something extraordinary. However, I hope that one day you can persuade the Water Dragon clan to come here. We, the Golden Dragon clan, will arrange a good place for them so that they will not continue to stay in the shrinking East Sea." "Yes, Ling Xiao knows what to do." Ling Xiao replied. "All right, you're a guest official of my clan. Other than this forbidden area, you can go around and see if there are any princes or princesses who are willing to interact with you. I won't stop anyone who wants to follow you to the outside world," said the Dragon King with a wave of his hand. "Dragon King." Ling Xiao said politely again and then prepared to walk around. However, before Ling Xiao left, a princess of the dragons boldly stepped forward and said to Ling Xiao, "Guest General, do you want me to take you around? Seventh sister, let me, your fourth brother, take him for a stroll." Another dragon prince said, "You two stop fighting. Let's all go together and get closer to him. This guest general has entered the dragon transformation pool before, so his dragon blood is not much lower than ours. It would be great if he was one of us," another prince of the dragons said. Immediately after, the princes and princesses of the Dragon King clustered around Ling Xiao and began to stroll around the Dragon Valley. Ling Bo watched this scene with his mouth wide open. He really wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was dizzy from old age. The arrogant princes and princesses of the dragons actually brought Ling Xiao away with such enthusiasm. This treatment seemed to be something that no one in their clan had ever received, not even him, the clan leader. In the past, the disciples who were selected to search for the divine dragon protector among the dragons could only use some origin closeness to lure those golden dragons that were not very high level and bring them outside to be nurtured. Even he, the clan leader, did not obtain the intimacy of any true dragon. He only chose a true dragon that had just reached the 7th step, and later on he gradually nurtured it to a higher level. Someone like Ling Xiao was definitely the only one. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. However, Ling Bo was also very pleased in his heart. To be able to have such an outstanding junior, their relationship with the dragons would only become closer in the future, and they would continue to live this way. These children, it seems like they all want to go out and take a look. Dragon King also revealed a wry smile. True dragons rarely came out. They had always lived in this dragon valley. It was not that they liked this kind of life, but that they had no choice. Many true dragons were also extremely eager to go out and take a look. However, under normal circumstances they could not leave the valley and could only stay with the Kim people. Only then did the Dragon King allow them to leave. This was up to them to choose. After all, they were the closest to the Kim people and were not afraid of the Kim people hurting them. It was just that the crown prince or princess of the dragons usually had their eyes on the top of their heads and were not too close to ordinary humans. Now that it was rare for Ling Xiao to have such a dense dragon blood and dragon chi, he naturally attracted their attention. They also wanted to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao would bring them outside to take a look. Ling Xiao strolled around the Dragon Valley with the crown prince and princess. He understood that the space here was very vast, and at the same time, there were many precious divine grasses that accompanied the dragons. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. When he saw something he liked, he asked the crown prince and the dragon lord. As long as they did not have any objections, he would pick it. However, Ling Xiao could not appear to be greedy here, so he only chose a dozen or so stalks. He could already freely enter and exit the Dragon Valley. In the future, as long as he needed it, he could come here to take more. If any of these stalks were to be placed outside, it would definitely make any divine king go crazy. Right now Ling Xiao was a little vexed. Through getting close to the crown prince and princess, Ling Xiao discovered that they were all eager to go out with him to take a look. It was precisely because of this that he didn't know who to choose to bring out. He wanted to bring all of them out, but that could only be thought of. In the end, Ling Xiao could only leave the decision to them. Whoever obtained the Dragon King's permission would go out with him. Didn't the patriarch say that it would be very difficult to get a true dragon to follow him? Why are they all clamoring to follow me? There's nothing I can do about this good character. Ling Xiao said helplessly in his heart. If these words were heard by the Kim people, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. They wanted to have such a good thing, but Ling Xiao actually felt helpless. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Ling Xiao returned to Ling Bo's side alone. Ling Bo asked in surprise, "Why didn't the crown prince or princess accompany you out?" According to the previous situation, Ling Xiao should be very popular. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, "They all want to go out, but how can I bring so many? Let them go and talk to the Dragon King themselves. Whoever can get the approval will accompany me out." Ling Bo's old face twitched a few times. He didn't know what to say. Not long after, a dragon's crown prince rushed over. A smile appeared on his cold face and he said, "In the future I will protect the guest when you go out, but Royal Father said that I can only protect you for 100 years. After 100 years, other brothers and sisters will protect you." "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was a little confused. The dragon's crown prince explained, "It's not easy for us to go out. The other brothers and sisters also want to go out with you, but Royal Father said that only one of us can go out, so we agreed that each of us will protect you for 100 years. Then we will all have the chance to go out and see." After listening to this explanation, Ling Bo almost wanted to replace Ling Xiao. He shouted in his heart, "I am the dignified patriarch, why don't I receive such treatment? What's the use of the position of patriarch?" The dragon's crown prince had already made it very clear. Ling Xiao wiped a satisfied smile and said, "That's good. I will let you eat, drink and play well." Just like that, Ling Xiao brought the 13th dragon's crown prince out of the Dragon Valley. Chapter 1180. The 13th prince of the dragons, so Ling Xiao called him 13. Ling Xiao took him around the Dragon Valley and collected many holy and divine herbs before leaving with Ling Bo. If it was an ordinary person, no one would dare to touch the sacred grass or divine grass here. However, Ling Xiao already had a relationship with the dragons and was an alchemist, so Ling Bo naturally wouldn't stop him. After returning to the Kim people's territory, Ling Xiao took 13 back to his mountain peak. Originally, Ling Bo wanted Ling Xiao to show off in front of the other elders, but Ling Xiao refused. He didn't have the time to do such a boring thing. Now that he had made his identity as a divine alchemist public, he had to do his duty and refine more divine pills. On one hand, he could give his clan and the outer sect some explanation, and on the other he would have some divine pills for urgent use when he went to the profound sky region. This time Ling Xiao spent more than half a year refining pills. Ling Bo and Ling Chen gave him many divine materials, which was enough for him to refine many divine pills. Many strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the Kim people's territory. At first the Kim people were very appreciative and amazed. However, as time passed they became numb to it. They all knew that their clan's great-uncle Ling Xiao was refining divine pills there. They all wished that their great-uncle Ling Xiao would give them some divine Dan beads. That would be great. Inside Ling Xiao's cave his upper body was bare, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. He was refining the last batch of pills. After half a year of hard work, his knowledge of refining divine pills was as pure as fire. He had also digested all the inheritance of the divine alchemist, so his understanding of the art of alchemy was no less than the supreme divine alchemist's. When the last batch of pills was finished, most of the materials in Ling Xiao's cauldron had been used up. However, there were many divine pills in his cauldron. He smiled contentedly. "Now we can go." Ling Xiao was about to come out of seclusion, but after some hesitation he still took out a dragon-shaped golden dragon fruit. This was the golden dragon fruit. It could allow any god king to reach the peak of the same level and condense dragon qi. Half a year ago in the Dragon Valley, Ling Xiao had obtained the golden dragon fruit, but he hadn't eaten it yet. After all, he had just become a low-level god king, so his god base was not too stable yet. Although this golden dragon fruit could increase his strength, it was not beneficial for his long-term development. Now that half a year had passed, Ling Xiao's god base had stabilized. He was hesitating whether or not to take it right away. That way he could directly reach peak low-level god king. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before putting away the golden dragon fruit. It might not be a big deal to increase his strength right now, but increasing his strength too quickly made him feel that it was too much of a threat. He might as well wait until he went out and use it when he encountered any trouble. This way he could achieve an unexpected effect which might be better. When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, he immediately went to find Ling Bo and gave him a portion of the pills. Ling Bo was overjoyed. Although the Kim people were big and had the support of the outer sect, so they wouldn't be lacking in divine pills, they still had to ask for their help, so they had to look at their faces. On the other hand, it was different for his own people. These divine pills were more comfortable to hold. "It's been hard on you for the past half a year." Ling Bo patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said. Ling Xiao smiled. "It can't be said to be hard, I'm already used to it." In fact, pill refining was also a type of cultivation. He could also cultivate the soul-controlling art at the same time, making his soul power even stronger and controlling his soul power attacks more freely. Now he could already transform his soul power into various powerful attacks, not just a single soul needle. With his soul power he could even defeat a middle-stage divine king. Ling Bo ordered people to give Ling Xiao a lot of divine crystals. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not refuse, as this was what he deserved. "Oh right, Ling Chen from the outer sect has already gotten you the Godly Alchemist's badge. When you have time, go and get it. This will be of great benefit to you when you travel in the heaven realm," Ling Bo said. "Godly Alchemist badge?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He really didn't know that there was such a thing in the heaven realm. It should just be a symbol of status. And don't underestimate this badge. This is a unique badge that is certified by the Medicine Alliance of the Tianyuan region. As long as you hold it, you can pass through any spatial formation or realm gate for free. This way you can save a large amount of divine crystals, Ling Bo reminded. Medicine Alliance Guild? Could it be the #1 power in the heaven realm where the #1 supreme medicine god is? A piece of information flashed across Ling Xiao's mind. He used to read many ancient books, so he had some understanding of the distribution of many powerful forces in the heaven realm. The Medicine Alliance wasn't an ordinary force. They had the best alchemists and also the strongest peak of incipient god realm experts. They were known as the #1 force in the heaven realm. Even the current Kim people in Dragon Gate had a big gap with them. That's right. So you must hold this badge well. When you have a chance you must go there and see. I believe you will get something. Ling Bo said. Yeah, if I have a chance I will definitely go there and see, Ling Xiao replied. Then he told Ling Bo about his upcoming trip. Ling Bo didn't want to restrict Ling Xiao. He said, "That's good. You can take 13 to have a look. He's been bored here. Moreover, your identity is different now. It's related to the future of our clan. So you must bring your protector elder with you. That way you can take care of him. Don't let anything happen to him. Do you understand?" "Yeah, I know what to do. Of course I will cherish my life more." Ling Xiao felt warm when he heard Ling Bo's words. "Right, go." Ling Bo didn't linger. He waved his hand to let Ling Xiao leave. Ling Xiao quickly returned to the Heavenly Dragon sect. The first thing he did was to rush to the original courtyard. Even though he had moved out, he still had to keep the courtyard for the time being because the people around him were still cultivating in seclusion there. It had been almost a year since Yuro Fei, Sha Tian and Xinyu had been in seclusion. Yuro Fei and Sha Tian had successfully reached the demigod king realm. They had already condensed their divine souls. They only needed to continue accumulating divine power to reach the godly king realm. As for Xinyu, he had broken away from the demigod king realm. He was a low-level godly king. With his brute force there were few who could rival him. Ling Xiao was very happy to see that they had successfully advanced. So he brought them back to his mountain. After half a year the mountain had been rebuilt under the leadership of Kong Wen and Kong Wu. Ling Xiao was very satisfied. He only needed a place that could symbolize his identity. He didn't care too much about it. He had Yu Rofei, Sha Tian and Xinyu stay here for the time being. He immediately went to report to Ling Chen that he was about to go on a long journey. He also gave him some of the pills as a form of contribution to the sect. When Ling Chen saw Ling Xiao, he immediately smiled and said, "I was just about to send someone to see if you've come out of seclusion, but I didn't expect you to come first. And I just came out of the clan and smoothly handed in my mission. The divine pills here were refined by me in the past 6 months, so it should be considered a contribution to the sect." Ling Xiao took out many divine pills and handed them over to Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled as he received Ling Xiao's divine pellet, and then handed over a medallion that looked like jade but wasn't jade to Ling Xiao. "This is the Divine Alchemist badge issued by the Medicine Alliance. If you drip a bit of your blood essence into it, you will become the publicly recognized Divine Alchemist of the Medicine Alliance, and you will be able to use any spatial formation or domain gate within the Heavenly Domain continent." Ling Xiao took it and sized it up, then impolitely dripped a bit of blood essence onto the badge. After the badge exuded a warm light for a while, it returned to normal. "It doesn't look like there's anything special about it." Ling Xiao weighed it lightly, muttered to himself and then put it away. "Actually, you can hang this on your chest. It's even more appealing," Ling Chen suggested. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "Forget it, I'll think about it when I need it." This badge was quite useful. If he were to hang it on his chest and it was destroyed in a battle, wouldn't that be a waste? Then it's up to you. Tell me that your mountain peak has been set up. If there's anything else you need, tell me and I'll get someone to arrange it for you." Ling Chen said, "There's no need for that, but I want to make a trip to the Profound Sky region in the next few days." Ling Xiao said, "Oh, do you miss that girl Linger? That's great, then you should go and see her. When she was taken away by her parents, she kept nagging you. If it wasn't for your sister-in-law accompanying her to the Profound Sky region, I'm afraid she would have to wait for you to come back before she could leave. Your sister-in-law is still a guest at her home, so you should escort her back," Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Ling Chen would think of something else. He immediately followed along and said, "All right, I'll definitely escort sister-in-law back when I get there." Ling Chen nodded and sighed. That girl Xiao Ling has an ethereal body that's rarely seen even in 10,000 years. If you can marry her, it shouldn't be difficult for you to step into the sovereign realm in this lifetime. You should grasp this opportunity well. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't respond to Ling Chen's words. He liked Xiao Ling, but it hadn't turned into love yet. He only treated her as a little sister. All of this had yet to be decided, so Ling Xiao didn't want to force it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the main hall, Ling Chen thought of something and called out to Ling Xiao, "The journey to the Profound Sky region is long, so I'll arrange a few protector elders for you. They're all from our clan. This is what the patriarch told me to do. I'll have them find you at your peak later." Ling Xiao knew that the people in the clan no longer trusted the people in the outer sect, so he needed his own people to protect him. Only then would he feel the safest. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He revealed his alchemist identity to raise his status in the clan and the outer sect. While he needed more resources, he also needed more people to rely on. Because in the profound sky region, the Lotus sect had forces that weren't inferior to the village cleansing sword or the blazing flame merchants. It wouldn't be easy for him to find someone from there alone. However, it would be different if he had others to help him. He could visit the Lotus sect as a member of the Dragon Gate. Chapter 1181. Ling Xiao returned from Ling Chen's place, but he didn't leave immediately. He went to the Dragon Gate's scripture depository again and started to search for information about the mysterious sky region. The mysterious sky region was the weakest among the 5 big regions. The strongest force there was the Black Turtle sect, which wasn't weaker than the Dragon Gate. The Lotus cult was one of the forces that was second only to the Black Turtle sect, which was equivalent to the Sword Washing Manor and the Divine Axe Gang in the Sky Dragon region. The Lotus cult leader had female disciples as the leader and male disciples as support. It was located in the North Snow region. The Lotus cult leader was also a famous expert in the Heaven territory. There were also incipient God Realm experts in the cult, and there were also many King God Realm experts under their command. After understanding the general situation of the Lotus cult, Ling Xiao prepared some matters and prepared to bring people to the mysterious sky region. This time he planned to bring Yuro Fei, Sha Tian and Xin Yi with him so that they could see the world. However, before he left, he summoned Sha Tian alone. Sha Tian, the former master of Sha Tian's organization, had reached the strongest realm in the central region. Although he was controlled by Ling Xiao, it was also because he followed Ling Xiao that he could reach the demigod king realm from the peak of the saint realm in just a dozen years. His advancement speed wasn't slow. "Greetings, Palace Master?" Sha Tian said respectfully to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao squinted at Sha Tian and said, "No need to be polite. I believe you're about to break my high-level spirit incantation, right?" Sha Tian's expression didn't change. "I don't know what Palace Master is talking about." Ling Xiao's aura suddenly exploded, and the power of a king god directly pressed on Sha Tian's body, forcing Sha Tian to fly backward and hit the stone wall. A mouthful of blood spurted from his throat. Ling Xiao's figure flashed as he charged toward Sha Tian. Sha Tian's eyes finally revealed an emotion that hadn't been seen for many years. However, with his demigod king abilities, how could he escape from Ling Xiao? His throat was already gripped by Ling Xiao. "Don't you know that I can sense the spiritual curse? When you broke through to the demigod king realm, it started to loosen up. Although you didn't get rid of it completely, it can't affect you anymore. How dare you pretend in front of me?" Ling Xiao said with a stern look. Ling Xiao's high-level spiritual curse was only effective on warriors below the Holy Emperor. When they reached the divine realm and condensed their divine soul, they could forcefully get rid of the high-level spiritual curse. Unless Ling Xiao used the soul lock from the last scroll of the spirit-controlling knack, he wouldn't be able to control warriors above the divine king realm. However, Ling Xiao had just learned about the soul lock, so he wasn't very familiar with it. He didn't have the time to redo the soul lock on Sha Tian. The reason why he questioned Sha Tian just now was because he wanted to see if Sha Tian was being honest. He didn't expect Sha Tian to play tricks on him. He could only let him know the consequences of lying to him. Sha Tian couldn't even breathe after his throat was gripped by Ling Xiao. His face turned red and his eyes finally revealed a pleading look. He knew that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. He also knew that Ling Xiao's hand was broken. He had been following Ling Xiao all these years, so he knew Ling Xiao's temperament. He was kind to his friends but merciless to his enemies. Ling Xiao didn't have the intention to kill Sha Tian. He threw him to the side and snorted, "Now you know what to do?" Sha Tian didn't even have the chance to catch his breath. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, It's Sha Tian's fault. I shouldn't have lied to you. Please give me another chance. Sha Tian is willing to follow you forever." Ling Xiao glanced at Sha Tian. That sharp gaze of his seemed to have an impact on Sha Tian's heart. He could sense Sha Tian's sincerity. Ling Xiao said faintly, "It's easy for me to control you again. Even if you break through to the God King realm, you still won't be able to break free. I originally wanted to give you a chance to regain your freedom, but you didn't cherish it." Sha Tian revealed an incomparably terrified expression. He kowtowed and said, "Palace Lord, you must believe me. Please give me another chance. I will not betray you. I am willing to swear on my blood." From Ling Xiao's tone, it seemed like he wanted to let him regain his freedom. But now it was ruined by him. Although Ling Xiao wouldn't kill him if he regained control, his will and thoughts wouldn't be able to escape Ling Xiao's mind. He really didn't want this feeling of being controlled. Looking at Sha Tian, who had already broken his head from kowtowing, Ling Xiao still didn't move. Sha Tian couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. He thought to himself, back then I lost to the evil emperor in one move. But now I've become his disciple's puppet. Could it be that I, Sha Tian, really have to live like this for the rest of my life? Alright, get up. I'll give you another chance. Whether you can cherish it or not will depend on yourself. Of course, if you manage to escape from my control, then I can only blame myself for not being able to judge people well, Ling Xiao said. Sha Tian still had a very promising future. He was once the king of assassins and a palace lord. His potential wasn't any worse than Yu Fei's. Giving him back his freedom would also allow him to achieve greater things in the future. If he knew what was good for him, then he would continue to pledge his loyalty. If he didn't, then he shouldn't blame Ling Xiao for being ruthless. Sha Tian didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly change his mind. He immediately kowtowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Many thanks, Palace Lord. Many thanks, Palace Lord." Sha Tian had already given up on the idea of breaking away from Ling Xiao. Although he was once the Palace Lord of Sha Tian, times were different now. The heaven region was filled with experts. With his current strength, unless he was content to live in one place, he would sooner or later become a dead soul under the sword of others. Ling Xiao's current status was also different. Not only was he a subordinate of Kim people, he was also a high-level elder of Dragon Gate. He had also reached the Divine King realm and possessed the identity of a divine alchemist. All of these were enough for Sha Tian to follow him willingly. He had followed Ling Xiao all these years and knew that Ling Xiao would never mistreat the people around him. He firmly believed that as Ling Xiao's achievements grew, he would also rise. Ling Xiao set off for the profound sky region with 15 people. In this group, apart from Yu Fei, Sha Tian and Xin Yi, there was also Chang Haoyou and 11 divine kings. These 11 divine kings were all subordinates of Kim people. The one leading them was a peak divine king called Ling Gang. His strength was second only to Ling Fei. He was even a generation younger than Ling Xiao. However, he was already 10,000 years older than Ling Xiao. He was also a famous existence in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. As for the remaining 10 people, apart from 4 who were direct descendants of Kim people, the rest were side branches of Kim people. Although they didn't specialize in metal attribute, they were still quite strong. As for Kong Wen and Kong Wu, they were left behind. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't trust them, but that Ling Xiao wanted them to use the divine pills he refined to try and break through to high-level divine king. Ling Xiao had the divine alchemist's badge, so he brought everyone through the various spatial formations for free. If they wanted to rush to the profound sky region, they had to go to the Sky Dragon North region first. Only there was a domain gate leading to the profound sky region. If they wanted to rush there from the Dragon Gate, they would have to pass by the Blazing Flame Merchants. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry, so he might as well go to the Blazing Flame Merchants to visit Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xian. At the same time, Yu Fei also wanted to know if her master had come looking for her all these years. When he returned to the manor he used to live in, there weren't many people left here. However, the Blazing Flame Merchants still kept this manor for him, Ling Xiao. It turned out that Chai Guan, who had obtained the divine pill from Ling Xiao, had already reached the high-level saint level. He was the caretaker who stayed here. Chai Guan, who was in the middle of his cultivation, never expected that Ling Xiao would come again. He immediately knelt down excitedly and said, "Greetings, young master." "Get up," Ling Xiao said indifferently, then said, "Looks like you've gained a lot in the past few years. Your strength has improved again." "It's all thanks to young master that I can achieve what I have today," Chai Guan said loyally. Indeed, if Ling Xiao hadn't brought him out of Stone Heaven City, he wouldn't be where he was today. There was no doubt that he was grateful to Ling Xiao. "Get up," Ling Xiao said, then said, "Has anyone come to look for madam in the past few years?" Chai Guan shook his head lightly and said, "No one came to look for madam, but there were often people who came to look for you, young master. It was 2 beautiful young ladies. They would come every once in a while to ask if you had come back." Ling Xiao didn't need to ask to know who had come to look for them. Ling Xiao arranged for everyone to stay here for the time being. Then he went to the Merchant Guild Hall. When he arrived, he naturally went to visit the Vice Hall Master, Lai Rui. Although this woman looked like a man, she used to treat him quite well, so it was only right for him to greet her. When Lai Rui saw Ling Xiao return again, she immediately revealed a warm smile that was different from before. Although this smile was very bright, Ling Xiao still didn't dare to look at it for too long. Lai Rui invited Ling Xiao to the Blazing Flame Merchants to be a guest, and Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with her. This time he must have come to see Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xijing. Now Zhou Xijing wouldn't show her face on the flower boat. He believed that she had already reached the Divine King realm like Lai Ruyu and assumed the position of an elder in the merchant union. Back then he had left 2 bottles of Ghost God's Spring for the 2 of them. Ling Xiao's identity as a divine apothecary had not been spread out yet. With his identity as a divine king, it was not enough for Lai Wudi to personally come out to receive him. However, Lai Wudi still valued Ling Xiao very much. He still remembered the scene of Ling Xiao returning to Kim people a few years ago. The sect leader of Dragon Gate, Ling Chen, had personally come out to pick him up. Therefore, when Ling Xiao arrived at the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Wudi brought Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xijing to receive him. When Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xijing saw Ling Xiao again, they were naturally overjoyed. The 2 of them had already fallen deeply in love with this powerful man. "It's been so long, you're finally willing to come and see me." Lai Ruyu's beautiful face, which was as beautiful as a flower, carried a hint of bitterness as she said to Ling Xiao. Zhou Xijing, who was standing at the side with an even more charming temperament, said softly, "If you didn't come, I'm afraid that junior sister would have gone to Dragon Gate to propose marriage to you." "Senior sister, what are you talking about?" "I didn't. You must have thought about it yourself." Lai Ruyu's face was suffused with shyness as she looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes filled with deep feelings. Chapter 1182. Cough cough. "Ling Xiao is a guest from afar. You guys will scare him away like this." Lai Wudi could not help but cough a few times. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xijing were immediately embarrassed, and they both turned their faces to the side, not daring to look at Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao laughed dryly but did not say anything. "Oh right, Ling Xiao, why did you come to our place?" Lai Wudi asked. I was just passing by this time and was preparing to head to the Profound Sky region. I came to see the 3 ladies on the way. I have no other intentions," Ling Xiao said. "So that's how it is. I thought your patriarch had some mission for you," Lai Wudi said. Lai Ruyu said with some dissatisfaction, "I thought you came to see me, so it was just along the way." Zhou Xijing, who was at the side, also cast a resentful look. Ling Xiao was a little helpless. "Wasn't it just along the way to take a look? Speaking of which, he was very busy." Lai Wudi saw that his daughter was already deeply in love with Ling Xiao, but seeing that Ling Xiao did not seem to care, he could not help but feel a little anxious for his daughter. Although his daughter had the fire god's body, Ling Xiao's Tenbin was not weak either. His advancement speed was even faster, and he had also reached the low-level God King. Moreover, after his daughter returned from the Nether Soul Divine Pond, she told him about how Ling Xiao had killed the Chu Qiao of the Sky Tiger Domain in the Nether Soul Divine Pond, how he had led the geniuses of the Sky Dragon Domain to defeat the Chu Qiao, and how he had obtained the Nether Soul Divine Spring for her. All of this was enough to prove that Ling Xiao had already emerged from the new generation of the Sky Dragon region. In the future, there would definitely be a place for him in the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. In other words, within the Dragon Gate in the future, Ling Xiao would definitely be an important figure. If they could form a relationship with him, it would be more beneficial than harmful for the Blazing Flame Merchants. After chatting for a while, Lai Wudi sent the 3 women away and stayed behind to talk to Ling Xiao alone. "Ling Xiao, how are you doing over at the Dragon Gate?" Lai Wudi asked tentatively. Ling Xiao did not understand what Lai Wudi meant, so he immediately nodded and replied, "Not bad, I was recently promoted to an inner sect elder. If the alliance leader needs Ling Xiao's help in the future, just let me know." Ling Xiao was still a guest elder of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so these words could be considered as an explanation. Good. With the talent of a guest elder like Ling Xiao, you will shine in the heaven domain in the future. Lai Wudi first praised him, then changed the topic. "Ling Xiao, don't blame me for being too direct. As the saying goes, a grown man should get married and a grown woman should get married. I can see that my daughter is dead set on you, and although the Blazing Flame Merchants cannot compare to the Dragon Gate, we still have some power in the Sky Dragon region. Ruyu has also reached the Divine King realm, so the 2 of you can be said to be a golden couple. What do you think?" Ling Xiao did not expect Lai Wudi to be so direct. In the past, Lai Wudi also hinted at this, But he did not force him to express his stance like this. Alliance leader, I know what you mean. Leader, I know what you mean. Ruyu is indeed a good girl, but I have told her that I have many wives and concubines. Sooner or later I will take them with me. Because of this I can't accept Ruyu easily. She is a dignified young lady of the Alliance Merchant Association. I am afraid she will be wronged if she follows me. Leader, what do you think? Ling Xiao replied. Lai Wudi also knew that it was impossible for a talent like Ling Xiao not to be liked by women. As far as I know, your wives and concubines are all in the Xianling continent, right? Have you never thought of giving them up? You are no longer on the same level as them, Lai Wudi said. It was not strange for an expert to have many cultivation partners in their lifetime, but once the distance between cultivation partners was too big, the relationship would also be distanced. That was why Lai Wudi said this. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I have never thought of giving up on any of my relatives. Even if they are just ordinary people, I can still help them reach the realm of immortality. Ling Xiao's words were filled with a strong sense of determination. He could not abandon his wife and children, not to mention that he was a divine alchemist. With his ability he had enough time and capital to help them reach the divine king realm. Lai Wudi could not help but look at Ling Xiao highly. If his daughter followed such a man, perhaps it would also be a kind of happiness. All right, since you have already made up your mind, I will let you go. If Ruyu really likes you, I will not stop you. The key is whether she can pass the test of her father. Lai Wudi said. After that, Ling Xiao and Lai Wudi chatted for a while more before planning to take their leave. However, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xijing did not plan to let him off so easily. The two of them brought Ling Xiao to the blazing flame city and returned to the flower boat, playing music and drinking wine to reminisce about their loyalty. The two girls were so affectionate that Ling Xiao could not bear it. They lingered around him, and the waves of women's elegant fragrance could intoxicate any man. If it was the Ling Xiao who had just made his debut, he would probably immediately raise his spear and go into battle to eat them all. However, the present was different from the past. Although he had a good impression of them, he could not accept them for the time being. After all, this was related to the decision of the Raging Flame Business Alliance. When they all chose him regardless of everything, he might accept them. 3 days later, under the two girls' reluctant eyes, Ling Xiao left the blazing flame city and headed to the northern Sky Dragon region. The northern Sky Dragon region was the border between the Godly Axe Gang and the Sun and Moon sect, and the territory entrance was between the two factions. This territory entrance wasn't managed by them. It was managed by the strongest incipient God Realm expert in the Sky Dragon region, Lei Li. Lei Li was one of the strongest experts in the Sky Dragon region. He was called God of Thunder. He had the Thunder God body, and he had reached the incipient God Realm dozens of thousands of years ago. All the forces in the Sky Dragon region had elected him to guard the territory entrance. On one hand, it was to frighten the warriors who came here, and on the other hand, it was to watch the commotion in the mysterious Sky region. After all, there would be some friction between the 5 regions. If any one of them were to launch a large-scale battle and cross the region, then he would play the role of a supervisor. At that time, he would be able to make preparations in advance and face the enemy together. Anyway, the people of any territory would never allow the forces of another territory to invade. The territory entrance was called the Northern Territory Gate or the Northern Territory City. This was a place without any forces' jurisdiction. However, no one dared to occupy this place because it belonged to all the residents of the Sky Dragon region. Because of this, there were many disputes that often occurred in the city, but no one would bother about it. As long as they didn't interfere with the operation of the territory entrance or the facilities in the city, Lei Li and his people wouldn't interfere with them. However, if anyone violated the rules, even if it was the Dragon Gate's warriors, they could still deal with them on the spot. Because it was a special privilege that the big forces in the Sky Dragon region had given Lei Li to guard this place. The Northern Domain Gate was located at the very center of the city. It was surrounded by a 100-meter-tall, 5-colored, 10-sided energy wall that constantly shone in all directions. The bottom of the wall was covered with runes that contained an indescribable great power. It looked very complicated and profound. This was the only entrance connecting the Sky Dragon region and the mysterious Sky region. To enter and exit this area, one had to pay a large amount of divine crystals and use a rank 9 beast core to transfer power. Ordinary mysterious crystals and beast cores were useless. After 2 months of teleportation, Ling Xiao and the rest had already rushed from the Dragon Gate to the Northern Territory Gate. They were travel-worn and soon, they would pass through the mysterious sky region. At this time Ling Xiao was not so anxious. He ordered everyone to rest here for 2 days before heading to the mysterious sky region. In these 2 days he had to rest and adjust his condition in preparation to face the forces of the other territory. The group stayed in the most luxurious restaurant. Ling Gang was one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo and held a high position in the Dragon Gate. Now that he was Ling Zhao's housekeeper, he was in charge of everything. Just based on the Dragon Gate battle robe he was wearing, the manager of the restaurant immediately welcomed them with a smile and gave them the most luxurious room. "Uncle Xiao, please come in first," Ling Gang said to Ling Xiao with a hint of respect. His strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao, but Ling Zhao's seniority in the clan was higher than his. Moreover, the potential he had displayed was so strong that the clan leader had personally ordered him to protect Ling Xiao even if he had to risk his life. This was enough to show how much the clan valued Ling Xiao. This was because the clan leader had once said to him, "Your uncle Ling Xiao will be the future hope of our clan." Therefore Ling Gang did not dare to rely on his strength to not serve Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao and the rest settled down, they went to the restaurant and ordered some good wine and dishes to drink to their heart's content. "Uncle Xiao, we will reach the mysterious sky region after this. After that, we will have to travel for about a month to reach the Xiao family's territory," Ling Gang explained to Ling Xiao. "Yes, when the time comes, we will go see the sect leader's wife first, then we will go to the Lotus sect," Ling Xiao replied. Ling Gang agreed and did not say anything else. As everyone drank and ate, the surrounding cultivators began to discuss something that caught Ling Xiao's attention. "Did you hear? The Divine Axe Gang and the Sun Moon Sect's new generation are fighting again. The Divine Axe Gang's young master Ba Longxing is going to challenge the chosen and saintess of the Sun Moon Sect tomorrow. This Ba Longxing is that powerful? He can actually fight 1 against 2. You should know that the chosen and saintess of the Sun Moon Sect have already entered the God King realm. Furthermore, the chosen has comprehended fist intent. His battle strength is extraordinary. So what? I heard that when Ba Longxing's younger brother entered the Soul Divine Pond, he lost face because Su Tian turned defeat into victory. That's why Ba Longxing plans to fight 1 against 2 to regain his face. After all, the 2 sects have always been at odds with each other. I heard that Ba Longxing has already trained the sky-opening plate axe to the power of 72 broad axes. Moreover, he cultivates the Herculean divine art, which is famous for its defense. This is a powerful technique that is second only to Kim people's ancient emperor divine art. This battle is in his grasp and he wants to suppress the chosen and saintess of the Sun Moon Sect. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. Ba Longxing is indeed powerful, but the Sun Moon Sect has the Sun Moon Divine Canon. Usually, the chosen and saintess will practice it together, and the power they can display is not inferior to any of the top divine arts. In the end, it is still hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Chapter 1183. In a desolate mountain range outside of Northern Region City. This was the place where the young leader of the godly axe gang Ba Longxing was going to challenge the Holy Sun and Holy Lady of the Sun Moon Sect. Of course, with their strength as god kings, they definitely would not fight on land. They would fight above the 9 heavens and decide the outcome of the battle. Many people had gathered to watch the battle before it started. Soon the people from the 2 sects arrived. The people of the godly axe gang all carried axes on their backs, and had stern expressions on their faces. As for the people of the Sun Moon Sect, half of them were men and the other half were women. The leader of the godly axe gang was of course Ba Longxing. His body was like an iron tower and he stood out from the crowd. His eyes were bright and full of confidence. Beside him was his younger brother, Ba Zhongxing. He had once been defeated by Su Tian. After entering the Ghost Divine Pond, he could not bear the shadow of defeat and could not condense his divine soul. He was still in the Demigod King realm and he hated Su Tian for that. In the Sun Moon Sect, the Holy Sun, Su Tian and the Holy Lady Mu Yenran had already condensed their godly souls in the Ghost Divine Pond. After returning to the sect, they used all kinds of resources to break through the Demigod King realm and became a divine king. The 2 sides faced off against each other and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Today I'll let my elder brother teach you a lesson on my behalf. I'll let you know that your Sun-Moon sect will forever be under the Godfather sect. Ba Zhongxing said to Su Tian and Mu Yanhong with a dark expression. He was filled with hatred. He did not hate Su Tian, but he hated the guy who taught him the Holy Sun Fist intent. He had thought of picking a fight with the guy, but after seeing his amazing performance in the Ghost Divine Pond and knowing his identity, he did not dare to pick a fight with him. After all, he was from the Dragon Gate and the most outstanding one in the Dragon Gate. He would not dare to pick a fight with him. Therefore, when he returned to the gang, he looked for his brother and asked him to pick a fight with the Sun-Moon sect. Although it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the God King realm with his talent, he did not know when the next time would be if he missed this chance. He could not take this lying down. Su Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ba Zhongxing and smiled. I know why you came to find trouble with us this time. It seems like you didn't gain anything from the Ghost Divine Pond. If it wasn't for someone helping you back then, you would have already been defeated by me. You have nothing to be proud of. Today my big brother will fight both of you alone regardless of life or death. Do you dare? Snorted Ba Zhongxing. Zhong Longxing, who had not spoken a word, narrowed his eyes, looking calm and composed. He was already a peak-level low-level God King, much stronger than Su Tian and Mu Yanhong. However, even though he was fighting 1 against 2, he did not take too much advantage of them. Since we're here, we dare to accept any of your challenges, Su Tian replied firmly. That's good. Let's fight. Ba Longxing finally opened his mouth. He soared into the sky and a heavy aura began to spread in all directions. Gravitational field. Many people could not help but exclaim. This was because they all felt as if there was a huge boulder weighing down on them, causing their movements to become incomparably slow. They all knew that this powerful aura was a kind of power that Ba Longxing emitted. It could cause the surrounding 10,000 li to become incomparably heavy. Even a God King would be suppressed by it. Mu Yanhong said to Su Tian, let's attack together. Since the other party was fighting 1 against 2, it would be best for them to attack together. No, I alone am enough to deal with him, Su Tian said confidently. After saying that, Su Tian unleashed his aura and leaped into the sky. A ball of fire illuminated the surrounding 10,000 li. He was like the son of the sun, choosing to attack first. Ever since he had received the fist intent realm that Ling Xiao had imparted to him, he had gained a deeper understanding of fist intent, causing his battle prowess to multiply. Now that he had advanced to the God King stage, he was even more confident that he could fight against all the God Kings in the world. The brilliant sun that was formed from divine power was like a meteor crashing down, its power terrifying to the extreme. Just this simple punch was enough to completely destroy any city. Originally, the speed and power of this punch was comparable to that of any God King who had advanced to the God King stage for a long time. However, under Ba Longxing's gravitational field, this brilliant sun's fist force became much slower. By the time the fist force reached Ba Longxing, he had already dodged it. At the same time, he used his divine power to condense a giant axe and smashed it towards Su Tian with the pressure of Mount Tai. The power of each axe strike was like 1,000 catties, causing the space to constantly shatter and produce a dull buzzing sound. Su Tian did not retreat, instead he swung his holy sun fist with all his might and collided with the axe shadows. His fist force was already mixed with torrential fist intent, and its power was enough to shake a peak-level God King. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Ba Longxing in a one-on-one battle. However, after coming into contact with the axe light, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent and overestimated himself. Bang bang. Su Tian was directly smashed down from the sky by this terrifying axe force. His whole body smashed into a mountain ridge, instantly causing a mess of stone fragments to fly everywhere. The mountain ridge was crushed into a huge deep pit. Zhong Longxing was like a high and mighty emperor. He said faintly, the saint of the sun sect is only a zoo. When the spectators saw this scene and heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all thought to themselves, this Ba Longxing is too terrifying. In just one move, Ba Longxing had smashed Su Tian into such a state. In a contest of strength, it was obvious that Ba Longxing had an overall advantage. It seemed that he was not lying when he said that he could fight 1 against 2. It's too early for you to be happy. A voice came from below and a figure instantly shot up into the sky. This person was undoubtedly Su Tian. He attacked again without holding back at all. 9 punches were thrown out at the same time and 9 brilliant suns shot out at the same time. The power was extremely terrifying. It's just the light of the cocoon fire. Ba Longxing sneered. His aura increased by a level, and the invisible gravitational field instantly increased by a few levels, directly pressuring the 9 solar fists to slow down. He dispersed the giant axe that was condensed from divine power in his hand, and at the same time, drew out the pair of giant axes on his back. With the giant axes in hand, his figure danced, and each axe strike carried a terrifying power that could tear space apart. It smashed into the 9 suns, and each axe strike destroyed a brilliant sun, causing the blazing fire to splash everywhere. Boom boom boom. Zhou Xian kept throwing out fist light and his divine power kept being drawn out. An unyielding belief made his fighting spirit high. However, in front of absolute strength he was still not enough. The power of Ba Longxing's 72 heaven-splitting plates could simply split the sky and earth, destroy mountains and rivers and make the world lose its color. Zhou Xian's power completely collapsed, and all of his fist force was actually useless in front of his opponent. They were all suppressed by his opponent's gravitational field, so he could not display the power of the realm of fist intent. Now, with his opponent's 72 axes snatched away, he had no way to escape. Seeing that Zhou Xian was about to be killed by Ba Longxing, Saintess Mu Yanhong finally made her move. Balls of soft claw force clawed at Ba Longxing, and claw marks streaked across the sky as if tearing the sky and earth apart. Ba Longxing frowned slightly and he had no choice but to let Zhou Xian go for now. He fully circulated his qi to defend, and balls of earth energy blocked the sharp claws. However, Mu Yanhong's claw technique was not ordinary. It was the Yin God's Claw technique, a secret technique of the Moon sect. Coupled with the divine weapon in her hand, she forcibly broke through Ba Longxing's defense, and a few wounds appeared on his back. Ba Longxing roared and his 2 giant axes spun around. Streaks of axe shadows tyrannically pressed towards Mu Yanhong. Mu Yanhong knew how terrifying his opponent's power was, so she did not dare to take it head-on. She could only retreat, not daring to fight in close combat. She retreated to Zhou Xian's side and asked, "Holy Sun, are you all right?" Zhou Xian panted, shook his head and said, "I'm fine for now." "Then let's attack together. This concerns the reputation of our sect, so you must not be loyal to your friends anymore," Mu Yanhong said solemnly. Zhou Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and he and Mu Yanhong attacked Ba Longxing from the left and right. Ba Longxing laughed loudly and said, "I told you to attack together, but now is fine. I'll let you see my true power." As the sound of Ba Longxing's voice faded, the gravity field descended towards Zhou Xian and Mu Yanhong. At the same time, his heaven-splitting axe cleaved downwards. All the axe lights contained surging power, enough to cause a mid-level God King's expression to change. After another round of collisions, Zhou Xian and Mu Yanhong were sent flying far away. "Don't fight him head-on. I'll restrain him and you find an opportunity to give him a fatal blow," Mu Yanhong said. After saying that, the silver claws in her hands flickered with rays of Yin God light, and wherever they went, deep claw marks flashed. The countless claws were dazzling and it was difficult to tell which one was the real one. Mu Yanhong attacked with all her strength, and even though she was affected by the gravitational field, Ba Longxing had no choice but to take her seriously. He cultivated a defensive technique that not only increased his strength, but also increased his defense, causing Mu Yanhong to return empty-handed. At the side, Zhou Xian, who was accumulating energy, had already seized the opportunity. 9 suns appeared and 9 suns of different colors pressed down on Ba Longxing. Mu Yanhong, on the other hand, continuously circulated her energy to restrain Ba Longxing, so that he could not split his attention. "Do you think you can defeat me like this? You're still too inexperienced," Zhou Longxing shouted coldly, and the axe light shone brightly again. Ultimate move. Heaven-splitting Pangu's 73 axes. This move surpassed the power of heaven-splitting Pangu's 72 axes, and it slashed out in all directions. Rumble. This part of the world was ravaged to the point where it was in a sorry state. All the power was completely dispersed. Countless spaces collapsed and shattered. Terrifying spatial cracks suddenly appeared, causing the spectators to retreat as far as they could for fear of being sucked in.